Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part, what if Harry defied the ministry and uncovered its darkest secrets. Here is short summary. When Harry uncovers the ministry's deepest secrets, he realizes the corruption runs far deeper than he ever imagined. Defying their control, he takes matters into his own hands, changing the wizarding world forever. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Worthless little bastard. The shriek made him wince, and he found himself backing away from his grandmother. I'm sorry, it was an accident. It won't happen again, I swear. You're right, it won't happen again. She had her wand out. I explained twice how that curse was to work. Any competent wizard would have had it mastered years ago, but your idiot mother. Anger overwhelmed him. She's not an idiot, you're an idiot. The adult Severus winced again. The one thing he'd never been able to tolerate were insults to his mother, not from his grandparents or anyone else. And that fact had brought him such pain, time and time again. Crucio. Even as his body writhed and he relived his first experience with the torture curse, he felt himself being dragged into another memory. A man standing over him, fists clenched, a werewolf in the dark, and the laughter of a psychopath in training, an aristocratic blonde who'd promised him power over the ones that had hurt him, power that had come at such a terrible price. Severus wasn't certain when the Dementors finally left, wasn't certain when he finally stopped screaming. He hadn't realized he'd even been screaming, until he tried to swallow and found his throat so raw that it hurt. Merlin, get me out of here. Get me out of here, please. At some point someone had dropped off food, but he couldn't bring himself to attempt it. The Dementors would be back, soon enough. Enjoying your time here, he twisted on the cot and found Ambrose at the door of his cell. I demand to speak to someone at Hogwarts at once. It probably would have sounded more commanding if he'd been able to keep his voice from cracking or his hands from shaking. The man seemed amused. You're in no position to demand anything. You have no right to keep me here. Of course I have the right. You've been charged with a serious crime. Oh, it will go to trial eventually, and perhaps you'll be able to talk your way out of it like you did last time, but trials take time, and with everything else that has been happening. What do you mean? Everything else that has been happening? Had the Dark Lord staged a major attack in his absence? And what did you do with Potter? The child is perfectly safe. We took him to St. Mungo's so the healers could repair whatever damage you did. I didn't do any damage, which you would know if you would contact Dumbledore. The Dementors had pulled back more at the approach of the Auror, and Severus felt some of his strength returning. Not that that would do much for his throat, but at least he could stand and face the man without worrying about toppling over. He'd hoped that Harry had been taken directly back to Hogwarts. Dumbledore and the Order would no doubt be able to come up with some scheme to free him, if only so someone could list for them the possible dark uses of unicorn parts. But if the child was stuck at St. Mungo's, I could order them back in, now. The conversational tone startled him for a moment. Excuse me. I could call the Dementors back. Allow them to kiss you. The man smiled cruelly. Severus felt himself grow cold again. He wouldn't. Not without a trial. An unfortunate accident, or at least that's what the headlines would read. It wouldn't be the first time they got a little overeager, shall we say. Although perhaps unfortunate is too strong a word. You aren't particularly popular in the wizarding world, you know. So popularity is now the determining factor in determining innocence. Severus forced himself to sneer. It's just a thought. He smiled again, and turned to go. I imagine I'll be seeing you again in the near future. It wasn't until the man was well away before Severus allowed himself to drop back down to the cot. Ambrose was correct. If he was kissed here, he doubted anyone besides Albus and one or two of the Order would truly object. Oh, the Dark Lord might be annoyed at having to find someone else to make his potions, but certainly none of his minions were those that would call Severus friend or care what happened to him. And even the Order, there wasn't much they could do unless Ambrose was stupid enough to boast about what he did. And stupidity is not normally a qualification for Aurors. Arrogance and paranoia, certainly, but not stupidity. At least they're only charging me with improper use of legilimency. I was rather expecting him to accuse me of orchestrating the disappearance of the brat and myself as soon as he'd had some time to think about it. Although I suppose it's not necessarily too late for that, it's fortunate that I did bring him back unharmed. His best hope for rescue lay with Harry getting word to Albus and the others what had happened, but he was unconscious when they announced where they were taking me. And the healers at St. Mungo's weren't known for giving knowledge that would upset their patients. He'd probably been told that Severus was safe and sound at Hogwarts and wouldn't know any better until they released him. Whenever that was, mind healers were notorious for keeping patients far longer than most considered reasonable. He glanced at the food again, but doubted that he'd be able to swallow it with the state his throat was in. And that assumed that he wouldn't just lose it all when the things came for him again. Better not to risk it. A Dementor did come again that night. Just one, this time, and then two at some point the next day. It was impossible to judge the exact time, except that there was some light when they arrived, and it was dark when he was able to escape from his memories. In between visits he spent his time curled on the cot, trying to sleep and calm his mind. Occlumency didn't work against the creatures. They weren't trying to get into his mind, they were trying to draw memories out. And they were succeeding. It was light again when Ambrose entered his cell for the second time. "Hello, Professor Snape, you're looking rather unwell today." He laughed. "I gave some thought to what we discussed the other day." A Dementor slipped into the cell behind him, and Severus sucked in his breath. "I imagine that was quite a workout. You're obviously unaccustomed to taxing your mind." The Auror didn't seem to hear him. "I had a sister once, you know. Pretty little bit of a thing. I'd just been accepted into the training program when she started at Hogwarts." Something flickered in Severus' memory, but he couldn't place it. "That's fascinating, but I fail to see how this relates to anything, really." "It's everything. Our father was a wizard, but our mother, she was a Muggle, you know. We lived in a Muggle neighborhood. One of the Muggle neighborhoods you and your friends tore to pieces before the Dark Lord fell. She'd just arrived home for the winter break when you attacked. Father was still at work, and as the only wizard in the house, she felt that it was her job to try and protect our mother and aunt." Severus made the connection. Selena Ambrose. He'd been with Lucius, Evan, Bella, and several of the others when they'd decided to go Muggle baiting one night a decade and a half ago. Usually he managed to avoid that type of sport unless the Dark Lord explicitly commanded him, but that time there had been no way to excuse himself without drawing their attention. They'd expected to sweep through the area as usual, and up until they reached a little yellow house they'd been right. But as soon as they forced in the door there, a drawer full of Muggle cutlery embedded itself in Evan's chest. Not particularly deeply, the levitation charm didn't provide for much force, but in combination with a jelly legs charm that had sent Bella to the floor it had enraged the others. They'd caught the little girl quickly enough, killing the rest of the household in the process, as he recalled, but they hadn't killed her, not then. They'd taken her back to the Dark Lord. He reserved special hatred for wizards who associated with Muggles, and this little bit not only lived in a Muggle neighborhood but had attempted to defend them. She hadn't died well. And afterwards her mutilated body had been sent to the Ministry as a warning. Father killed himself, afterwards, couldn't live with knowing what they'd done to his precious little girl. You remember her, don't you? Did you help them kill her? The man moved closer and Severus recognized the flash he'd seen in the man's face back at the flow terminal. Madness. You did, I can see it in your eyes. And now I've got you here, and it's here. Ambrose stepped back again, and the Dementor moved closer. Severus felt himself growing cold and backed away as far as he could, but the wall was in his way. "I'm going to die here, and not for my spying but for the machinations of a lunatic Auror." Brilliant. The thing was closer now, and there was no doubt that it planned to kiss him. He'd read once that before a person died his life flashed before his eyes. He was rather relieved that his mind was quiet for once. Dying would be bad enough, there was no need to compound the experience. He was getting so cold. Expecto Patronum. The shout startled everyone in the room, and the Dementor was sent howling away at the creature that shot from the new arrival's wand. "Ambrose, what in Merlin's name do you think you are doing? He's a Death Eater. He deserves to die. Do you remember nothing of your training? You were an Auror, not an executioner. Ambrose opened his mouth to respond, and Alistair Moody's face creased as he muttered something that made the man collapse. And as for you? Severus braced himself. He and Alistair had something of a truce. The man had been convinced of his loyalty after a rather fierce interrogation with Veritaserum and was willing to accept the information Severus brought back about the Dark Lord, but he'd never bothered to hide the fact that he wasn't comfortable with Severus going regularly into the creature's camp. They respected each other and the work they did, but Severus wasn't sure whether the uneasy truce between them was still be in effect or if the man believed he'd truly violated Harry's mind. Or worse, he might not be willing to kill Severus outright, but Mad-Eye Moody was a dangerous enemy to have. Constant vigilance, boy. Severus almost laughed with relief as the older man's free hand slammed into the doorframe at the end of the familiar cry. What were you thinking, flowing into an open terminal without notifying us? What if Voldemort had been waiting for you instead of Ambrose? Severus managed to avoid wincing at the Dark Lord's name. It hadn't been a particularly intelligent thing to do and he knew it, but the relief he'd felt at finally being able to return home. Fortunately Alistair didn't seem to expect an answer. You're just lucky that I got back in time to hear rumors about the capture of a known Death Eater and put that together with the fact that no one had seen you since Mr. Potter's return. Got back. Severus had a decidedly disturbing image of the retired Auror lounging on a beach somewhere. Perhaps I should have forced myself to eat something. I've brought myself out of retirement. Again, Alistair returned gruffly. There was a small matter of a teacher and student being kidnapped from just outside Hogwarts grounds in an area where the residual dark magic was so thick a muggle would notice. He killed a unicorn, Severus reported. Took everything, hair, blood, organs. Potter and I were caught in a port gate meant to dispose of the evidence. He and 2 younger students were out after curfew. I'd just sent the younger 2 back when I heard it scream. Alistair's face hardened. You took him with you to investigate. Don't be ridiculous. I sent him back to his rooms. The brat has never been able to follow orders. I was investigating the area when he landed beside me, and then before I realized what was happening we were caught in the port gate and ended up in the middle of the Amazon with no way to contact anyone. It was several days before we reached a village, and then we were detained there for a few days longer before we were able to reach Rio de Janeiro and the long-distance flow network. And how did Ambrose know you were coming back when no message was ever sent to headquarters? Luciano, the man who arranged for us to flow back, was friends with his family. He walked in on legilimency lessons I was giving the boy and apparently felt that they were inappropriate. I was charged with improper use when we arrived and have been in this place since. He said Harry was sent to St. Mungo's. He's the one who told me that it was Ambrose who had you. Fortunately for you, I might add, if I hadn't recognized his description, I might have left you here for a bit longer to see if that would teach you caution. Alistair glanced at the man on the floor. Ambrose. He's unstable, Severus said bluntly. Several Death Eaters attacked a Muggle orphanage just after you disappeared. He was the one to find most of the children's bodies. He had a younger sister who was killed while he was in training and I was the first Death Eater that he was able to get his hands on uncontested. The wrong place at the wrong time. Brilliant. Although he could hardly begrudge the man his memories, he'd been grateful for a long time that he had neither siblings nor close cousins that the Dark Lord could use against him. A case where the lack of immediate family is a definite advantage. Well, we do have a few others in holding here, but there would be questions if any of them were suddenly kissed. Alistair flicked his wand absently and the unconscious man's body levitated. Come along, it's Street Mungo's for you as well. But he could just hardly walk out of Azkaban, even with an Auror beside him. Someone was bound to question it. No doubt the mind healers will want to keep Ambrose around for a while. I'll get Minerva to put a rush on the paperwork and we'll have your arrest excused before the day is up. Fortunately he didn't reveal who he had in custody. Fudge won't spend any effort blocking the attempt. So there's no reason you shouldn't leave an hour or 2 early, unless of course you'd like to remain here until it is official. That was an idiotic question, and Severus was across the small cell so quickly that it made his head spin. I definitely should have eaten something. Alistair seemed to be being rather more accommodating than usual, but then, he had a fair idea of what was in Severus' memories. Whatever his reasoning, I'm not going to question it. Although something about the man's words had bothered him. Why Minerva? Is something wrong with Albus? Fudge has it out for him. The idiot's been spending most of his time trying to discredit him and have one of his cronies take control of Hogwarts. You and Potter's disappearance didn't help that. Right now, if you're trying to do something that you don't want Fudge to notice, involving Albus is not a good idea. That Umbridge woman has been after some of the rest of the staff at the school as well, but she's incompetent. Quote, Severus allowed the healers at St. Mungo's to fuss over him as long as he could stand, about as long as it took for Minerva to expedite his release papers, as it happened, and then flowed into Hogwarts. He had to release himself against medical advice. They wanted to keep him around longer, but there was nothing he truly needed but food and rest, and both of those he could get in much more pleasant surroundings. Harry had already left. Apparently Poppy had been visiting and taken him back with her. No doubt he'd be confined to the infirmary for the next few days. He should probably check on the boy, but letting the woman get her hands on him, not if he could avoid it. Alistair had questioned him much more thoroughly after the healers had done their jobs and allowed him to rest, about the legilimency lessons as well as the rest of their little trip, and then returned his wand and suggested bluntly that he find a dark corner somewhere and spend a few days recuperating. Severus had no doubt that the older man would pass on any information that was required immediately. Albus was out of Hogwarts, meeting with the Wizengamot, Minerva gone as well to meet him. With no other immediate obligations or people that he should speak to, he decided was going to take Alistair's advice and sleep. Matters of his return related to teaching and the like could be dealt with tomorrow. After a dose of dreamless sleep, I think. The last thing he wanted was to wake up screaming from the memories the past few days had brought to the forefront of his mind. It wasn't a scream from nightmares that awakened him. It was the searing pain down his forearm. He was fairly sure he'd felt the summons once in Azkaban, but the Dementors has been around at the time. I suppose they blunt the pain of the dark mark, but all things considered it's hardly worth the trade-off, he decided. He struggled into clean robes, made the trek to the edge of Hogwarts grounds, and concentrated, apparating himself to the current meeting place. It was more work to get there without splinching himself than it should have been. My lord. The creature turned to face him, smiling most unpleasantly. Severus, you've dared to defy me these past days. His voice was dangerously soft, and Severus tried not to flinch. This is not going to go well. Never, master, I am always at your command. Forces beyond my control made me unable to comply, not my own desires. Indeed. Yes, master. The port gate at the Unicorn Corpse. I felt the magical signature and was caught in its backlash and transported with it when I went to investigate. You dare blame me for your own incompetence. Crucio. He was breathing heavily when the Dark Lord finally released him. Several of the other Death Eaters had assembled in the meantime, and more than a few seemed decidedly gleeful to see him lying in the dirt. I would never blame you, master. I was simply explaining what had occurred. When you summoned me, I felt it, certainly, but I cannot apparate from the other side of the earth, and there was no convenient flow. If I had been able, I would have been here immediately, of course. Of course. And when I summoned you upon your return, I was in Azkaban, master, there was nothing I could do to reach you. I do not tolerate disobedience in my followers, excuses are for the weak. This time the curse came as no surprise, although it took a sharp enervate from the Dark Lord before he could compose himself to continue answering questions, which was unusual. He'd borne far more curses than that in one night and still been able to bring himself to order afterwards. Apparently my time in Azkaban weakened me more than I realized. According to what I have heard, you were not alone in your transport. So he did know about the port gate, or at least that I was taken unwillingly. Severus automatically checked his shields. This was where the Dark Lord would begin to pry into his mind, and he could not allow that. No, master. The Potter brat was with me. He was seen at St. Mungo's not long after you were taken to Azkaban, whole and unharmed. Yes, master. There was no more time for plotting. He would have to excuse himself as best he could and pray that the creature left him alive and more or less undamaged at the end of it all. There was no way I could dispose of him there. I was thrown in Azkaban immediately upon my return when he was clearly unharmed. If I'd returned without him. He hoped that the Dark Lord didn't have any specific information about why Ambrose had taken him. It was fairly certain that that particular Auror was not a Death Eater, but if the Dark Lord found out that the arrest had been for use of legilimency rather than suspicion of dark magic, from legilimency it was a short step to occlumency, and that was certain to herald his death. Fortunately, or, perhaps, unfortunately, the Dark Lord seemed rather too incensed with his words to ponder his arrest farther. You dare think that you have the right to choose to protect your own life rather than deal with my most hated enemy. You had him at your mercy and you let him live. Your life is mine, you serve me. And you had the nerve to forget that. Take him. Deal with him. That command was screamed to the Death Eaters surrounding them, and Severus closed his eyes and took a deep breath as they began to move closer. I knew this would not end well. Severus opened his eyes slowly. He hurt. Badly. Very badly. He attempted to sit up to survey his surroundings and nearly blacked out again. I think I won't try that again just yet. He was fairly certain that he had no permanent injuries. Lucius had deflected one of the Sectum Sempra aimed at his face with a snarl to the caster that Voldemort still had plans for him. Which probably wasn't a good thing, but it had bought him a bit more time in this world. It's a sad day when my own curses are used against me, he mused absently, trying to muster the energy to lift his head. Actually standing would take longer. Perhaps he should have gone to the infirmary when he first got back to Hogwarts. At least then someone would know to come looking for him when he didn't appear at breakfast. From his, admittedly limited, point of view, lying in the dirt, it appeared that the Death Eaters had been kind enough to drop him somewhere inside the Forbidden Forest. Where, precisely, so help me, I'm not leaving the castle for a month after this. I have had more than enough of great outdoors. He forced his right arm to move. The muscles felt bruised, but at least it wasn't broken. There was a pain-numbing potion, in an unbreakable flask, in the upper right pocket of his robe if he could just reach it. Fingers closed around the glass and he thanked Merlin that this robe was stocked as he brought it gratefully to his mouth. His other arm wasn't moving well, but he was able to pull the stopper out with his teeth. It stung where it touched split lips, but once his body convulsed as he swallowed the potion. He'd forgotten how raw his throat had become during his time in Azkaban, and last night had done nothing to aid in its healing. It burns, oh, sweet Merlin, it burns. Panting, trying to draw air in to cool the fire in his throat didn't work, but eventually the pain potion reached his stomach and began to take effect. It took longer than usual, but then he was in worse shape than usual as well. His left arm was broken in at least one place, a couple ribs as well, and there were various cuts and burns across most of the rest of his body. And then there were the effects of spells like the Cruciatus that left no outward signs but did plenty of internal damage. To nerves, to muscles, walking was not going to be a pleasant experience, but as he couldn't apparate directly back to his quarters, much as he'd like to. I really have to speak to Albus about finding some way around that spell. Though the way my luck has been lately he'd probably insist that it sends me to the infirmary or some such nonsense. He took a step and tried to pretend that walking with broken ribs and possible internal injuries wasn't an incredibly stupid maneuver. Then again, the infirmary wouldn't be such a bad place to be just now, at least my legs appear to be more or less intact. He made his way, slowly, back in the direction he thought Hogwarts lay. Perhaps Hagrid will be out in the forest today. The gameskeeper had helped him back to the castle more than once when the Dark Lord's ministrations left him barely able to remain upright. That didn't appear to be the case, however, and when he reached the man's hut he found it empty. The distance from there to the castle seemed to take just as long as the time he'd spent trekking through the forest. It may have been breakfast time when he'd awakened, but it was certainly past lunch when he finally reached the main entrance. It was silent when he entered, and as he made his way to the infirmary he was grateful that none of the students had picked this day to linger in the halls during classes. Poppy. The Medowitch appeared from one of the inner chambers at his call. Severus. Merlin. Severus, you look horrendous. Thank you, he returned dryly. Well, don't just stand there, Lie down. You've been walking on your injuries again, haven't you? I've warned you about that. I hardly had any other op. I don't want to hear any excuses, she cut in, overriding his protests. Get yourself up on one of those cots. She drew her wand. I already know you're bound to need Skell Grow and blood replenishing potion, but let's see how much more damage there is. Severus forced his impatience down as she hemmed and tsked over him, obediently swallowing the prescribed potions. She was quite good at what she did, and incredibly discreet as well. She wasn't an official member of the order, but she clearly knew some of what he was about as she'd never questioned him about the causes of his injuries, but she had an irritating habit of treated all injured persons like students. Particularly dense first-year students, to be precise. Fortunately she had a prior engagement and had to leave before he became too frustrated. She'd almost fire-called them to tell them she'd be late in order to stay with him, but he managed to convince her that there was no need. After all, he'd been taking care of himself for years, and the majority of the potions she was giving him he'd made himself. He certainly knew the appropriate dosage. Finally, peace and quiet, he thought as she exited. He was half tempted to make his way back to his own quarters where he knew that he wouldn't be bothered, but the cot was comfortable enough, and he wasn't entirely certain that he could stand. Most of what she'd given him had been to heal the internal injuries. There was a limit to the amount of potions that any person's body could absorb at once, and he'd reached that limit entirely too early this afternoon. Surface injuries like bruises and cuts, and 3 broken fingers on his left hand that hurt all out of proportion with the size of the injury, would have to wait for a later date for any active healing or mend on their own in the meantime. At least the infirmary was empty for once. Apparently Harry had been released back to the Gryffindor Tower and none of the other little dunderheads had gotten themselves into any scrapes this day. He closed his eyes, willing himself to sleep. The creak of the infirmary door awakened him sometime later, and he blinked into the darkness. Filch. Didn't expect to see you here. I returned this morning, Severus returned levelly. He didn't particularly care for Filch. The man had been the caretaker back when he was in school, and all his talk of chaining students up and whipping them had never failed to make him nervous, even as his housemates had joked about the man's lack of magical abilities. HMPF. Filch gave the room a cursory glance, but Poppy had always been insistent on cleanliness, and she'd aimed a quick scouring spell at the room before she'd left. Should be like this all the time. Neat and clean, without the little brats around to muck it up. He turned to go. Wait, what do you mean? Severus said, halting him. Where are the students? Filch wouldn't have made that comment if they were up in their rooms. True, you've been gone. Hogwarts is closed. Has been the day after you and the Potter brat disappeared. Ministry said it was too dangerous to stay open. He smiled at the cat on the floor beside him. Headmaster's trying to get it opened back up, but Mrs. Norris and I like it like this. No little brats running all over, it's summer all year round. He smiled again, and headed out of the infirmary. Severus made no move to stop him, shocked at the man's words. Hogwarts had never closed early before. The closest it had ever come to closing were the 2 fiascos with the Chamber of Secrets. And that it had closed so quickly, only a day after he and Harry had disappeared. He wondered absently if Filch knew that Harry was back as well and decided not, otherwise he'd be haunting the halls outside the Gryffindor corridor waiting for the brat to put a foot out of line. No wonder Albus has been at the ministry. Tempus. Too late to do anything now, but tomorrow I'll go to meet them, explain what happened. Harry had likely already told Minerva, who would have passed on the information he had to go with that Alistair had drawn from Severus earlier, but whether either had mentioned the unicorn's death, Severus wasn't certain that his words had truly impressed on the boy just how important and dangerous that could be for the wizarding world, and Alistair wasn't as conversant with potions as he was with most other forms of magic. He closed his eyes, but sleep didn't come so easily this time. It was almost a relief when the sun rose. Beware the darkness, a voice wailed as he entered the great hall, and Severus' good hand rose to rub his forehead. All I wanted was breakfast, not dire predictions. Sybil. You were lucky to escape your fate, but have no fear, a terrible death will come for you. I have foreseen it. Of course you have. He took the seat farthest from the divination professor. It was eerie, sitting for a meal in the great hall with only one other person around, and he wished that he'd simply summoned a house elf to the medical ward. "Severus, you're back. What happened? Where were you?" He turned, nodding hello to Rhiannon Vector. "Brazil, believe it or not. There was a port gate in the Forbidden Forest." He shook his head, taking a moment to arrange his thoughts. There was nothing the arithmancy professor hated more than disorganized explanations. He mentioned that he'd ended up in Azkaban simply because the point was bound to come out, but blamed the entire event on an overzealous Auror. There was no reason for anyone else to know about the legilimency lessons. Or that he'd actually been released from prison yesterday. Flitwick and Bannon Mallory walked in while he was speaking and seemed pleased to see him, but when none of the other staff arrived for breakfast he couldn't help but be concerned. Is the Ministry trying to close Hogwarts entirely? Trying, perhaps, Flitwick replied with some distaste. Fortunately failing. And now that you are back they won't have any excuse not to allow us to reopen. But where are the others? When the students were sent home and we had no idea when Hogwarts would be reopening, Minerva suggested that we set up a tutoring schedule to help the students keep up with their work, Bannon began. Muggle studies doesn't require a practical, so I've been doing almost everything by owl post, but Sprout has been staying with the Longbottoms, and Sinstra, well, I'm not sure where he is now, but I know he was in Surrey a few days ago. Madam Hooch is staying with family just outside London and giving extra lessons on their estate. Hagrid is giving lessons on site. Severus could just envision the wreckage that would be made of the wizarding world. And of the work it would take to clean it up. He left on an errand for Albus, actually, Rhiannon replied. The day after Hogwarts was officially closed. Just after that idiot Umbridge left. Severus nodded at that. At least I won't be facing her for a day or two. So where is Mr. Potter? Sybil asked. For I have foreseen darkness in his future that he must be warned of, lest perilous. I assume he's up in the tower, Severus interrupted before she could begin waxing eloquent. Actually I'm surprised he wasn't the first one here. We spent a few days with less than generous foodstuffs, although I suppose our time in the village more than made up for that. In the tower, Flitwick shook his head. The houses are sealed. Poppy picked him up from St. Mungo's yesterday afternoon. You mean to say that none of you have seen him? No. Severus glanced around the table, hoping that one of the others would contradict the man's statement, but all of them were shaking their heads. Damn it, where is he? I suppose he could be sleeping somewhere, the house elves would know. A snap of his fingers summoned one to them, but when questioned the little creature denied having seen Harry Potter the day before or delivering any extra meals or materials to Pomfrey. Brilliant, we've lost the golden boy. Are you sure that Poppy took him from St. Mungo's? Bannon asked. Surely if she had she would have let one of us know, especially if his condition was anything like yours. It hadn't been, Severus knew, but he was also fairly certain that it wasn't any minion of the Dark Lords that had taken the child from St. Mungo's. If it had been, the creature wouldn't have wasted time punishing him, he'd be too busy torturing and killing the brat. So help me, if he left on his own. But that was the most likely explanation. Potter has cast some sort of charm to confound the Medowitches and snuck out. But surely he would have come back to Hogwarts, unless someone told him that it was closed. He tried to concentrate. Potter had been with him when they flew into the terminal some mornings ago. At which point he'd been stunned and taken to Azkaban and Harry had ended up in St. Mungo's. Severus wasn't entirely certain how long it had taken for him to be released, but from what the Medowitch had said Harry had only left with Poppy earlier that day, and Alistair had spoken to him before that. So the brat had been at St. Mungo's up until that point, at least. The Auror wasn't one to be fooled. And that was what, 2 days ago. The Weasleys, he decided. If he didn't come back here, he must have gone to them. He may have snuck out. He's hardly one for following instructions, after all. I suspect if we visit the Weasley home we'll find him there. Sybil opened her mouth to comment, but fortunately Flitwick beat her to it. You're probably right. I didn't think of that. The young Weasleys were almost upset at his disappearance. So was Miss Granger, Rhiannon added. I offered her extra tutoring while the school was closed and she actually declined. Which did say rather a lot about her mental state, Severus thought, although he made no comment. I suppose I shall have to fetch him. I need to go to the ministry to meet with Albus anyway. Are you sure that's such a wise idea? Bannon asked. You don't look. I'm sure I closely resemble a 3-day-old corpse. However, if what you are saying is true, then no one has given Albus a first-hand account about the events that transpired. Alistair's recitation is all well and good, but I would prefer that he heard the complete version from me. And I'm sure you'll agree with me when I say that getting the fact that the Wizarding World's savior is back and unharmed is of paramount importance. If only to prevent a panic. When none of them argued, he took a last bite of his meal and stood. If you will all excuse me, then. He was going to need some form of painkiller before attempting any sort of trip. And if it hadn't been for the need to speak to the headmaster himself, to make sure that matters at Hogwarts didn't get any worse, he'd have quite cheerfully detailed one of the others to go. It took some time to locate the Weasleys' abode. By the time that he found the correct flow location, the nerve-deadening potion had taken effect. With a sigh, he stepped into the hearth, took a moment to hope that his reception on exiting might be a bit warmer than it had the last time he used one of these things, and tossed down the powder. The burrow. The landing did not go well. Perhaps the potion wasn't as strong as he'd thought, because his ribs most definitely protested, and when the stars finally faded from his vision, he found himself facing the two youngest Weasleys. Professor Snape. That was the girl, Ginny, and he nodded. Obviously. Where would I find Mr. Potter? How would we know? The boy shot back. You're the one that kidnapped Ronald Weasley. You will not address a guest of this house in that manner. Severus, are you all right? I'd heard that you were back, but you look awful. What happened? He turned to face Molly, and for the second time that day found himself giving an abbreviated version of what had happened. He suspected that it was more for the benefit of the children than anything else. She had no doubt gotten the basic information from Alistair yesterday. But she shook her head when he asked about Harry. He hasn't been here, I'm sorry to say. Haven't seen him at all. I'd hope he'd have had the sense to stay at St. Mungo's until someone came for him, but, well, boys will be boys. Perhaps he's gone to visit Hermione. Ron, didn't I just see Pig come in with a reply to your letter? She didn't say anything about Harry, Mum, and you know she would have if he was there. Is Hedwig still at Hogwarts? I didn't look, Severus admitted. I don't think he'd have gone very far without her, Ginny pointed out. Maybe he's just staying at the Leaky Cauldron again. If he is, I'll be giving that boy a piece of my mind, Molly put in. Wandering off like that, leaving us to worry. You won't be the only one. Well, then, I must be going. I was planning to go directly to the ministry, but I think I'd better check Diagon Alley first. Are you certain? I can send Fred and George to do that. Perhaps you could stay for tea. I must say, you really don't look well. Severus shook his head. Thank you, but I must be going. I'm sorry I disrupted your morning. He moved back to the hearth before she could do more than open her mouth in protest, sending himself back to Hogwarts. The trip up the Ollery steps was something he would have preferred to have avoided, but when he arrived he found Potter's snowy owl missing. So the brat was here. Perhaps the Weasleys were right. Perhaps he was spending his time off school in Diagon Alley. So help me, when I get my hands on him, surely he knows how important it is that we know where he is. If the Dark Lord finds out that he's alone. But there was nothing for it. He fire-called the ministry, left a message for Albus that he would be arriving later that afternoon, and then made his way to the Leaky Cauldron. But there was no sign of Potter, no unsupervised teenagers at all. Damn it, I'll deliver him to the Dark Lord myself for disappearing like this. Eventually he had no choice. He had to get to the ministry. The last thing he wanted was to face Albus. Disappointment for losing the brat, but there was no point in putting it off any longer. He didn't know the child well enough to know where he might go if it wasn't to the homes of one of his two little friends. Severus, my boy, we were worried about you. Albus greeted him. They were in one of the private chambers. Arthur Weasley was there as well, with work spread all around him, while Alistair napped against the back wall. Are you well? I hadn't realized how badly injured you'd been. He called me last night, Severus interrupted. He was not pleased. And I misspoke rather terribly, at least in terms of what he was expecting. He trailed off. Albus had seen the results of the Dark Lord's displeasure before. "Are you sure you're all right? You shouldn't be up and around so soon if Poppy wasn't able to heal you more than that. Did he tell you anything useful?" Severus his a quick smile. Trust Alistair to do immediately to the heart of the matter. "No, although I'd prefer if he never found out exactly why Ambrose put me in Azkaban." "Already taken care of." With a nod of thanks, he returned his gaze to the headmaster as the man guided him into a chair. "I'll be fine, Albus, the major injuries were healed yesterday, the rest simply look worse than they are." "And just how strong is the painkiller you're taking?" He declined to answer that, opting to avoid putting off the unpleasant subject he had no choice but to broach. "I have some decidedly bad news. It seems that Mr. Potter is missing." "What?" Alistair demanded. "What do you mean missing? Do you think?" "The Dark Lord doesn't have the brat," Severus assured him. "If he did, he would most certainly have called us all for a celebration. However, I haven't been able to locate him either. Apparently he tricked the staff at St. Mungo's into letting him out and then disappeared. I've checked the Weasleys, Diagon Alley. Poppy brought Harry back to Hogwarts with her the day before yesterday," Minerva said with a frown, entering the room. "He looked all right. Much better than you, so I told her to check him over and then take him back to his relatives." "His relatives?" Severus felt his stomach clench. "Why would you send him there? Hogwarts is closed, at least for the near future until we can, what is it, assure concerned parents that their children are under no immediate threat while in attendance." She said the words with distaste, clearly repeating them verbatim from some other source. "Where else would we send him?" He bit off a curse. "Minerva, gentlemen, if you will excuse me, it seems that I have one more errand that I must run this morning." "Pardon." Arthur finally looked up from his pile of parchment, clearly surprised to see him there. "Oh, Severus, you look awful." "Thank you. If one more person feels the need to inform me of that fact. It seems I need to go collect Harry." Both Minerva's and Albus' eyes widened a fraction when he used the child's first name. Alistair and Arthur just seemed concerned in general. "Why would you need to do that?" Alistair asked. "Was he injured?" "Not yet. It is hardly my story to tell. Suffice to say that it would be better if you found some plausible reason that he should remain with your family, Arthur, or somewhere else other than his relative's home until Hogwarts reopens." "Severus, what are you trying to say?" Minerva asked. "Is he in danger there? Has you know who discovered their location?" "As I said, I do not have any business telling the story. I will bring him back here. He had to apparate to get to the neighborhood Harry was living in, which he wouldn't have done if he'd had another choice, but then he was hardly in any shape to fly there on his broom. He hadn't been able to apparate directly to the house the child lived in, so some amount of wandering was required. Harry had been right when he'd mentioned that the place could be a maze. The houses were disturbingly similar. Do none of them have any creativity? He was looking for number 4, there. It looked remarkably similar to the rest of the houses, if you discounted the bars on one of the front windows. Apparently they put them back up after the Weasleys' little escapade. I wonder how they explain them to the neighbors. He realized belatedly that he was still wearing his robes and considered transfiguring them, and then decided that it wouldn't be worth the effort. Better to just get the child and be gone. He walked up to the door, banging firmly on the wood with his good hand. "Hello. What are you howling about?" Severus raised an eyebrow at the small wail that answered the door, identifying him easily enough as Harry's cousin. "I'm looking for Harry Potter." The door closed in his face, and he could hear a yell from the inside. "Mom, Dad, some weird is here to see the freak." "Weirdo." At the sound of heavy footfalls approaching, he slid his wand into his palm. The door swung open, and he was face to face with Harry's uncle. Well, something like face to face, anyway. He was several inches taller than the man, a fact which he took great comfort in considering the fact that the only other time he'd seen him had been as a looming giant in Harry's memories. "Now see here," the man began, his voice only slightly below a dull roar. "I get home 2 days ago after work, planning to relax with my wife, and I find out that one of you freaks has brought that thing back here." His eyes widened at something behind Severus, and then he began to get even redder. "Get in here. Walking around wearing those freak clothes, and now the neighbors are going to talk." Severus debated refusing, then decided that it was best to just go along with him and get this nonsense over. When he stepped inside, he found that the house looked as generic on the inside as it had on the out. The only spots of individuality were random photos of the obese boy scattered here and there. You were saying. The man picked up his rant just where he'd left off. I get home, and I find out that one of you freaks dropped him back off. He's your problem during the school year, not ours. And now I take today off so my son and I can go to the big boxing tournament this afternoon, and another one of you shows up. So help me, I'd like to. A wand drawn and pointed at the man shut him up immediately. That is enough. I am here to inform you that I am taking your nephew with me now, and he will not be returning to your care. As tempted as I am to impart some of the same treatment to you that you have to him. We've raised that boy, fed and clothed him out of our own pockets, taking money away from our little Dudleykins. Stupefy. The woman fell gratifyingly silent, and the boy who'd come in behind her ran back out of the room with his hands covering his backside. What in Merlin's name? He shook his head. As I was saying, as much as I would like to return some of your treatment, there are plenty of others who have a much better right to do so, your nephew not the least. He'll be of age soon enough, you realize. Now, in case you cannot tell from the way I look, I have not had a particularly pleasant time these last few days, and I am not in a good mood, so unless you have anything else to say to me. A glance over at the woman strongly encouraged the man to discard that option. I suggest you tell me where the child is staying and where any other items belonging to him may be found. And he had best not be locked under any staircase. The man gulped. He's upstairs. Dudley's second bedroom. With a flick of his wand, Severus stupefied the man as well. No point in leaving him free to clobber me from behind, and began the climb up the staircase. As with the Ollery stairs, it took longer than it should have, but when he reached the top it was easy enough to identify which room was Harry's. It was the only one with padlocks on the outside. Idiot muggles. Alohomora. The figure that had been lying on the bed stood immediately upon his entrance, shoving something under his pillow before turning to look at him. Professor. The boy blinked. You look awful. Thank you, Mr. Potter. I haven't been told that in at least an hour. He stepped closer, frowning at the bruise on the child's face. I dare say you don't appear all that much better. Are you hurt otherwise? No, sir. Could he possibly be any less convincing? Look at me when you speak. Are you injured? The boy made an effort to meet his eyes before returning his gaze to the ground. Just some bruises, Professor. I believe I've mentioned before that I'll not tolerate you lying. He moved to sit on the edge of the bed, indicating for the boy to sit beside him. Show me. They're nothing, really. I'll be the judge of that. Sit down, Harry. I'd rather not, Professor. He whipped you then. It wasn't a question, and Harry didn't bother to answer. Badly. Just bruises, like I said. He pushed one sleeve of the ridiculously oversized shirt up to show a rectangular bruise on his shoulder with several small, deep, circular bruises down the center. Hardly nothing. Unfortunately, this is not the place to deal with them. Where are your things? Some up here, some down in my cupboard. He reached under his pillow to pull out his Transfiguration text, and then knelt to pull out a pillowcase. Could you get Hedwig? Severus observed the snowy owl, sitting quietly on her perch observing them. Perhaps it would be easier if we simply let her fly back to Hogwarts. I'm not allowed to let her out of her cage when I'm here. As both of your adult relatives are currently incapable of twitching their little fingers, never mind doing you any harm, and your cousin is likely hiding under a table or something equally ridiculous, I would say you are more than welcome to do whatever you please. Severus stepped to the window, opening the glass and blasting away the bars. It relieved some of his tension. Let your lady fly. We can shrink her cage with the rest of your things. And get your wand out. But I can't use magic until I get back to Hogwarts. Attempting to follow the rules. Well, I suppose anything that would prevent him from returning to school. The underage magic detector can only pinpoint magic performed in a particular area. There is no way to distinguish your magic from mine, he assured him. And I would greatly enjoy seeing anyone, particularly that idiot Fudge, try and forbid me from using my magic. Harry snickered at that, the first cheerful sound he'd heard since he arrived, but sobered after a quick glance at him. "Are you sure you're okay, Professor? It looked like they were going to hurt you pretty bad." "You saw, then, all of it. I should have expected that. I can only see what he sees, but you didn't look so good when they took you away." "Did that man really put you in Azkaban? The one at the Flow terminal?" "Ambrose. Yes. Fortunately Alistair had me released just after he spoke to you. There was no point in discussing the events that had occurred previous to his release, they had no relevance in the current situation." "I hate Dementors." "So do I," Severus agreed. "Are you nearly packed?" That got a quick nod as the last of his books were stored in the pillowcase. "Everything else is in the trunk as under the stairs." "Come on, then." He glanced at the boy as they made their way down. "Are you certain you are not badly injured? You're moving nearly as slowly as I am." That's because you look like you're about to fall head over heels, Professor. At least this way I've got a chance at catching you. More likely you'd be flattened in the attempt. Go on, Harry, I will survive the steps quite well on my own." By the time Severus made it down, the boy had his trunk and books shrunk and fit into his pocket, and he passed over the miniaturized birdcage as well. "Best you keep your things together." He turned, waving his wand to release the boy's aunt and uncle from the spells that held them. Although he wouldn't personally have any issues with leaving as they were until the spell wore off. "And where the hell do you think you're going?" Harry's uncle roared as he was released. "This man is an idiot," Severus observed. "But I don't have the energy to waste doing anything about it at this particular moment. Mr. Potter and I will be leaving. Now, I suggest that you get out of our way." "Well then you can be the one to tell that headmaster of yours that we don't want that freak back. We never wanted him in the first place. That will be more than enough." No child needed to be spoken to in that manner, and at a sharp gesture the man's mouth disappeared. "Since we're leaving, I suppose you'll just have to wait until the spell fades before you'll be able to speak again. Don't worry, it will only be a few days. You'll hardly starve." The walk past the wards to the point where apparition was possible was decidedly quiet, but then comfort had never been Severus' forte. As soon as he was able, he rested a hand on the boy's shoulder and concentrated, taking them both to the edge of Hogwarts grounds. "Are we going to see the headmaster now?" Harry asked, shaking himself out of his stupor. "I thought Madame Pomfrey said that he was staying at the ministry until they got everything straightened out." "He is. We'll be going there shortly, but I thought you might prefer it if your bruises were tended first." Yes, sir. Thank you." Severus waved off his words, taking the boy down to his dungeons, damn all staircases, and digging out the appropriate bruise remedies from his stores. "I believe it was mentioned that the student rooms are locked, so you might as well unshrink your things and leave them here until Albus decides where to send you." He waited until he boy complied, before nodding at his shirt. "Get that thing off, then, and we'll see how bad these, just bruises, are." Severus didn't bother to ask whether the welts on the child's back hurt. The rectangular bruises may have been the more colorful, but the tiny circular ones that had to have been caused by the studs the boy had mentioned were what he was more concerned about. Muscles relaxed slowly as he spread the bruise salve, and by the time Severus finished Harry's back his breathing had returned to normal and he twisted slightly to watch Severus as he worked. "That's all I can do here. I assume you'd prefer to take care of the rest yourself." "Yes, sir. Thank you." Severus waved off the thanks. "Here's the salve, then, the washroom is through there. And you might want to change into your robes while you're at it." That drew a nod, and Harry rummaged in his trunk for a moment before taking the jar from Severus and disappearing into the inner room. While he was cleaning up and changing, Severus took the time to mix a bit more of his strongest pain-relieving potion. "This day is only going to get longer." He grimaced as he swallowed, and then turned at a quiet snicker. "Something amusing, Mr. Potter?" "No, sir, sorry, it's just, you're the potions master, and you don't even make potions that you like. I hold effectiveness more important than pleasant taste." "You are ready to go, then?" "Yes, sir. I should leave my trunks here." "That's fine. You can stop back and pick them up after we speak to Albus." He took the boy up to the flow. That dose of pain reliever had done wonders for his mobility, and before long they had both been delivered to the Ministry of Magic. Severus half expected Fudge and his cronies to be waiting for them, but for once the flow terminal was empty and they were able to make their way to Albus' private room unhindered. Minerva and was still with him, but Alistair and Arthur had apparently gone off somewhere. "Harry, my boy, how are you? Dear me, that bruise looks nasty. Have you gotten salve for it? Severus, I still don't understand why it was so necessary that you pick him up. I may be able to get Hogwarts reopened within the week, but it certainly won't happen sooner than that. And as long as you're here, I could wait until the school reopened for his accounting of events. Quite honestly, the position that Fudge has taken makes the reason behind your disappearance less than relevant. He's only been concentrating on the fact that it happened and blaming it on the incompetence of Hogwarts staff in general. Once again proving that Fudge is an idiot, Severus decided. Anyone with any sense would have been concentrating on the events surrounding their disappearance, trying to find whatever weakness in Hogwarts' defenses had been exploited. Granted, they'd been taken from the Forbidden Forest, not Hogwarts, but no one would have known that. At least Fudge's idiocy explained why their return hadn't heralded an immediate interview with the Wizengenma, for which he was rather grateful, actually. I suppose as long as he's denying the return of the Dark Lord, he can't very well say he's suspicious of Death Eater activity. And Albus should be able to turn the situation to our advantage since we aren't dead as Fudge no doubt hoped. Severus glanced down at the boy. But perhaps we should deal with the matter of his guardians first. Neither Fudge nor the Dark Lord will be going anywhere anytime soon. If you have a moment, I believe that we need to speak to you privately. Is something wrong? Minerva asked, looking up from the scroll she'd been scanning. It's okay, Harry said before Severus could speak again. I can tell her too, she'll probably figure it out anyway. Figure what out? I don't want to go back to the Dursleys. We've been over this before, Albus said with a shake of his. I know the situation is not ideal, but you need the protection of the Blood Wards. No wonder Harry's never told him, if he's barely allowed to finish a sentence before his request is denied. The wards do precious little when it is his relatives who pose the threat, Severus said sharply. Minerva's eyes narrowed. I suggest that you, one of you, explain just what you are talking about. Why wouldn't you want to go back to your relatives? They hate me, the boy said in a rush. I mean, they really hate me. Most of the time I'm locked in a cupboard or in Dudley's second bedroom with the bars on the windows, and they only feed me when they have to, And what? Albus asked when the boy trailed to a halt. Harry's eyes dropped to the ground, and Severus frowned. Do you wish me to tell them? No, sir, I can do it. He lifted his head again. They hit me sometimes. My uncle does, at least. He gave a quick wave at his face. Minerva whitened. I knew they were the worst sort of muggles, but I didn't think. Surely there was some mistake. It must have been an accident, Albus objected, although he had paled slightly as well. Severus drew himself up. Deliberately striking a child multiple times hard enough to leave bruises is hardly an accident, doing so on occasion spreading over several years even less so. Show them your shoulder, Harry obliged, tugging his collar sideways, although it wasn't much more than a moment before he covered the mark again. As with his face, the salve was doing its work, but the actual bruises hadn't faded much. Between that and bars on the windows, how, exactly, did you overlook Arabella's comments on those, Albus, or the fact that his Hogwarts letters were getting sent to a cupboard? I believe you will agree with me when I say that he will not be returning to that place. The headmaster ignored his questions. I think I would like to speak to Harry alone, for a bit, if you two don't mind. Minerva nodded immediately. Severus glanced down at the boy to make sure that was acceptable to him before acquiescing as well. I'll return in an hour, then. That will be fine, Albus agreed. Alistair should be back by then as well. I need to return to Hogwarts, Minerva said. But Mr. Potter, when you get a chance I would like to speak with you also. Yes, Professor. Severus glanced back as he exited to see Harry sitting gingerly on the stool Minerva had vacated while the headmaster turned his chair to face the boy. Perhaps half an hour. Severus, a moment, I thought you were going back to Hogwarts. He asked as Minerva beckoned him into another empty office. Is the ministry normally this understaffed? He wondered absently. Perhaps people are resigning in droves to get out from under Fudge's control. That was an amusing thought. Actually, he would have to remember to pass it on at the next staff meeting Umbridge attended. I will be going back shortly, but first I had a few questions for you. How badly is Mr. Potter hurt? Do you know how long has this been going on? When did you find out? What were you saying about a cupboard? And there were bars on his windows. What kind? When were they put there? Occasionally she was more like the Gryffindors she supervised than she realized, Severus thought with amusement, considering the string of questions and the increasing speed of their delivery. In order. He will be fine, at least physically, for several years at least. During occlumency lessons, I assume Alistair mentioned those. His letters to Hogwarts were addressed to the cupboard his relatives kept him locked in, and those muggles put heavy bars on his window before his second year to keep him inside. Any more questions? The letters were addressed to a cupboard. He was locked in it. Are you certain? I've seen his memories, Minerva. It's rather hard to mistake that cupboard for anything else, and I have no reason to disbelieve his recitation of events surrounding his first trip to Hogwarts. Why? I help Albus address those letters. We use a quick quill. But I can't believe that either of us would have overlooked. Frankly, it's the bars that concern me. Muggles have such strange names for things anyway that the address might have been misinterpreted, but you know even Arabella wouldn't have forgotten to report bars on a window. Maybe he thought they were keeping Harry safe, she offered. Severus sneered at that. A strange way of going about it. Minerva shook her head. I don't know, Severus. I should go. He considered taking a short trip to Diagon Alley after she'd left. As long as the students weren't around he could attempt a few of the experiments that he hadn't had time for this past summer, but in view of his healing injuries he decided that the wiser course of action would be to relax for a short time. And he needed to speak to Alistair and find out where the rest of his things had been taken while he was in Azkaban. He'd had a flask of the WYRSA poison with him for further study, better no one at the ministry messed about with that. Time passed more slowly than he expected, and he rather wished that he had a pair of extendable ears with him. The door to the office was open so he'd be able to see if anyone came out of Albus' room, but the hall remained empty. Surely the headmaster won't try and convince the brat to go back to his relatives after what had happened. Honestly, he was fairly certain that Albus had the best of intentions, but he tended to work towards the bigger picture. Little things like an abused golden boy, well, he wouldn't endorse it consciously, of course, but that doesn't mean that it necessarily takes priority. Especially since the brat has proved abominably good at hiding it. At least when the Weasleys took Harry his well-being would be assured. No one could ever accuse Molly or Arthur of being bad parents. I'd like to see the reaction if anyone tried. Their children would hex the idiot into oblivion with half of the wizarding world cheering them on. Severus. Alistair's head came around the corner. What are you doing in here? Albus wanted to speak to Mr. Potter alone for a few minutes. What happened to you? The Auror's limp was more pronounced than usual, and he had one arm guarding his side. There was an attack in Nocturne Alley. No one on our side was severely hurt. We think it may have been an internal quarrel among you-know-who's followers. There's certainly no shortage of those, Severus had to agree. Who was involved? No Death Eaters, if that's what you're asking, at least that we found. All that was left when we arrived was a dead shopkeeper, Mr. Ludwig Stallings, with the dark mark burned into his chest. He didn't recognize the name, but that didn't necessarily mean anything. A dead man attacked you. Levicorpus. No, he was inanimate. I got clipped by a damned bludger while we were going through the shop's contents. Cursed. It wasn't. I most certainly did. Severus smirked. Getting slow. Alistair, if an object doesn't even have to be spelled to get the upper hand with you. Watch your mouth, boy, you're hardly one to talk. A fair response, and he waved away the glare. In all seriousness, do you know where my things were taken when Ambrose sent me to Azkaban? There is a rare and quite deadly potions ingredient in one of the flasks that I'd prefer made it safely back to my stores. Oh, WYRSA poison. I had some left over after concocting the antidote. So of course you felt it necessary to bring it back to our shores. Why didn't you mention this the other day? I had other things on my mind. As you well know. That got a grudging nod of acknowledgement. I'll have a talk with him. See what I can find out, Alistair agreed. What did Albus and Mr. Potter need to discuss? Severus wasn't inclined to spread the story farther without the child's permission, but some explanation would be required or the old Auror would investigate on his own. Although, I'd rather like to see his response to those muggles' treatment. I imagine a missing mouth would seem quite tame in comparison. Mr. Potter's living arrangements are no longer satisfactory. At least Alistair didn't seem inclined to press the matter, but then he'd never placed as much faith in the blood wards as the rest of them, not without a competent wizard on hand in case they were breached. A suitable replacement has been found. Probably the Weasleys, Severus replied. I know they've offered. That would be acceptable. Now, I have a few more questions for you about your little journey, and since we seem to have a moment. He trailed off, and Severus nodded. I'm hardly otherwise occupied. By the time the door opened and Albus emerged, Alistair had exhausted his supply of questions, the majority of which were nothing but theories for Severus to expound upon. Rather like the Order meetings, actually. Albus, I assume you've asked whatever questions you felt necessary. I have. He was tempted to push a bit more. There was no excuse for leaving a child in that situation, but Albus just looked so old, standing there. Then I'll send his trunk and things on to the Weasleys, as soon as I get back to Hogwarts. Unfortunately, that won't be possible. Excuse me. There is no way for him to be safe there. I'm sure the Weasleys would take him in a moment, but there is no way to secure the burrow in the next few hours, and it's too visible for him to remain there without the Dark Lord finding out. He can't possibly plan to return the boy to those muggles. That's insane. Then where should I be sending them? To the werewolf. Merlin help us all if he says the mutt. Remus can't take custody of a child because of his condition, unfortunately, and Black is obviously out of the question as well. Where, Albus? I'm supposed to go back to Hogwarts, Harry said, coming out behind the headmaster. I thought the student rooms were locked. They are. Albus was looking at him expectantly. Harry didn't seem willing to meet his eyes. Oh, no. No, absolutely not. I do not want. He cut himself off, hearing the boy's uncle echoing from earlier this morning. We don't want that freak back. We never wanted him. As much as he had no desire to share his quarters with anyone, the brat didn't need to be rejected in that manner twice in one day. I am in no position to care for a child, he amended his statement. It's hardly a permanent situation, Severus, just a few days until Hogwarts reopens. He'll be safe enough at Hogwarts, and with no one but a few of the other faculty around, the Dark Lord won't find out. Harry was twitching slightly, but made no comment. Surely there are more appropriate places, perhaps with another of his housemates. Madame Hooch is giving flying lessons at her family's estate. Aside from the mess that was bound to be made of his quarters, the child would be bored to tears staying with him. He was hardly appropriate company for an active 15-year-old. I'm afraid that won't do. It will have to be Hogwarts. There are plenty of other professors remaining there for the interim. Minerva isn't there all that much, and staying with her wouldn't be strictly proper regardless, nor would be staying with Rhiannon or Sybil. Severus was almost positive that he saw the child flinch at the idea of staying with the divination teacher. Not that I can blame him. Flitwick's quarters aren't well designed for anyone of, shall we say, greater stature than himself, Albus continued, and Bannon was planning on leaving tomorrow to visit his sister. He's now an uncle. I'm thrilled for him, Severus returned dryly. He did, technically, have a spare room that could be used for guests, but in all his time at Hogwarts he'd used it exactly once. And that had been for himself when he'd accidentally cracked a vial of exploding fluid in his own bedroom 7 years ago. I suppose the house elves have kept it up. It seems you've left no other options. The headmaster had a decidedly annoying way of doing that sometimes. Excellent, it's settled, then. Albus smiled, setting Severus' teeth on edge. Then I'd like to speak to you for a few moments about your journey. Alistair, I'm sure you'd like the chance to question Mr. Potter as well. Perhaps you could take him to get something to eat at the same time. The Auror nodded, indicating for the boy to follow him while Severus stepped into the room after the headmaster. I assume that you're interested in the potential uses of unicorn blood also. Among other things, I'd like to start with the occlumency lessons you've been giving him. How strong is he? Acceptable, considering how long he's been attempting it. Has he managed to block any visions from Voldemort? How am I supposed to know that? Ask him. I don't know. What about? It was several hours before Albus was satisfied. Alistair dropped Potter back off after their interview and the boy was in the room for a good hour before Albus' questions ceased. Severus was honest enough to admit that some of the extra time spent in the interview was his fault. His irritation with the older man, both his general treatment of the Potter brat and his handling of the housing situation, had him acting more than slightly obtuse and forcing the man to drag the answers out of him, but he just wasn't feeling particularly cooperative and didn't mind letting Albus know. It's getting late, Albus said as he brought the questioning to a halt. I have more work to do here, but you two should be getting back to Hogwarts. The flow should be open. Severus nodded, gesturing to Harry. Come on, then. I suppose there's no need to retrieve your things. No, sir. The boy said his goodbyes to the headmaster. Severus was still annoyed enough at the old man that he didn't give him more than a sharp nod, and they made their way through the ministry's headquarters back to the flow. Go ahead. Wait for me on the other side. He wasn't about to leave the child alone anywhere where Fudge's supporters might find him. The last thing we need is for that idiot to get a private interview. Merlin knows what he'd twist next. Harry was waiting as he stepped out of the hearth, and Severus swept past him. I assume you ate your fill when you were with Alistair. Yes, sir. The trip down to his dungeons was decidedly slower than his trip up. The pain-killing potion had begun to lose effectiveness about halfway through his interview with Albus, and what he really wanted to do was lie flat for a while. Unfortunately, I get to make the brat comfortable and find some way to occupy his time so my quarters don't end up in shambles. The spare room is through there. You might as well take your trunk in. I'll call a house elf to bring in the bedding you'll need. Come out when you finish getting your things organized and I'll go over the rules. Harry nodded, picking up his owl cage and dragging his trunk through the far door. He reappeared a few minutes later. I'm done, sir. Fine. The washroom is through there, as you know. That is my bedroom to the left. If I am in there, please do not disturb me unless there is an emergency. My workroom is next to it. If you even think about going in there, I'll use you to test my experimental potions for the rest of your time at Hogwarts. This room is open to you. Feel free to look through the books if you have the urge. As unlikely as that is, there wasn't anything particularly incriminating on that bookshelf. After all, occasionally one of the other teachers insisted on coming down, and it wouldn't do for them to find shelves of books on dark magic in his sitting room. So he put them all in his workroom and warded the door in the extreme. I believe the library is open as well. Kindly you refrain from any attempts to access the forbidden sections while residing here, as is the Quidditch pitch. Harry's lips twitched at that, but he didn't say anything. You are free to come and go as you please, on Hogwarts grounds, only, provided that you let me know in advance where you are going and return at a reasonable hour. And, if you'd like to keep it, I suggest that your invisibility cloak remain in your trunk. Meals will be served in the Great Hall at normal times. I occasionally take meals here. You may do so as well, provided that you clean up after yourself. Are these guidelines clear? Yes, sir. Bear in mind that I reserve the right to change them at any time or make other restrictions should I feel that it is necessary. Yes, sir. I'm tired. I think I'll go to bed now. Do you need any more of the bruise salve? I put the extra in my trunk. Then I will see you in the morning. Severus was asleep almost before his head hit the pillow. He hadn't even needed a dose of sleeping potion. When he finally awoke the next morning, it was considerably later than normal. There were 2 notes waiting for him, one from Harry saying that he was going to spend the morning in the library, and an owl post from Alistair with a scrawled, "I think this is yours," and an unlabeled flask. A quick check confirmed that it was the WYRSA poison, and he crossed that item off his list. At least something is going right, and as long as the brat isn't tormenting me with his presence. He flicked his wand, disarming the first level of spells warding his workroom. Although Harry had been reasonably considerate this morning, managing to get himself up, fed, judging by the covered plates of leftovers remaining on the table, and out quietly enough that Severus hadn't heard a thing. Perhaps this week wouldn't be as arduous as he expected. Severus sat up, with a start, grabbing his wand even as he searched for the signs that his wards had been breached. There was no immediate danger that he could sense, but something had just broken, loudly, in the outer room, and he wasn't arrogant enough to think that his protections were invincible. The Dark Lord wouldn't have been able to breach the wards on Hogwarts itself, but it was possible that one of his inner circle had gotten ministry permission on one pretense or another with all that was happening now, even possible that he'd bribed one of the creatures in the Forbidden Forest. They'd have had more trouble getting into his quarters, but if the Dark Lord was sending spies. Drawing his robe close and raising his wand, he slipped into the sitting room. And found the tall bookshelf that had been up against the far wall had somehow fallen. A clumsy intruder, then, but he wasn't going to give whoever it was a chance to recover. A curse was half-spoken at the dark-haired figure squirming underneath the shelving before his brain caught up with his body. "Mr. Potter, what in Merlin's name are you doing? Trying to get yourself killed or merely give me heart failure?" Sorry, Professor, I woke up and couldn't get back to sleep." "So you thought turning my quarters into shambles would be an interesting way to spend your time? Do you know what would have happened if I'd cursed you? To me, the Dark Lord would be an improvement over what some of the population would come up with. I was just getting a book. Pulling over the bookshelf was an accident, it was up on the top shelf. How in Merlin's name does someone pull over a bookshelf weighing perhaps twice what he does by accident? What? It was too far away for an Accio. I must congratulate you on your excellent timing. 5:15 is just when I plan to get up. That's when all sane wizards wish to be awakened. Frankly, with the mess you just made, I'm surprised that half the rest of the castle isn't down here pounding on the door demanding to know what happened. Perhaps tomorrow morning you could." The boy's jaw clenched. "I said I was sorry. I just didn't think of Accioing it. And this is the savior of the wizarding world. Merlin help us all." Severus took a deep breath. "I will not kill the brat. I cannot kill the brat. I could maim him, but no doubt someone would get annoyed." He let out that breath and drew in another, forcing himself to relax his grip on his wand. "There are no spies from the Dark Lord in my sitting room. The castle is not under immediate Death Eater assault. Now if my heart would kindly get back in my chest. I assume you managed to grievously injure yourself in the process of demolishing my sitting room. Broken bones, a concussion, massive internal bleeding." "No, sir. The chair took most of the weight. My foot's pinned though." Just as well, I suppose. There would have been questions. "About what? Never mind, it's of no concern to you. Be still." He carefully levitated the heavy shelf back upright, allowing Harry to pull his foot free and sit upright to survey the damage. "Oh, blast, I can fix that, I swear." Severus glanced around at the wreck of his sitting room, truly taking in the damage for the first time as the adrenaline rush finally began to fade. That appeared to be a particularly hideous statue one of his coworkers had given him several years back. From some sort of staff gift exchange, if he remembered correctly. Apparently the herbology professor had been under the impression that his quarters needed some kind of artistic touch. He'd put it on one of the upper shelves when Albus had insisted that pitching it in the pond wasn't an appropriate response and ignored it since. "I believe it's supposed to be a representation of the merpeople in kelp." The boy looked dubiously at the remains surrounding him. "If you say so." Severus dismissed the glass shards with a flick of his wand, and offered a hand to help the boy out of the pile of books. "Are certain you are not injured?" After all, the last thing he needed was one of the other professors haranguing him for failure to take proper care of his current charge, and Merlin knew they were incapable of keeping their noses out of anyone else's business. A quick diagnostic spell didn't reveal anything particularly unusual, remnants of older bruises, finally fading, and a bump on his elbow. "Yes, sir," Harry agreed. I really am sorry. I didn't mean to break your statue or wake you up. Or make a mess. And that makes it all better, of course." He flushed. "Well, what do you want me to do, get a time-turner and stop myself from knocking over the shelf?" "Don't be ridiculous," Severus returned. "You can, however, clean up this mess." The books were arranged by subject, I expect them to be put back in the same manner." The brat made a face, probably not intending for Severus to see it, but he didn't argue. Perhaps he's beginning to make common sense a habit. Probably too much to hope for, but it would make his year easier. He turned back to his room as the boy began to stack the books. It was nearly time to get up anyway. He took breakfast in his room since it was still well before the rest of the staff would awaken, sorting through his notes to determine what needed to be done in the next few days. He'd had to remake several of the potions he'd started at the beginning of the school, as his and Harry's prolonged absence had interrupted the brewing process and it hadn't occurred to anyone else to store them appropriately until he returned. Poppy had been most insistent, to the point of an owl a day, that he restock the remedies for the more common student ailments that he hadn't finished before the school year started. Most of them were fairly straightforward, and several he marked as possible exercises for his owl and newt level classes. Good practice for them, and it would allow him to devote his time until school began again to the more complex potions. And then there were his personal experiments and the Dark Lord's requirements. After sorting through his to-do list, he showered and changed before heading back out into the sitting room. It appeared that Harry had made a credible show of sorting through the majority of the mess and was preparing to start reshelving them. Severus considered for a moment before interrupting. "Just leave them stacked, for now. I've been meaning to sort through that lot anyway. Professor, there's little point in putting them all back if I'm going to get rid of a third of them anyway. Have you eaten?" "No, sir." "Well, they'll be serving in the Great Hall shortly, so I suggest that you make yourself presentable." "Sir." He looked around at the remaining scattered volumes. "I'm hardly going to withhold food simply because you made a mess. Idiot muggles. You'd best hurry if you want the house elves to set you a place." "I'll finish sorting them after breakfast," he promised. "I would hope so. I will be in my workroom. Don't disturb me unless it's an emergency." "Yes, sir." The warning had been unnecessary, Severus considered as he locked the door behind him and turned towards the cauldrons. In the 3 days they'd been sharing quarters, the brat had spent most of days either in the library or with one of the other professors who'd remained in the castle. None of whom had offered to take him off Severus' hands, mind, but at least he was well out of the way when Severus was experimenting. And the experiments were going quite well. Actually, it appeared that diluted WYRSA venom in combination with some of the more common ingredients was actually a much safer muscle relaxant than what they were currently using. He checked that cauldron first to see that the mixture was settling properly and then moved on to the ones he had to finish for the Dark Lord. He couldn't afford to be unprepared at the next summoning, although, now that he'd had time to think about it, it seemed strange that the creature hadn't brought up the unicorn remains at any point. But then, he wasn't precisely being rational at the time. Another summons is bound to come shortly. "Severus, Severus, are you in there?" He was seriously tempted to ignore the headmaster, but knowing Albus he wouldn't go away until he got a response. "Is there any way to avoid this man in the walls of the castle?" "A moment, please." There was no reason not to invite him into the workroom, of course. It wasn't as though he didn't know about Severus' connection to the Dark Lord, but this place was his sanctuary and he didn't particularly enjoy inviting people in. Especially nosy headmasters. "Albus, shouldn't you be at breakfast now?" "I had an early meeting at the ministry," Albus said with a smile. He moved away from the pile of books on the floor that he'd been examining to face Severus. "Well, I must say you look much better than the last time we spoke." Considering that the last time we spoke I was barely 2 days out of Azkaban and had had less than a day to recover from a Death Eater assault, that's hardly complimentary, Severus pointed out dryly. Merlin's beard, his eyes are twinkling again. What does he have planned now? Now, no need to be rude. How are things between you and the young Mr. Potter? We avoid each other as much as possible. If you didn't insist that he spend his nights in my quarters, doing his best to give me heart failure, it would be an excellent relationship. Now, Severus, it can't possibly be that bad. Severus ignored him. I noticed that you haven't been around the castle of late. I've been working at the ministry trying to ensure that some of the less qualified teachers won't be returning, and that their replacements will be more acceptable. In other words, you want Umbridge gone and you don't want any more of Fudge's lackeys in her place. Something to that effect, the headmaster agreed. Unfortunately, while the minister has lost considerable face with the return of you and young Mr. Potter, he does still have some backing. Particularly from families known to follow Voldemort. Severus forced himself not to wince at the name. Unsettling, but hardly unexpected. After all, if Fudge is removed, someone competent might end up with the office, and the Dark Lord can hardly have that. So she will be back. According to Muggles, it is better the devil you know, Albus said with a sigh. Although I doubt many of them have met Dolores. That isn't what I came down here to speak to you about, however. You've been making some headway with the WYRSA venom. Quite a lot, actually, Severus agreed. Granted, obtaining more ingredients is going to be extremely difficult, but there are Muggle villages in the region that know of the creatures and might be persuaded to trade with us for any kills they make. Given the creatures' taste for magic, I don't think there will be many wizards eager to go hunting. Although now that I think about it, that might be an interesting assignment to rid me of some of the more irritating students. A pair of red-headed twins sprang to mind, but he dismissed them after a moment's consideration. Knowing those two, they'd probably enjoy it. Perhaps Lovegood. Something to pursue, perhaps. Severus tried not to smirk at the older man's comment. It may have been intended as agreement for a trading contract with Muggles, but it dovetailed rather nicely with his less than complimentary thoughts as well. At least I know he still can't manage legilimency on me without my knowledge. If he noticed anything in Severus' expression, Dumbledore gave no sign of it as he continued. However, I have a contact with a wizard in Belarus who specializes in substance replication. I know it's rather dangerous, particularly with potions ingredients, but if you have any uncontaminated samples remaining, I would appreciate it if you would take one to the apothecary in Diagon Alley. He will see that it reaches Anton. Mucking about with artificial ingredients in potions was more along the lines of suicidal than rather dangerous, but with this particular ingredient the options they had were decidedly limited. As long as someone else mixes the first batch, I suppose. Why not just send it by owl post? Too great a chance of being intercepted, and I don't want a relatively unknown poison falling into the wrong hands. Severus nodded at that, and made a mental note to keep hidden from the Dark Lord the contents of the vials he'd brought back. Not particularly difficult. He wants potions that achieve specific effects, but he couldn't care less what goes into them. I have a batch simmering now, but I can go this afternoon. Excellent, my boy. Be careful. You've heard about the fight in Nocturne Alley a few days ago, I assume. Severus nodded. Alistair mentioned it. Is there anything else? No, that was all I needed. You are aware that classes will resume at the start of next week. The train will bring in the students Sunday evening. 6 more days. He couldn't decide whether having Harry out of his quarters was worth the return of the rest of the horde, but on the whole he rather thought not. I'm ecstatic. Albus smiled and nodded, ignoring the heavy sarcasm in Severus' voice. I will see you later then. And I'm glad you're finally taking the time to do some redecorating. Severus glared at his back for a moment, and then transferred his glare to the pile of books in the empty shelf. Redecorating. I take it back, the sooner the brat is back in Gryffindor Tower the better. If he was honest with himself, he had to admit that it wasn't even that the boy was an unpleasant houseguest. The destruction of his sitting room aside, he'd been basically polite and quieter than Severus had had any reason to suspect. He spent his days occupied elsewhere and kept his nose out of Severus' business. Unfortunately, the boy generally returned to his quarters in the evenings as soon as supper was finished. It made sense, really, since the other professors would go back to their quarters then as well, but however busy Severus' days were, he was accustomed to quiet in the evenings. Granted, the time never seemed to be Severus' own, but it was when he came out of his dimly lit lab. Strong light was harmful to certain potions, and read or graded or did other things that gave him a semblance of relaxation. He smirked. Grading papers was actually a wonderful way to relieve tension. His smirk faded quickly. With the boy there, well, Harry wasn't loud, but it wasn't the silence Severus was accustomed to either. Playing with a deck of wizarding cards, writing letters to his friends to be sent off with Hedwig, or that lunatic runt of an owl belonging to the Weasley boy, muttering things to himself while poring over Quidditch books. He couldn't justify confining the child to the small and windowless spare room, particularly after what his relatives had done, but he'd been tempted more than once when a random word or phrase had broken his concentration. He shook his head as he re-entered his workroom, setting a charm to notify him when noon had come. 6 more days. A muted rustling from the outer room not long after that he assumed was Harry returning drew his attention for a moment, but as it wasn't accompanied by any major explosions his attention returned to his work. When he finally exited the workroom after the noon chime had gotten too irritating to ignore, he found that the boy had indeed finished his work and was now scanning one of the books while munching his way through a stack of crackers. "Hello, Professor." "Harry," Severus acknowledged. He snapped his fingers for a house elf, and a moment later had a bowl of soup delivered for his lunch. "It seems the headmaster has detailed me for an errand in Diagon Alley today." The boy looked up at the statement. "You need new ingredients." "I need to make a delivery, actually. It will be a short trip, but if you were wishing to replace your broom I suppose you could come along and we could stop by the Quidditch shop for a few moments." "Only a few moments. Mind, I do have better things to do with my time than waste it on frivolous toys." Thinking about the Harry's evening activities had triggered the thought earlier. It makes more sense to do it now than wait for the headmaster to hear about the broom's destruction. We'd be making the trip then for certain. "That would be great, Professor. I need to stop at Gringotts first though." "Well, I did assume that even you would have more sense than to carry large sums of money on your person." "Do you have your key?" "In my trunk." "When are we going?" "Approximately an hour. You realize of course that we are bound to be seen by followers of the Dark Lord at some point." It was obvious from his expression that he hadn't considered that particular aspect of the trip, but he nodded anyway. "Yes, sir." "Then you will understand that you are not going wandering off on your own while we are there." "Why can't I go look at the other shops?" he objected. "I'm 15. And a most tempting target who's already gone missing once this month. Not to mention the fact that you've managed to wander off into Nocturne Alley on your own more than once in the past, and with an attack having occurred there less than a week ago." The brat still looked rebellious, and he frowned. "There is no point in giving the Dark Lord any more opportunities. Or the Wizarding World any more panic attacks. I can take care of myself for one afternoon." Severus glared. "This is not a matter for debate. You will agree to remain within my sight at all times or you will not go, is that clear?" The frown deepened. "Mr. Potter, did you hear me?" "Yes, sir," he finally returned grudgingly. "Your word." The brat was a Gryffindor. As ridiculous as Severus sometimes found the concept, he would keep his oath once it was given even without a wizard's binding on it. Of course he then assumes others will follow the same convention. Lunacy. Harry heaved a sigh. "I promise I'll stay with you when we go to Diagon Alley." Teenagers. You'd think he just agreed to give up his firstborn. "Thank you." Severus stood. "Now, a second point. Because we will be seen by said followers, it is critical that we maintain the image that we are as much at odds with each other as we have been for the past several years, if not more so. Do you believe that you will be able to manage?" "No problem, Professor." "Is that all?" As displeased as he looked at being unable to wander about on his own, Severus suspected he'd be well able to maintain a disrespectful brat facade for the whole of the trip. "That is all. I'm going to go down to Professor Flitwick's classroom then." "As you wish, but be back within the hour or I'll be going without you." Harry nodded, finishing the last of his crackers and heading for the door. "Hello, Professor," he greeted as he opened the door. "Greetings, Mr. Potter. It is fortunate that we meet at this time for I must warn you of a great darkness coming for you. I think his name is he who shall not be named." "It is a darkness," she continued as though he hadn't interrupted, "which will." "Sybil, the boy has errands to run." It was Severus' turn to interrupt. "Was there something that you needed?" As soon as her attention focused on him, Harry slipped out the door. "I wonder, if I dropped the bookshelf on her, would I have time to make it into my workroom before she recovered? My supply of applewood is critically low, and as you know I must have it to accurately foresee the future. I have foreseen that you will be making a trip to Diagon Alley and would be willing to pick up a bundle for me. Applewood has about as many prescient properties as Longbottom's toad, and Albus talks too much. So you just came to inform me that I'm running your errand. How nice of you. And to let you know that you are in serious danger. There is a shadow stalking you that will consume Severus closed his eyes. And I thought my day was getting better. Where should I pick up your ingredients? He asked when she paused for breath. If he didn't agree, it would no doubt lead to her hanging about in his quarters, wasting his time in an attempt to convince him, and while forcefully removing her from his quarters would provide definite temporary satisfaction, Albus would fuss at him about it and waste even more of his time. Share his splendid sensory sensations. Of course, what was I thinking? Well, if you'll excuse me, I have some work to finish before we go. He didn't wait for her response, slipping into his workroom and locking the door behind him before she could prevent his escape. Which didn't keep her from trying to speak through the door, but at least it muffled whatever she was saying. It took several minutes, but she finally gave up and there was blessed silence. For about 10 minutes. Severus, are you in there? I need to speak to you. What now? He put down the cauldron he was working in and turned to the door. Minerva could be more determined than Albus when she wanted something. Sybil, at least, had come in when the door was open, but Minerva must have used the private password he'd given her to get into his quarters. Only she and Albus, and temporarily Harry, had one. Everyone else had to knock like civilized, ignorable beings. Minerva and Albus also had passwords to his workroom should they ever need entrance, but since she hadn't used that one, he judged the situation to be slightly less than critical and took the time to preserve the contents of the cauldron correctly. I thought you were at the ministry, he said as he opened the door. Hello, Severus, it's good to see you also. Why yes, I'm doing quite well, and yourself? An unfortunate side effect to having had this particular colleague as a teacher was that it had left her more immune than most to his glare. Her smile didn't even waver. Albus and I are taking turns, but at this point it's more a matter of irritating Fudge than actually accomplishing anything. That's rather a satisfying end in itself, he pointed out. But I assume you came here with some particular purpose, as opposed to simply joining the legions determined to annoy me today. I had wondered whether you had noticed anything out of the ordinary about young Mr. Potter recently. Such as, his behavior has been rather subdued, as late. The other professors have noticed it as well. You mean he's managed to avoid placing himself in any potentially life-threatening situations in the time we've been back? Followed all of the rules for more than 24 hours at a stretch. I'm amazed. Severus, Minerva, we were trapped in a jungle for days, and spent most of that wandering with no real idea where we were going or what would happen to us. We then faced a threat no wizards have faced in decades, defeated said threat, and then spent just as much time in a village where we didn't speak the language trying to defeat an enemy even more difficult to fight and no less dangerous. It's natural that the brat would be a bit tired after that series of events. I'm tired. She shook her head. It's more than that. He's spent most of his time in the library or volunteering to help the other professors clean classrooms. He hasn't gone outside once that anyone has noticed, not even to visit the Quidditch pitch. His broom was damaged in the jungle. I assume after he's replaced it he'll be much more active. He's also being overly polite. Apparently at meals he doesn't even speak unless someone speaks to him first, and if he calls me ma'am one more time. He's developed a basic sense of manners and you're worried. It was her turn to glare at him. You were telling me that you've noticed nothing in the time he's been staying with you. Minerva, I see him at night and occasionally during meals. They hadn't resumed occlumency lessons yet. By mutual consent they'd decided to wait a few days to let themselves recover from their ordeal. Severus more than Harry, the Dementors had called forth entirely too many memories he didn't want viewed, and given that the boy had shown he could reverse a legilimens it seemed a wise precaution. However, Harry had neither objected nor had any more nightmares, so Severus judged that tomorrow or the next day would soon enough. I've had work to do, and frankly I'm rather pleased that he's seen fit to make himself scarce. Her glare didn't waver, and he sighed. He will be accompanying me to Diagon Alley today. If I notice any of the same behavior, I will let you know. She continued to look at him expectantly. No, I will not. You are his head of house. If he is having some kind of problem, it is your duty to deal with it. He'll be staying with you for the next few days, she finally said. Those days would likely be more pleasant if he was behaving normally. More pleasant for whom? Tell me, am I the only person that remembers that this is the same child who broke through our guardians on the stone? snuck into the Chamber of Secrets, secretly conspired with an escaped prisoner. I know his history, I was there as well. Then, in Merlin's name, why do you think that him behaving slightly more cautiously is a bad thing? And now she was looking at him as though he'd turned in a furry saucer for his transfiguration homework rather than the mouse he was supposed to produce. It never had been his best subject. He's not being more cautious, Severus, he's being nervous. And what do you expect me to do about it? Talk to him. Perhaps he'll open up to you. To me, yes. I believe you've spent a bit too much time in Fudge's company recently. I hadn't actually been aware that stupidity was catching. He was willing to tell you about his family. I had no idea. Severus refrained from a sarcastic comment about that particular situation by only the barest margins, and only because she was clearly still quite upset that she hadn't known. He didn't precisely choose to reveal the information. Occlumency lessons do tend to draw forth unpleasant memories. Never mind that the amount of force that he'd applied to bring out that particular event had been more than slightly stronger than strictly necessary. If he chooses to reveal anything else to me, I will deal with it as I see fit, he finally consented, unwilling to promise anything more specific. She seemed to sense that that was as far as he was willing to go. I would expect no less. You could, of course, take the matter up with him yourself. She looked surprisingly uncertain, and he shook his head. If you've finished your errand, could you possibly take your leave and allow me to perhaps accomplish something this afternoon? Thank you, Severus, and you have a good day as well, she said with a smile as she turned for the door. You've taken your books down, are you redecorating? Don't let the panel hit you on the way out. Whatever she had to say in response to that, and he had no doubt that she'd given some rejoinder. Minerva was one colleague who always gave as good as she got. He missed as he'd already slipped back into his workroom. Half an hour after her visit, he and Harry were walking to the edges of Hogwarts grounds in silence. It wasn't a particularly uncomfortable silence, at least as compared to what it would have been a week or two before, but now that Minerva had said something he did notice that it was unusual for him to remain quiet for that long without something occupying his attention. And what, precisely, does she expect me to do at this point? Insist that he chatter. Not to mention that Harry's silence was hardly the only thing he had to worry about. One of the reasons that he'd decided on apparating to Diagon Alley rather than chancing the Flow network was that the Dark Lord had to know that Harry was back at Hogwarts now. During the school year the chances of catching someone useful were fairly remote, but with so few people staying there right now he wouldn't put it past the creature to set some sort of trap for anyone joining the network at that particular junction. The trick would only work once, but once would be more than enough. Even if it didn't catch the brat, he'd no doubt love to thin the ranks of professors on the side of light and replace them with a minion or two of his own. And with my luck, they'd likely be even more noxious than Umbridge. Severus apparated them directly into the apothecary. He was one of the man's most prolific customers and wasn't overly worried about anything happening to him there. Remember your promise, he ordered Harry under his breath. So help me, if you even think about pulling one of your disappearing acts I'll make you sorry that you even thought about getting on the train this year. He remembered a moment too late the situation at the brat's relatives' home and almost wished the words back, but Harry seemed to take the threat in the spirit it was intended and merely shot him a disgruntled glare. I said I'd stay with you. And Minerva is worried that he's being overly polite. Come to think of it, his temper had been in evidence this morning after the bookshelf fiasco as well. The other professors simply worried too much about their precious golden boy. See that you do, and remember, we are likely to be observed. Severus annoyed the store clerk to no end by insisting on seeing the proprietor and refusing to leave his burden with anyone else, but eventually he did get his way and they turned back for the entrance. And so it begins. Hurry up, Mr. Potter, he ordered sharply as he crossed the threshold, raising his voice slightly. Bad enough that Dumbledore insisted that I bring you with me, I'll not tolerate you wasting my time. Harry's glare darkened and he muttered something that sounded decidedly uncomplimentary under his breath. And keep a civil tongue in your head unless you'd like to spend the rest of your time at Hogwarts in detention. Oh, right, because you're a model of polite behavior. That was, almost, a clever response. Mr. Potter, Whether school is in session or not, I assure you that you are required to treat me and every other professor with at least a modicum of respect. Now as we stand, you'll be scrubbing cauldrons in your free time until school begins again and for a good while afterwards. Unless you'd care to make your situation worse, I suggest that you close your mouth and follow me." Out of the corner of his eye he caught a flash of another Gryffindor brat who'd likely spread the tale of this conversation to all her little friends. Good. No doubt there were a few members of the other houses around as well, so the idea that he and Potter were still at odds wouldn't be shaken despite the time they'd been forced to spend together. It wouldn't be bad to be seen as even more contentious than usual, particularly if he's going to be serving detentions with me at least 2 days a week for the foreseeable future. He spun on his heel and strode off down the street without a glance back. The quicker thump of footfalls just behind him indicated that the boy was trotting slightly to keep up with the faster pace his longer legs could set, and he dropped back a bit with the pretense of slowing for the crowd as they approached Gringotts. "Ah, Mr. Potter," one of the goblins greeted them as they entered. "And Professor Snape as well. How can I help you gentlemen?" Severus sneered. "It seems that Mr. Potter needs access to his vault. He has his key, right here," Harry said, producing it from a fold of his robes. "Come along, then, unless you don't want," he trailed off with a glance at Snape. "I guess he has to come. I'm not supposed to leave his sight." Another glare. This one was probably less than half feigned. "You guessed correctly," Severus responded. "Let's have this done with. I have other errands to complete today." Thanks entirely to an insane divination teacher and a chatty headmaster. He was silent for the ride down to the vault, but Harry apparently knew the goblin, Griphook, well enough to ask a few questions. He realized as he stepped off the cart that he was about to enter perhaps the last place he ever expected Potter would be having fits. He glanced down at his student who was listening intently to some obscure defensive mechanism the goblin was describing. Well, the elder Potter, at least. The idea of James Potter spinning in his grave as he watched his old schoolyard enemy enter his vault made him feel decidedly cheerful. "Today, if you don't mind." The two ceased conversation long enough to open the door, and the three of them stepped inside. "How much will you be withdrawing?" Griphook asked. Professor, how much do I need for a broom?" Severus shrugged and moved towards the pile. It was impressive, certainly, but he'd been inside the Prince vaults when they'd been near their peak. For a decent broom, he pulled a small pile of coins to one side. "And if I want one like Sirius got me, twice that, I would say." He pulled out the appropriate amount and then glanced at the goblin who'd gone off to examine another pile against the wall of the vault. "You may wish to consider testing several different brooms rather than simply selecting a copy of that which your godfather chose, however," he offered in a low tone. "You may find one which suits you better." Harry didn't look convinced, and he shrugged and gestured at the larger pile. "Regardless, there is more than enough there to purchase whatever type you should desire." The goblin was returning to them, and he sneered slightly. "Now perhaps we've wasted enough time here, and we can finally move on." "Yes, Professor." Harry gathered the coins into his sack and Griphook transported them back to the surface. Severus stepped out into the sunlight slightly ahead of the brat, turning towards the Quidditch shop, only to be halted by the sight of two blondes blocking the walk in front of them. Merlin's beard. "I do not need this now." He forced a pleasant expression onto his face. "Lucius, Draco, how nice to see you." Both blondes' expressions were schooled into arrogant but attempting pleasant masks, although Lucius still managed to project just a hint of cultured menace that Severus had on occasion wished he could duplicate. "I didn't expect to meet you here today," Severus said, keeping his tone even. "If I had, I'd have put off our trip or sent someone else with the venom. I had an errand to run, and my son chose to accompany me," Lucius returned smoothly, gesturing at Draco. While Severus had no love for the older Malfoy, any admiration of Lucius that he might have had back when he was a student at Hogwarts had long since faded. He was rather fond of the younger, something of an honorary uncle to the boy. He highly doubted that Draco had been given a choice this morning. In fact, the boy looked decidedly more pale than usual, and his eyes were carefully blank. Still, Severus was more concerned with the predatory look the older wizard was aiming at the Harry. "He's going to invite us to a meal," and no blather about what the headmaster expects is going to deter him. No doubt it's going to be in one of the back alleys, small and secluded. I can think of 3 offhand where a kidnapping would go wholly unremarked. Where is a nice, distracting aura when you need one? Perhaps you and Mr. Potter would like to join my son and myself for lunch. I've heard the new restaurant on Belbourne Street is palatable, Lucius offered, with a smile that showed just a few more teeth than was strictly polite. Damn, for once he wouldn't have objected to being wrong. If he'd been alone he'd have been more than willing to keep the elder Malfoy distracted, remove his focus from his son while the boy recovered from whatever trauma he'd been subjected to this morning, but with Harry along. Before he could say anything, Harry interrupted. I'm not really hungry, Professor. What was the brat, suicidal? The less attention he drew to himself the better, particularly if he was doing something to irritate the elder Malfoy. And when you consider the fact that his very existence is an irritant. Mr. Potter, should I ever desire your views on a particular subject, as unlikely as that scenario is, I assure you that I will ask. Until such a time, kindly remember that no one is interested in your opinions and you would do better not to interrupt your elders. He made a dismissive gesture in the boys' direction and noted the matching smirks on the Malfoys' faces. Not that either of them were going to be happy with what he was about to say, but there was no way he could accept the invitation and expect to get his pupil back to Hogwarts in one piece. Unfortunately, we have already eaten, so I'm afraid we will have to decline your invitation. Lucius' expression darkened considerably. Just a drink, then, perhaps. I have very little time left before Albus sends someone looking for him, Severus said dryly, indicating Harry. The man's being more paranoid than usual of late. Albus would cheerfully forgive him the lie, but he didn't want to think about what this was going to mean the next time he was called before the Dark Lord. Lucius had the creature's ear in a way no one else did, and if he cared to plant suggestions that Severus wasn't working towards the Dark Lord's objective as hard as he should be. I insist, Lucius pressed. It will be my treat. I had of course heard of your disappearance down at the ministry, and it sounds like you had quite an experience. That's certainly one way of putting it, Severus said dryly, scanning the crowd surrounding them. All he needed was one person who knew him who'd be willing to interrupt and he might be able to get them out of the situation without causing a stir. Unfortunately Malfoy's reputation was well known and other shoppers were giving the little group quite a wide berth. We'd love to hear about it. After all, it isn't every day that you get to visit another continent. The bottomless barrel just down the block. Down the block and half a dozen shops into Nocturne Alley. Lucius is usually smoother than that. I still have errands I must complete this afternoon, and the shadows seem to be catching up with us today. He flicked his eyes to the side, hoping that Lucius would take his comment and accompanying gesture to mean that he and Potter had someone trailing them rather than an obscure way to say that it was getting late. Neither statement was true, but it was the best he could manage on short notice. A muscle twitched in the other man's jaw, and Severus kept his expression carefully even. Malfoy, there you are, Snape, good to see you. A short, stocky man with graying hair approached at a quick trot. Reginald Davis was another member of the Dark Lord's inner circle, Severus recognized with a sinking heart. There was Muggle blood in his family only a generation back, but, as with Severus himself, the Dark Lord was willing enough to overlook such matters for the services the man provided. Most of which Severus didn't personally care to contemplate. Surely they can't plan to abduct him in the middle of Diagon Alley, they can't even have known we were coming. In one of the less reputable locations it might be possible to find a few accomplices on short notice, but not here. His half-sarcastic wish for an aura or two a few moments ago was rapidly becoming a genuine desire. Perhaps I should have fire-called Alistair and told him about our errand. He would have assigned someone to follow us even if he couldn't come himself, and we would have a shadow in truth. The man nodded jerkily to Severus, but clearly his business was with the Malfoys. He didn't even spare a glance for Harry, and equally clearly he was impatient. Lucius, if I could have a word. So it wasn't Potter they were after just now. The thought wasn't as reassuring as it should have been. When Lucius shot an irritated look at his son, Severus decided that he could at least offer the child an excuse to remove himself from his father's company for a short period. Dumbledore seems to feel that this one. He jerked an arm carelessly at Potter. needs his broom replaced with the utmost haste, and as such I've been detailed to escort him to the Quidditch shop before we return to Hogwarts. Perhaps Draco would care to accompany us now and you two could conduct your business privately. Yes, fine, Lucius waved his hand, dismissing his son with a brusque order to meet me at Twilfit and Tattings in half an hour, and turning with Davis toward Knockturn Alley without a second glance. Have you eaten? Severus asked Draco quietly as he departed. As I said, we don't have time to stop for a formal lunch, but you could certainly pick up a snack. I'm not hungry, sir. Curiosity and animosity seemed to be warring in Harry's eyes as he and Draco traded glares, but wonder of wonders he managed to keep his mouth shut when the blonde didn't offer immediate provocation. The three of them made their way to the Quidditch shop fairly quickly and with no more conversation. Potter, go find yourself something acceptable and don't be all day about it, Severus snapped. The boy opened his mouth to protest, but a sharp look sent him on his way. Draco was making a show of examining one of the broom repair kits along the store wall, and no doubt seeing none of them since the day Lucius allowed his son to be seen on a broom that was in less than perfect condition was the day that the Dark Lord and Albus would sit down to tea, and after ensuring that Potter would be spending the next while immersed in a comparison of broom styles, Severus went to Draco's side. It appears you've had an eventful morning, he commented. The boy seemed willing to take him up on the offer of conversation. Father wished me to accompany him to a business meeting. It didn't go well. Business meeting could mean anything from discussing the next year's financial moves to a torture and murder session with a family of muggles, but he couldn't precisely come out and ask. As far as he knew, the boy wasn't yet directly privy to any of the Death Eaters' activities, but realistically it was only a matter of time. Not enough time. Not nearly enough. Father was attempting to purchase some rather rare potions ingredients and got upset when the negotiations weren't as successful as he had hoped. Well, compared to what he could have been viewing, the fact that it had been simple negotiations was a relief. Although Severus had known for some time that the Dark Lord was interested in having the younger Malfoy pursue a mastery in potions, but whether as an apprentice to or a replacement for himself remained to be seen. If Draco was going to be the recipient of rare and apparently expensive potions ingredients without Severus supervising his potion-making attempts, so far he hadn't been asked, or rather told, to do so, replacement seemed the more likely alternative. As long as he served a purpose for the creature, Severus knew that he probably wouldn't be dispensed with in a fit of rage, but if there was another master available to take his position, even an inexperienced one, he forced himself to banish the thoughts, at least temporarily. At his current level of competency there wasn't a great deal that Draco could accomplish that another member of the Dark Lord's circle couldn't manage just as well, although to be sure there were some fairly simple potions that could be made immensely powerful with specific ingredients. As to the future, Severus had known since before the pain of the mark had first faded from his arm that his lifespan was likely to be cut short, and while he could at least temporarily bar his student from a mastery, in the end it would do neither of them any good. Merlin, let this farce be over before it comes to that. He has another 2 years at Hogwarts and then 3 minimum for a mastery. Draco is a good student, but not good enough to have it done sooner. We can't let the war drag on that long. Not if I am to remain sane, at least. Another train of thought he was accustomed to forcing aside, and he brought himself back to the present with a slight shake. Right now his purposes would be better served by determining what ingredients Lucius had been trying to acquire and figuring out what the Dark Lord had wished the teenager to make. Best to assume that Draco had been given access to some of the unicorn blood as well. Plan for the worst, and then assume it's twice as bad as that. And it might not be as bad as he feared. After all, Draco had made no attempt to conceal the topic of negotiations from him, so the Dark Lord might have simply not gotten around to sending the order. As he was determining how best to phrase his question, the boy seemed to recognize what he was looking at and jerked his arm back as if burned. I need new riding gloves. He turned for the shelves in the rear as Potter came back towards Severus with what appeared to be a new broom in his hands. Severus didn't recognize the type offhand, but that didn't necessarily mean anything. He might be capable of casual conversation about the current Quidditch season, but that didn't mean that he in any way kept up with equipment trends and the like. I'm ready, Professor. Amuse yourself for a bit longer. I assume there is something in here that will hold your attention. Professor. He blinked at Severus' glare. Yes, sir. But it seemed the moment had been broken, and when he approached Draco again he wasn't able to engage the boy in anything beyond a superficial conversation about the different glove styles. Eventually the half-hour Lucius had allotted his son had passed, and Severus and Harry detoured slightly from their trip to share his splendid sensory sensations, just thinking that made Severus' teeth hurt, to escort him to the clothing shop. He left them with a stiff nod for Severus and a glare for Harry. Prat, Harry muttered. I'm sure he feels much the same. Severus returned quietly before raising his voice for the benefit of the people around them. What, your ego can't handle the fact that there are at least a few students in the school who haven't joined your little fan club? He's the one who walks around with his nose in the air acting like we should all bow down before him. He carries himself like a proper wizard, unlike you and your little friends who insist on lurking in the corridors after curfew, doing your best to break every rule at Hogwarts. Two children in blue and bronze badges skittered out of their way. And you call him arrogant? Typical Gryffindor. Green eyes glittered. Lurking. We aren't the ones with our rooms in the dun. That will be enough out of you. I have work to do back at Hogwarts and your errands have wasted enough of my time. Technically this was Sybil's errand, but he was annoyed enough at using lurking, a bad selection of words considering the argument, that he didn't feel like splitting hairs. It certainly wasn't his errand after all. I've told you multiple times today that you will keep a civil tongue in your head. If you can't manage that, I'll see that you won't speak for the rest of the day. He gestured menacingly with his wand. Am I understood? Fine, Professor. Loud disagreement in the middle of Diagon Alley concluded. The two of them continued on in silence. Shara's splendid sensory stupidity was at the far end of the alley, and as the crowd began to thin, the instincts that had saved Severus more than once in the past started sounding warnings. There was no way that Lucius could have known where they were going, or even if they would still be in the alley at all after visiting the Quidditch shop, but Severus wouldn't put it past him to ask a few of the others supporting the Dark Lord to do a little window shopping on the off chance that they might get another chance at Harry. It stood to reason that several of them would have been in the vicinity of Tatting since escorting Draco there after having invited him to join them was only courteous. A casual scan didn't reveal any immediately familiar faces, but then there was no guarantee it would. Not all of the Dark Lord's followers took the Dark Mark or even reported to him directly, and of those there were at least two that he'd never seen without a mask on. He stepped sideways, neatly shifting positions to put Harry on the inside and himself on the street side. Right after he confessed to Albus about joining the Dark Lord, he'd had several nightmares like this, feelings of eyes on him with no way to determine just who they were or what they were planning to do to him. It was unsettling to say the least. Professor, Harry asked quietly. This was neither the time nor the place for a discussion of tactics. Eyes forward and keep walking. There wasn't anywhere near enough cover down here, and he was tempted to simply grab the boy and apparate them both back to Hogwarts immediately. Unfortunately, if I do that, I might as well send the Dark Lord a howler to tell him my actual opinion of him and his plans for the wizarding world. My credibility is going to be low enough after the scene earlier. While Harry's safety might be paramount and if they were truly threatened he wouldn't hesitate to get them out however necessary, it would be idiotic to sacrifice his own position in the Dark Lord's ranks for nothing. Professor. This time the question was asked more quietly, and a casual glance down showed the boy's wand tucked up in his sleeve with only the point visible. He'd dropped his own into a similar position, and when he spoke his voice was just loud enough to be audible to the child beside him. Tell me, Mr. Potter, have you learned how to apparate? No, sir, we can't even take lessons until 6th year. So much for suggesting that he take himself back and Severus could continue on. I should have brought a portkey. He had several specially, and quite illegally, prepared that he took with him when the Dark Lord was having a meeting outside his apparition range, but it hadn't occurred to him that he might need one on a simple errand. Well, there's a mistake I won't make a second time. Assuming I live long enough to get the chance. The shops they were passing were nothing special, family-owned, mostly, and he racked his brain trying to figure out which ones belonged to wizards definitely on the side of light. Unfortunately the more popular shops, the ones that everyone frequented and thus the most was known about, were in the opposite direction and he couldn't think of the last time he'd come this far out. Kestrel, Stein, Zeller, Zeller. The name was familiar, but he couldn't immediately place it until a rather round girl in a yellow and black robe darted into the alley with a package clutched under her arm. Zeller, Rose, first-year Hufflepuff. While there was no absolute guarantee that her parents weren't Voldemort supporters, Hufflepuff was by and large the most tolerant house, and it was more likely than not that they'd be neutral at worst. And their options were becoming more and more limited. He didn't like the look of one of the men lurking at the window of the next shop up at all. He stepped sideways and neatly shoved Harry through the door. "Can I help you?" a woman at the counter asked. I was looking for a new cage for my owl," Harry fumbled. The brat wasn't a particularly good actor, Severus decided, but since he didn't have anything offhand that he needed to purchase in a store offering the best supplies available for your feathered, furred, and scaled wizarding friends, it would do as an explanation for their presence. "If he buys something here, I can legitimately apparate us back to Hogwarts with the excuse we've completed our errands." Not that Lucius, and by extension the Dark Lord, wouldn't be furious that the plan to capture Harry hadn't worked, but at least it wouldn't be quite so obvious that it was Severus doing. Harry was browsing the shelves with the woman pointing out various features in different cage styles. "Today, Mr. Potter." "Yes, Professor. I'd like this one, please." At least the boy had the galleons on him to pay for the thing, and if the woman took far too long to wrap it for his tastes, it did give him time to survey the alley through the window. A man across the street was watching the door with what appeared to be rather too much intensity for his tastes, and another man a few doors down looked naggingly familiar. In the other direction, he averted his eyes quickly, hopefully before a certain blonde caught him looking. Draco was nowhere in sight, but it was highly unlikely that Lucius was waiting outside a cosmetics shop because he was interested in the merchandise. Harry finally collected his purchase, and Severus put a hand on his shoulder to apparate them both to relative safety, only to be met with a block. Bloody hell, anti-apparition wards. If Lucius or one of the other supporters of the Dark Lord had set them, they were doomed, but that amount of magic took a great deal of focus and energy. Albus was the only wizard he knew of who could set them at will without a great deal of preparation. "There is an apartment above the shop. Merlin, let that be the cause." It was rude to apparate directly into a dwelling, and setting up anti-apparition wards around one's house wasn't uncommon. With a building like this, doing both stories would actually have taken less energy than one, so it was a likely possibility. There had been time and line of sight enough while they were walking to have cast it upon them then, but spellcasting like that in the middle of Diagon Alley where anyone could have seen them, or stepped between them and the spell, wasn't something he thought Lucius would chance. "Professor, what's wrong?" He glanced back and found the shopkeeper otherwise occupied. "We've been followed, and I'd say there are at least 3 wizards ready to ambush us outside." Harry's eyes widened and his wand dropped further into his hand. "Malfoy." The shopkeeper turned towards them slightly, and Severus glared. "Keep your voice down. What do we do? Can we go out the back?" It wouldn't have been a bad suggestion if, of course, the store had had a back exit. "Miss Granger does most of your planning, doesn't she?" He waved at hand, and the frown that crossed Harry's face. Later, a quick survey of the shop didn't reveal any more doors. Not even a stockroom. "No doubt Ms. Zeller would object to me blasting a hole through her wall." Pity. He was half tempted to try anyway, but the odds of it working were minuscule at best. Not to mention that it would make coming in here in the first place completely pointless as far as misleading the Dark Lord went. "We're apparating the moment we're out the door. Let me go first." "Ready." Harry had his new broom tucked up under one arm and the cage he'd just purchased hanging from his fingers awkwardly, leaving his wand hand free. Not that it would do him any good against those wizards. Severus snorted slightly and then stepped confidently towards the door. Harry was quite literally on his heels. Normally he'd have had something to say about that, but this was hardly the time. It was possible that the ones lying in wait would simply stun him and grab the boy, but hopefully they still believed he was on their side and would allow them both to make it past the wards. And to enhance the deception, "Mr. Potter, I swear you quite possibly the most insufferable pupil I've ever had the misfortune to meet." He heard rustle as the shopkeeper spun at his sudden outburst, and there was a squeak as a girl ducked back out the door. Apparently the young Miss Zeller had finished her errand, but his attention was focused on the forward. Harry was silent for a long moment, but as Severus continued walking he found his voice. I'm insufferable. Me, you're the one whose lives in a dungeon and gets his amusement by torturing teenagers. I mean, couldn't you find anyone your own? Severus crossed the threshold and stepped sideways slightly to allow Harry out as well, reaching quickly for the boy's shoulder. That is enough out of you. We are leaving. His hand made contact with Harry's shoulder, and he crunched them down immediately. Tried to. Anyway, there was a horrible tug and he felt his body start to separate. No, this is not happening. Something had struck him in the midst of disapparition, something he had been in no way prepared for. Apparition was a tricky thing. You had to know where you were, your parts as well as physical location, and where you were going. Side along was worse because you had to be equally aware of your passenger or you could both end up splinched. Or, what was worse in his mind, melded. There was a particularly gruesome story about a woman who'd tried to side along with her owl and had ended up exchanging several major internal organs with the thing. She hadn't lived long enough to even attempt a reversal. This seemed to be the opposite of melding, though it was a fierce fight to hold himself and Harry together. He wasn't sure it was a battle he could win. He could probably quit now and return them to Diagon Alley, but that would leave them in the same situation that they'd left. Possibly worse without knowing what this thing is. With my luck it would truly tear us apart given half a chance. He could feel his strength waning quickly. If I have to, I'll drop the boy, get myself to Hogwarts, and notify the accidental magical reversal squad. Dropping a passenger halfway was guaranteed to leave them in pieces, but Harry was better off splinched than in the Dark Lord's hands. As far as he knew, Lucius had few or no friends on the reversal squad. It was considered something of a low-class occupation, but even if he did, by the time he'd be able to contact them, Harry would be back in one piece in the castle and it wouldn't matter. Severus wasn't going to give up quite that easily, though. He'd apparated himself back to the edge of the Hogwarts wards only partially conscious and in screaming pain more than once, and he should damn well be able to manage this now with his full attention on the task. He put all the magic he could draw into one final pull, and the world went black for a moment. Relatio. Petrificus totalis. Severus twisted, shaking off the effects of the forced apparition to bring his own wand to bear, only to find an arm lying on the ground several meters away, apparently petrified. Harry was staring at it as well, his wand still outstretched. What is that thing? I think it's part of the man who tried to snatch me. I followed you out the door, and you started to disapparate us, and then this man grabbed my other shoulder. I tried to shake him off, but everything was pulling in different directions. A side-along apparition when he didn't even know he had a second passenger. No wonder it had been so difficult. No wonder he hadn't recognized it as well. It wasn't a stunt any sane wizard or witch would even consider trying. It's lucky that any of us made it through unsplinched. He considered the arm for a moment. No distinguishing features, and it wasn't the arm that would hold the dark mark to determine if its owner was a Death Eater. I wonder, if I hit it, would it keep them from reconstituting him? What should we do about that? Harry asked with a nod towards the limb. I suppose I'll notify the ministry when we get back to the castle. As amusing as it would be to leave the man with one arm, it would be more useful to find out who he was. Of course, Severus also planned to report the attempted kidnapping, not that that charge would stick with the idiots running the ministry now, especially if Lucius got involved, but he could suggest that Kingsley get the man's name and see about a little discreet, or not so discreet, if Alistair decided to become involved. Questioning would reveal. Are you certain that you're in one piece? Harry was decidedly pale, but his breathing was even and his wand had disappeared. Yes, sir. Can I fly back? Certainly. 2 more steps and they'd be through the wards, but even so, the faster the boy could get to the castle itself the better. A thought came to him, and even with what had just occurred, Severus had to smile. In fact, you may locate Sybil for me and let her know that we weren't able to complete her little errand. And I may be spared that woman's company for at least a few more hours. Harry glared. Are you sure you don't want to tell her yourself? His smile morphed into a smirk. Quite. I will notify the ministry and then be in my workroom until dinner. He'd also pass a message on to the rest of the staff that Harry shouldn't be taken off Hogwarts grounds at any point in the near future. The teenager grumbled a bit more but swung onto his broom with the new cage in one hand and sent it zipping towards the castle without further argument. Severus kept an eye on it just in case. He was surprised at dinner when Harry didn't put in an appearance. Teenagers were always hungry in his experience, and teenage males in particular, but then the brat had just gotten a new broom and was probably eager to make up for lost time on his rule-breaking. He made a mental note to put a temporary locating spell or two on the broom when Harry returned to his quarters. No doubt I'll be blamed if the child manages to get himself killed on one ridiculous stunt or another. Almost all of the staff was back now. Neither Albus nor Hagrid were in their usual seats, but other than them the only missing figures were Sybil and Devon. Devon because he was still visiting with his new niece, and Sybil probably because she'd forgotten what time they ate. It wouldn't be the first time. There was an owl waiting for him in his quarters, a coded message from Alistair, and with a scrawled note for the teenager he headed back upstairs to the flow. The code wasn't one for particular urgency, but it wasn't a when you have leisure time message either. Probably because he knows I'm not likely to have leisure time for the next 3 months. This is quicker than I expected, though. He'd thought it would be a day or two before they would get together and discuss the kidnapping attempt, at least long enough for the man who'd splinched himself to be thoroughly interrogated under one pretense or another. Regardless, it needed to be discussed, and needed to pass on what the younger Malfoy had revealed as well. One of the other members might be able to track down what rare potions ingredients had been traded recently, another clue as to the Dark Lord's plans if he neglected to reveal them to Severus directly. It wasn't quite a full order meeting, Severus discovered as he reached the Black Estate, but it wasn't far from it. The Mutt and the Werewolf were even in attendance, despite the fact that they'd been dispatched to the continent to make contact with several disparate groups at about the same time the term began. The rest of the Order had seen it as a good way to keep them safely away from England while still doing useful work. Personally, Severus had supported the idea simply because it kept the two of them far, far away from him. Albus, on the other hand, seemed to be absent. Unusual but not unheard of, although without him to distract some of the more impetuous members. Perhaps I should have made up some more of the headache potion. It seems rather much for a kidnapping attempt, especially bringing that Mutt in. Snape, Alistair greeted. What do you make of this? And Minerva complains of my manners. He took the item that had been thrust in his direction cautiously. This was a rather innocuous-looking clear stone with some kind of dark center. A dark liquid center, he realized upon closer examination, and the casing was more crystalline than stone. It doesn't look like anything I'm familiar with. An offensive weapon, perhaps. An inefficient means of transporting an explosive, the crystal would dampen the effect. But a hallucinogen, or poison, perhaps. Some crystals will dissolve in a liquid. He frowned as he picked it up. It wasn't precisely heavy, but it was far too large to be easily slipped into someone's teacup. Arthur Weasley came in behind him. Molly was already seated, and he passed the item on. Where did you find it? Found it in the remains of a house in Altamira, Spain, the werewolf answered. One of the Death Eaters abroad we've been keeping an eye on. Not much else was intact. Who? Has he been confirmed dead or was just his property destroyed? Why do you want to know? He sneered right back at the Mutt. I forget sometimes, not all of us are capable of logical thought. If he is dead, we're looking at 3 possibilities. Number 1. The Dark Lord didn't do it, and we have a possible ally. Number 2. The Dark Lord did kill him, in which case we know little more than we did before. He certainly wouldn't be the first follower disposed of for one reason or another. And number 3, he was working on something for the Dark Lord that went wrong. Just because he didn't recognize the thing as an offensive weapon didn't guarantee that either it or something else that had been in the house wasn't one, and trial and error wasn't the way to find out. Rather ironic actually, the majority of those resisting the Dark Lord incinerating themselves for him while trying to figure out how his henchman died. Or he. The name is Marcus Dantello, isn't dead, Alistair put in. According to your reports, no body was ever recovered. And if he isn't dead, well, someone went to some trouble to make it appear he is. Being dead is a wonderful cover. I'd say he's dead, the werewolf offered. After that explosion, well, there wouldn't have been much of a body left to find. A lot of power to expend just to fake a death when a simple fire would have worked just as well. Either way, I'd personally like to know how that thing, whatever it is, survived, Arthur Weasley put in. It's no kind of muggle creation. He'd know if anyone would. I know Dantello only by reputation, Severus said after a moment, taking the object to examine again. He's not known for any particular creativity, but he has obtained some interesting toys for the Dark Lord in the past. Mostly from the wizards in the Orient and Northern Africa. He'd just gotten back from a trip to Eastern Asia when we were assigned to watch him, the Mutt confirmed with some reluctance. One of the attendants at the long-distance flow station said that he'd brought back a large trunk with him. Severus nodded slightly. Can we open it? Why? How he ever completed 7 years at Hogwarts is utterly beyond me. The crystal doesn't seem to have any attendant power, obviously, which means if this does anything the power is contained in the liquid. Granted your scholastic abilities were abysmal, but even you should realize that visual examination is hardly the most efficient means of determining the properties of a potion. The Mutt opened his mouth to respond and was silenced by the werewolf. Probably the most intelligent thing Lupin's done all month. Alistair. I haven't tried. Do we have any guarantee that it won't kill us all? I doubt it's explosive, Severus said. Even as a failsafe that's rather extreme. And difficult to keep stable if other ingredients are being added. By the same reasoning, I doubt it contains poison, not if it's supposed to have any function other than poisoning people. I'm not suggesting we drink it, obviously. Although if the Mutt wants to volunteer I wouldn't object. I wonder if anyone's mentioned to him that Harry is staying with me until Hogwarts reopens. He suspected that the Mutt's reaction to that would almost be amusing enough to balance out his irritation at keeping the child in his quarters, but he didn't particularly want to bring the subject up in front of so many bystanders. Perhaps I should encourage Harry to mention it in one of his letters. He had no doubt it hadn't been done already by virtue of the fact that he hadn't had to deflect any hexes yet. If I was going to kill someone, I wouldn't do it with that, Alistair said, bringing him back to the subject at hand. It's an inconvenient size. And material, Severus agreed. Of course this leaves us with the issue of how to open it. Alistair shook his head. I think I would prefer to take it back with me to the Ministry and examine it in the Department of Mysteries. There are protections available there that we don't have here. And Medowitch is on hand, Arthur Weasley added. Watch who is aware you have it, Severus warned. The Dark Lord may have spies we don't know of. I'll see what else I can find out about Dantello. And see to it that Potter stays out of Diagon Alley without a proper guard from now on, Alistair said, giving Severus a half glare. He wasn't sure whether it was for the incident with Harry or the warning he'd just given, quite unnecessary considering the person he was speaking to, but Severus nodded slightly. I've notified the rest of the staff that he should be kept on Hogwarts grounds until further notice. What are you talking about? What happened to Harry? The Mutt demanded. Is he all right? I swear, if you've done anything to hide. Aside from having a godfather with the mental capacity slightly less than that of the average flea, he's perfectly fine, Severus interrupted. Remind me again which one of us fell through a port gate and... Lucius and several unidentified supporters of the Dark Lord attempted to kidnap Potter today, Alistair interrupted, splitting a full glare between the two of them. Severus notified Kingsley who arrested Capshaw. After he was reconstituted, of course. We'll be making a full report after we've had time to do an interrogation under Veritaserum. Capshaw, the werewolf asked. The name doesn't sound familiar. We hadn't recorded him as a Dark Lord supporter, Kingsley said, but he was splinched trying to pull Potter away from Snape while Snape was in the middle of disapparition. Hence requiring reconstitution before I could complete the arrest. Probably the man he'd seen a few doors down that had prompted him to turn into the Zeller's shop in the first place, Severus decided after a moment as the werewolf and Molly Weasley insisted, over the nearly incoherent ranting of the Mutt, that Kingsley explain himself more fully. He hadn't seen the man again from the shop window, but if this Capshaw had been standing against the wall waiting for the door to open he probably wouldn't have. The questions turned to him as the Auror insisted that he had no more information, but there wasn't a great deal that Severus could add at this point. He didn't think it had been a planned attack, aside from the fact that Lucius had probably organized things. He didn't know who was involved. No, he didn't have a recipe for splinching side-alongs. And no, he didn't have to explain himself. As far as taking Harry into Diagon Alley went, no matter what the mutt seemed to think, Lupin was doing his best to be his usual obnoxiously conciliatory self, but even he clearly wasn't pleased with that development, and Severus was getting quite annoyed when Minerva finally broke in and suggested that they wait until the interrogation had been completed, since the conversation was clearly going nowhere. The idea obviously didn't thrill any of the others, but they acquiesced more or less gracefully. Much less, Severus observed as the mutt and the werewolf exchanged glances, but they'd apparently only come to the meeting for information about the stone because they got up and headed for the door as Tonks brought up a case possibly linked to Death Eater activity that the Aurors were working on. Maybe I won't encourage Harry to tell him who he's been staying with. It would be amusing for the first 5 minutes and then I'd be forced to hex him into oblivion just for the sake of my sanity. The rest of the members at the table also offered short briefings about their current activities, and then Alistair turned back to Severus. Anything else? From his tone he seemed to think that an attempted kidnapping was more than enough for one day. As it happened, Severus agreed. Unfortunately, there was the little matter of Malfoy's negotiations. As it happens, I had an interesting conversation with the younger Malfoy in Diagon Alley today. Before the excitement, apparently Lucius has been trading for rare potions ingredients. The unicorn blood? Minerva asked. He didn't say which ones, but I'm going to assume that he will have access to that. Draco did specifically say negotiations though, so I think we're looking at something outside the Dark Lord's normal channels. Have you been asked to supervise? No. Her lips tightened at that, and several other faces went grim. He didn't delude himself that it was all, or even mostly, due to concern for his well-being. He was their only reliable source of information inside the Dark Lord's circle, and if he was removed, well, they would be reduced to what the rest of the Ministry was doing. Reacting to what the Dark Lord did rather than planning any kind of preemptive strikes. Fudge is an idiot, but even with someone competent running things, that's hardly the most efficient strategy. We need someone else on the inside, Mundungus said. And how do you propose we do that? It wasn't the first time that particular observation had been made. Occasionally it was made by someone who wanted more information, things he wasn't in position to observe, other times by the mutt or another who thought like him and didn't fully trust Severus. Don't even remotely trust me, more like. Neither impetus gave them a means of accomplishing it, though. The Dark Lord burned through the mind of anyone who took the mark, which meant that, at least when it was happening, they had to want to be a Death Eater. That negated the possibility of sending someone in as a spy from the start and reduced them to turning someone who was already one of his followers. Severus had come over of his own volition when he'd realized just how bad things were. It had been desperation that forced him to the Dark Lord in the first place when he'd been a scared, stupid child, but, well, the vast majority of the rest were far too cowed by the Dark Lord's power to work against him. Of those who weren't, well, the options weren't particularly good. Who could it be? Bellatrix, gone utterly mad between serving him and her time in Azkaban, assuming she wasn't well her way long before she'd ever heard his name, which quite frankly I doubt. Lucius, driven by power and power alone. Or Danziger, who's frighteningly sane for a man who enjoys the pain of others as much as he does. Elia, Davis, Jorgensen, the day one of them comes over to our side they'll be selling ice boots at the doors of hell. The rest of the order seemed to be rehashing the old arguments, putting someone under Imperius to get through the Dark Lord's screening being the current most popular theory. Justifying the use of the forbidden curse by the fact that the person it was placed on would know and consent to its use. He shook his head. It wouldn't work. The Dark Lord was an accomplished enough legilimens to notice that something was wrong even if he didn't detect that particular curse, and he was more than paranoid enough to simply dispose of a new potential recruit rather than ferreting out the actual cause. Which, now that he thought about it, would actually mean a much kinder death for the Order member going in than he would get if the real plot was uncovered. Much kinder than my death will be if I'm ever found out. He shook his head and pushed away the thought with years of practice. Those bridges have already been burned. No sense fussing about it now. Caution, in the forms of Minerva and the Weasleys, seemed to be winning over the rest, although Alistair was holding out hard for capturing a known current Death Eater and putting him under Imperius on the grounds that the Dark Lord wouldn't be expecting such a thing. Severus knew better than to expect a little thing like the law against using Imperius to stop the older man. By his judgment they should all be condemned to Azkaban, or better yet kissed, anyway. Not that I precisely disagree, but, he shook his head. There was too much that could go wrong with that plan, not the least of which was the Dark Lord realizing that something was wrong and deliberately feeding them misinformation. Of course, it was far more likely that the unlucky victim would be killed offhand. Unpleasantly, Albus would be able to talk sense into Alistair if any of them could, but until he got here it looked as though the old Auror planned to just sit and growl at anyone who disagreed until the others gave up. Severus stood. There were other things he could accomplish tonight. Alistair, if you find out anything about that little toy of yours, I'd appreciate it if you'd let me know. I'll look through my books and see if there's anything that might be relevant. If we can discover what ingredients the Malfoys received, how likely do you think it will be that you can identify what Draco is working on? Arthur asked. I should be able to give you a family of workings, at least. Beyond that, Severus shrugged. It depends entirely on what the ingredients are. With a nod, he took his leave of the rest of the group and apparated back to the Hogwarts boundary. I should have mentioned the possible flow trap to Minerva. She'd been spending her nights in London since she had the morning shift. Annoying fudge, he summoned an owl and penned notes for both her and Albus. They would ensure that proper precautions were taken. His note to Potter sat folded on the back of the couch and the door to his spare room was shut. Not particularly late, but then with none of his little friends to get up to mischief with. Severus shrugged. He needed to jar several of the potions he'd been working on before he could retire himself, and perhaps take a glance through the books he kept hidden away as well. He'd prefer to take them out into the sitting room, but since he did currently have a guest in his quarters. I suppose I can read in bed. Less comfortable than his couch. He didn't particularly care to do multiple transfigurations on his furniture since the pieces never seemed to go back to exactly how they were, but it would be private. Some time later, a fierce pounding on the door interrupted him. Professor. Professor, are you in there? Severus jerked his head out of the current volume he was examining, stuffed it under his pillow, and stalked towards the door. What is it, Mr. Potter? It's Professor Trelawney. I went to deliver her things and she was just lying there. Severus glanced at his clock. And you're informing me of this now. Why didn't you call the one of the rest of the staff? Notify Madame Pomfrey. I tried, she's asleep. Of course she is, it's less than an hour until midnight. Why didn't you tell someone when you found her? He demanded. The child wasn't that idiotic. I was just there. I didn't tell her about not making it to the shop earlier because, well, mostly I didn't want to talk to her. I was going to leave a note in her classroom before I came back here since I figured she'd be in her quarters asleep then. She'd get it tomorrow. When I put the note on the table I heard someone beeping, and that's when I saw her laying there on the floor. Did she hit her head? I don't think so. It didn't look like it. I mean, it didn't look like she had any bruises, and she wasn't bleeding or anything. Brilliant. He took a step backward, pulling 2 jars off the closest shelf and forcing them on Harry. Take these and come with me. No. Wait. Give me those. He snatched them back. You go down to the infirmary and bang on the door until Poppy answers. The entrance to her quarters is just inside so it shouldn't take long. She's been the Medowitch here long enough that she couldn't sleep deeply if she tried. The interior castle doors sprang open obligingly at his approach as he headed for the divination classroom. Why that idiot woman chose this location. He finally made it up the last flight of stairs and into the classroom proper and found Sybil in the same position that Harry had described. She was muttering though, not beeping, something about, brilliant, she prattles on in her sleep. It was basically her usual, the coming darkness, something about a serpent, wandering eyes. Well, the last was new, but knowing her they were probably evil wandering eyes bringing death and so on. Something in the way she was speaking was bothering him, but it wasn't anything he could immediately place his finger on. He dumped some of the oil in the first jar onto a square of cloth and waved it under her nose. "Severus, are you up here?" "She's here, Poppy. I think she must have slipped and hit her head on the floor." The Medowitch was beside him, examining the other woman's skull with probing fingers. "A bit of a bump, but nothing to fuss about." She took the cloth and dumped more oil on it before repeating his movements. "Sybil, Sybil, wake up." The divination teacher's brow wrinkled and the muttering stopped abruptly. "Poppy, what? Where am I? What happened?" "It looks like you took a little tumble," Poppy said firmly. "Easy, now, you might still be a bit dizzy. Let's get you down to the infirmary so I can check you out properly." Severus did a slightly more thorough examination of the room as Poppy eased her to her feet but didn't see anything that would have caused the divination teacher to have fallen. Just a simple accident then. After Sybil was on her feet he passed over the jar of the bruise salve the Medowitch had been harassing him about and waved his student towards the door. "Mr. Potter, I believe it's time we go." "Is she going to be okay, Professor?" "She'll be fine," Severus assured him. "Is something wrong?" He shook his head. He could have sworn he'd heard something like she was muttering before, but he couldn't place it. That little shot of adrenaline had pretty neatly ruined his plans of getting to bed at any point in the near future, though, and he glanced down at his student. "I don't know about you, but this is hardly how I expected to spend my night." "Me either." Severus picked up his pace as he heard Poppy give up on her attempt to help Sybil walk and speak the words to hover her down the stairs. "Poppy will keep her in the infirmary overnight, which will no doubt give her plenty of time to concoct a whole host of new prophecies. I trust you managed to amuse yourself with your new broom this afternoon." "Yes, sir. Are you awake enough to practice your occlumency for a short while?" As long as he wasn't going to sleep, Severus figured that he might as well do something useful, and he had had enough of looking through his books for the night. They wouldn't do much, but it would give him an idea of how much the boy had progressed. They could start officially tomorrow and try and get at least some solid grounding done before the rest of the brats returned. "Sure," Harry agreed after a moment. "I guess we'd better." Indeed, soon enough there would be a summoning, and the sooner the child learned not to view those meetings the better. They settled themselves on the couch, Harry passing over his wand without comment. After a moment of consideration, Severus handed it back and stood. "Professor." A moment. He knew he had at least one unused pensieve in his workroom and another that was slightly less than half full. It contained memories of the Dark Lord's activities that Albus had wanted to view and he hadn't particularly wanted to put back into his skull. The things were ridiculously expensive. For good reason. He'd been required to complete the liquid portion as part of his final year of mastery training, and it had been the second most hellish week he'd ever had without the Dark Lord having been involved, but they were useful enough that he didn't begrudge the money overly much. "What are those for?" Harry asked as he carried them back into the sitting room. "Do you know what a pensieve is?" "The headmaster showed me the memories of Crouch's trial last year in 1, he said after a moment. "Is that what those are?" "They're awfully small." "Travel size," Severus said dryly. "Capacity increased dramatically with size, but so did expense." "What do you want to show me?" "Absolutely nothing. Hence bringing out the things in the first place." There were a few memories he had that he didn't want to chance the boy finding if he managed to turn Severus' legilimency on him a second time. Although the primary use for a pensieve is to give another access to your memories or permit you to examine them from a third-person perspective, it also allows you to remove memories from your mind. When one is placed in the pensieve you will remember the basic content, but the actual memory will be gone and thus not available for a legilimens to find. If there is anything you truly do not wish me to see, you can put it in here for the time being and return it to your mind after we finish. Harry seemed to consider the idea for a moment and then nodded. "How do I do it?" Severus demonstrated quickly with the first of his memories, the memory of his initiation into the ranks of the Death Eaters, and with a nod and a frown the boy went to work. Severus added that horrible day back in 5th year and the last explosive confrontation between his father and himself and his mother before pushing his away. The pensieve would hold one more, but among the rest of his memories he couldn't determine one specifically worse than the rest, so there was really no point. "Are you ready?" "How many will it hold?" 6 to 8, depending on the length." He considered for a moment and then added one more before pushing it aside. I guess that's it then. Do you want my wand? Most certainly. Not that Potter hadn't proved capable of causing physical damage without it, but there was no point in making it any easier. Clear your mind. Ready. Legilimens. A flash of attic, and then he was standing in the great hall with a group of other children, in preparation for sorting, it appeared. Eyes swept the high table, taking in the faces staring down at him, and Severus jerked at a spike of pain from his forehead when the boy looked in his direction. Well, his and Quirrell's direction, rather. He pulled out of the boy's mind and glared. You were doing much better previously. You need to be able to occlude your mind every night, as well as any time you begin to feel the Dark Lord's presence. That requires you to practice on your own as well as when we are having these sessions. I have been practicing. Severus glared. Obviously not enough. Again. Harry shifted slightly, and he raised his wand. Legilimens. The attics again. An even briefer flash, and he was standing in front of a group of primary school children being yelled at by a woman with blue hair. He pulled back again. Concentrate, Mr. Potter. He sighed and shifted yet again. All right, I'm ready. This time the boy managed to hold the image of the attic foremost in his mind for perhaps 10 seconds before Severus was able to push through, and he gave a quick nod as he pulled back out. Better. Still not as well as he'd been doing back in Brazil, but it had been several days. I'm still not impressed with your definition of practice, however. I suggest that until school resumes you spend at least an hour a day working on clearing your mind, and fit it in that much time at least a few days a week after as well. I'm sure Miss Granger would be happy to help you schedule it. Harry shrugged noncommittally, and Severus' eyes narrowed. This is your life we're talking about. Not only your life, but also those of all your little friends, your godfather, and possibly everyone else at Hogwarts, myself included. You've seen the Dark Lord. What do you think will happen when he realizes that he is able to access your mind? And I assure you, at some point he will notice. You must practice. Now, again, Legilimens. The boy held out a bit longer than the last, maybe, but not much more, and Severus found himself in what appeared to be another early school memory. He hung around for a few minutes, waiting to see if Potter would be able to evict him, but although he could feel the push it wasn't yet strong enough. So if the Dark Lord manages to access one of those memories he prefers to keep hidden as I did before, he might get angry enough to get rid of him, but with run-of-the-mill unpleasantness he just doesn't have the force. Not really a surprise. It was the same reasoning by which he was insisting that Potter use the attics or a similar image to keep the Dark Lord at bay rather than a simple wall. The power for it simply wasn't available. Anger was a potent force, useful for short periods of increased energy, but as a long-term source of strength it just wasn't practical. The small children were pelting him with round balls approximately the size of bludgers, and he pulled out with a grimace of disgust. Concentrate on the attics, Harry, and on the attics alone. It will be difficult once he is actually in your memories, but you stand a better chance of being able to redirect him back into them as opposed to throwing him out of your mind. The boy didn't look convinced, but he nodded slightly. Again. Tempus. Severus frowned for a moment and then nodded. This exercise was just supposed to be a check as to Harry's strength, and it was late. Once more. Legilimens. Attic, attic, attic. So this was where the headmaster had put the Mirror of Arise. Good to know, assuming it was still there. And then, well, it was probably part of Hogwarts since he couldn't think of where else the boy would have encountered stone tunnels, but he'd never seen the door the boy was approaching before. The part of him that was still Severus heard the hissing that caused the door to open, but the part that shared Harry's mind only heard him tell the door to open. Interesting. The door began to swing open and then there was blankness for several moments before he found himself back in the attic. You managed to visualize nothing, Harry? He asked as he pulled out. It was more impressive than it sounded. Actually, holding an image in one's mind was much simpler than holding the lack of one. I put the rest of it in the pensieve, Harry admitted. But I managed to get you back into the attic. Most probably because he'd had nothing else to focus on and hadn't bothered to attempt to push any deeper, but he nodded slightly. Practice tomorrow and we'll try again the day after. Perhaps take a walk through the attics and make sure you have strong images of them. Harry nodded slightly, and he stood. Good night, then. Good night. Apparently Severus had been more tired than he'd realized because he actually managed to sleep through breakfast, waking to find that the brat was already gone for the day. Which meant that his question about just what the boy had been doing out so late would go unanswered. It hadn't occurred to him last night, but 11 was not a reasonable hour at which to be running errands. And Minerva was worried about him. I predict that when the rest of the unholy trio returns they'll be causing twice as much trouble as usually just to make up for lost time. He returned the 3 memories he'd put in his pensieve last night to his head and stowed both it and the one still containing Harry's memories in his workroom. He'd show the boy how to put his memories back into his mind whenever he returned. Since it was too late to take his meal in the Great Hall, he called for a house elf and continued to peruse his collection of dark art books for any mention of the artifact the Mud and the Werewolf had brought to the Order meeting. In the end he'd come up with nothing particularly useful. It was unfortunate but not particularly surprising. He hadn't truly expected to find anything. As a strictly spelled object he might have overlooked it in an earlier pass, but he'd paid special care to those items with potion components with an eye to any that the Dark Lord might have an interest in. He'd moved on to combing through his more public library, sorted by subject as he'd ordered, when a knock interrupted him. Enter. Severus, Minerva greeted. Hello. I thought you were going to be at the ministry this morning. I was, but when Albus and I got your message about checking the flow network we got a few of the ministry wizards, ones we trust, to check it. When they didn't find anything, well, I'm the first test subject. It does our cause no good if he captures you. Severus objected. Bloody Gryffindor. My, I didn't know you cared. He glared, but as usual she paid no attention. Finishing your redecorating, I see. She lifted one off the top of his discard pile. The Wizard's Guide to the Ultimate Lifemate. Why Severus, I wasn't aware that you were looking. He sneered in return, refusing to rise to her bait, but was mildly relieved that Minerva was the one visiting. At least she confined herself to snide comments. He hated to think what Rhiannon would have come up with. Flotsam. I haven't looked through this mess in years. Was there something you wanted or are you here simply to critique my living quarters? I came to see Harry, actually. I've heard he's been helping some of the others with their classrooms and I was wondering if I could borrow him. If this wasn't an attempt to convince the boy to talk to her, Severus would eat his best cloak. He got a new broom yesterday so I'm not sure how much luck you'll have. According to his note he was headed for the Quidditch pitch. Ah, she nodded and rose. I will try there, then. She glanced at a few more of the books in his discard pile and smirked. My first year in the world, the entrance of Gilderoy Lockhart. You know, he was nice enough to leave me an autographed copy of his encounter with the Boggart clan. Would you like me to drop it off? Out. He pointed sharply at the door, and, smirk deepening, she gathered her robes and swept out. Obnoxious feline. He'd finished tying up the books he was planning to be rid of and was beginning to reshelve the rest when there was a loud bang on the door. Come in, Hagrid. The half-giant came in, smiling cheerfully. How do you know it was me? You have a rather distinctive knock. When did you get back? Came in late this morning. Been gone a while you know, order business. Severus nodded, waving at him to take a seat. Hagrid had always been kind to him, even when he'd been a more or less friendless, and considerably less than friendly, student. It went well, I hope. Well enough, I suppose. Heard you and Harry had a spot of trouble. It's been sorted out, I believe. Classes start again next week, Hagrid said with a nod of satisfaction. Be good to have the children back. I, personally, wouldn't mind a longer holiday. He saw the other man shift slightly. Is there something you need? Well, not need, precisely, it's more on the lines of a favor. It's really not important, I suppose. Well, what is it? He knew better than to agree immediately. This was the man who kept hippogriffs and baby dragons as pets, but if it wasn't ridiculous he would do his best. In my infinite spare time. I, brought a friend back with me, you might say, and he's having a spot of trouble with his throat. Climate change and all that. Was wondering if you might have any medicine on hand. I'd think Poppy would be of more use. She has cures for almost every ailment the students seem to come down with, I'm sure that includes sore throats. He paused for a moment. Your friend is human, Correct. Well, now you see that's where the trouble is. Severus spent a moment envisioning himself making throat remedies for any of the numerous fire and or acid-breathing creatures on the face of the planet. He's a giant. Severus nodded, more than slightly relieved. Normal remedies should work well enough. Poppy probably doesn't have that much in stock, but I'll make up a special batch of the standard throat cure for him this afternoon. It wasn't a difficult potion to make, and since most of the time required to brew it was spent letting it simmer, it wouldn't take too much time away from his own work. Hagrid gave Severus a broad smile. There's no need to go to any trouble. Whenever you've got the time, I'd appreciate it. It's no trouble. He could set it up and have it done by dinner. Although he was curious why Hagrid's order business had led him to bringing a giant back to Hogwarts. Granted, the man occasionally interpreted things differently than most people, but going that far was rather unusual. He debated trying to get the full story. It never took much, but decided against it. I have more than enough of my own problems to deal with, thank you very much. At least he was fairly certain that he could count on Minerva to handle whatever problems she seemed to think Harry was having now that she'd decided to speak to him. Well, I won't take up any more of your time, Hagrid said with a quick nod. Need to see how the animals have gotten on without me. See how many of them have gotten loose and wreaked havoc on the Forbidden Forest in your absence, more like. But he liked Hagrid and saw him to the door with more courtesy than he'd shown the rest of his uninvited visitors. The oversized cauldrons are in the spare room. Harry's temporary quarters were neater than he'd expected. The boy's trunk sat against one wall with his owl cage hanging from the ceiling. Hedwig pulled her head out from under her wing for a moment when Severus entered, but didn't seem to find him worth her attention and went back to sleep just as quickly. The cauldrons he wanted were stacked in a corner and he was pulling out the largest of the lot when a shimmer on the nightstand caught his attention. A book, an old one. So this is what he was trying to get from my bookshelf. It was recognizable enough, an addendum to Hogwarts, a history. Not a particularly popular one, mostly because rather than the factual information that the original contained, this one was made up mostly of rumors and supposition, but as with the Lockhart book, this one had somehow found its way into his possession. There was a marker in it, and he considered for a moment before opening it. Secret rooms and hidden passages. Wonderful. At least Harry was out flying rather than getting into places he shouldn't in the castle. His broom was gone, so Severus judged he'd been truthful in his note. He put the book back down and hovered the cauldron out of the room. He still needed to ask Harry what he'd been up to last night. He could ask about the book then as well. Severus poured the contents of the oversized cauldron into half a dozen jugs, setting them neatly on his work table, before pulling on his overcoat and heading down to the Great Hall. On time for dinner 2 days in a row, or close enough not to make any difference, anyway, and he didn't even have students to oversee. Severus, there you are, Minerva greeted. So it would seem, he agreed, pulling out a chair. The muscles in his back twinged, and he wished for a moment that he'd used a levitating charm to jar the potion for Hagrid instead of his own strength. Is Harry with you? Obviously not, she frowned. He wasn't on the Quidditch pitch. Madame Hooch was there respelling the stands and said she hadn't seen him all day. I assumed he'd gone back to your quarters. Severus shook his head but refrained from repeating himself. Perhaps one of the other professors drafted him first. Everyone who's come back to Hogwarts is here. No one has seen him. Brilliant. Platters sparkled into existence around them and he glared at the neatly carved roast turkey. And the day had been going well for once. Now, no need to fret, Hagrid interrupted from his seat on Minerva's opposite side. I'm sure he just lost track of time. Probably off exploring. This would be the second day he'd lost track of time, and missed dinner, Severus realized, and while he'd told the boy he was welcome to take meals in his quarters, this wasn't quite what he'd meant. Secret rooms and hidden passages. I wonder if that particular chapter had more truth to it than the rest of the book. He wasn't actually worried that the boy had left Hogwarts grounds, not after their encounter with the Malfoys yesterday, anyway, but the castle itself did have some peculiarities to it. As he should well know by now. I'll see about locating him after dinner. Among other things, we need to have words about the quality of the notes he leaves. I suppose he may have taken my advice and gone to the attics, though, He has been behaving reasonably well lately. Conversations about the return of the students and making up the lost time in lessons filled most of the meal, and he caught Hagrid's attention as the others began to retire back to their quarters. "You want some help finding Harry?" Hagrid asked. No, I have some idea where to begin looking. I have the supplies you requested ready." The half-giant looked confused for a moment and then broke into a smile. "Already? Thank you, Severus. If I can do anything for you in return, just let me know." It was no trouble. He led the way back to his quarters and allowed Hagrid load the jugs into his sack. The half-giant was able to move them with ridiculous ease, which somehow didn't make his muscles feel any better. "If he doesn't improve, check with Poppy and let me know if you need something different. I'm sure these will work just fine." He turned and left, and Severus made his way up the multiple staircases to the attic. He started in the room that had contained the Mirror of Arised. It didn't anymore, for which he was rather grateful, but the rather distinctive suits of armor gave it away. "I'm not sure I'd care to go into battle with an actual target painted on my chest, but to each his own, I suppose." I could see the Elder Crab and Goyle finding them stylish. No Harry there, but he did a quick walkthrough of several of the larger halls. Excuse me, you there. Can I help you?" he asked the older gentleman who'd yelled at him out of his painting. "I've told that caretaker of yours a dozen times that I want my painting taken back downstairs. There's nothing to see up here, and with my bad leg it's far too much trouble to go off visiting. I was perfectly content to hang outside the Hufflepuff dorms, and I can't for the life of me understand why I've been banished to this dusty hall to languish in." "I'll be sure to pass on your request," Severus interrupted. "But have you seen a boy come this way today? This high, dark hair, perhaps carrying a broom? The only one who's come through here lately is that no good caretaker of yours. Now I thank you for your time." Fortunately the man's leg did seem to keep him relatively near his painting, as he didn't appear in any of the other empty frames that littered the hall. Apparently going off visiting the downstairs paintings was their form of entertainment. The better to gossip with, I suppose. No good material up here. Still, it didn't appear that Harry was here, and that book had been in his room. Severus went back into the spare room to read through the chapter Harry had marked. Not what he'd prefer to be reading just now, but leaving the Golden Boy wandering about with no supervision whatsoever wasn't an option. Especially since by his own actions yesterday he seemed to find coming and going at 11 at night perfectly acceptable. 3 minutes later and Severus was tempted to lend the thing to Longbottom for use as a cauldron stand in his next potions lesson. Maybe, perhaps, possibly, perchance, conceivably, in theory, rumored, believed to be, offhand he couldn't come up with another synonym for, we don't really know, and they'd managed to fit them all into a single sentence. And this is just the chapter introduction. He flipped in a few pages, hoping to find a diagram or something slightly more definite. "Those are the Slytherin dorms. Incorrectly drawn. Why am I not surprised?" Offhand, he could see that the common room was shown about half its actual size, and there was no back passage out of the dungeons and up to the entrance hall. Granted it wasn't common knowledge, but anyone who had done even a reasonable amount of research should have known about it. The Hufflepuff dorms were also shown, something about a hidden storage closet. Nothing on Gryffindor or Ravenclaw, despite the fact that he knew that a group of Ravenclaw students some number of years in the past had put in a small library behind the 6th-year dorms hidden from the rest of the school. As for the rest of it, well, there were half a dozen well-known passages mentioned, but 2 locations were drawn incorrectly and a third left out the exit entirely. "This is ridiculous." He drew his wand. Indicio Harry Potter. It spun obligingly, and then picked up speed until it was nothing but a blur before falling to the floor with a clatter. "I do not need this right now." He still didn't believe that Harry would have left Hogwarts. There were a few places on the grounds where a location indicator spell wouldn't work. None of them were in the attics, but the Room of Requirement sprang to mind. Shielding the location was automatic with an unplottable spell, as well as the hidden chamber in the astronomy tower that was used to keep the more powerful telescopes. At some point in the past some enterprising students had spent their free time spelling the telescopes to find more interesting views than those above them, and the room had been contagoed, shielded from searching spells, to keep students from locating the scopes without a professor present. Why the boy would have hauled his broom into any of those places he wasn't too sure, though. There was certainly no good reason he couldn't have dropped it off in Severus' quarters. And perhaps updated his notes so Severus wouldn't have to spend his evening playing hide and seek, as well. Astronomy tower first, he decided. It would have been faster for the boy to fly up rather than taking the stairs. Granted, the room wasn't mentioned in that worthless excuse for a book, but since nothing of obvious use was. He began to wish that he'd taken a broom himself after several flights of stairs up to the tower. He'd basically healed from the Dark Lord's ministrations, but after their nocturnal activities yesterday he'd just as soon have stayed closer to the ground floor, or better yet his own quarters. Especially since he'd already done some rather heavy lifting today and made a similar climb once since dinner. He was getting too old to heal quite that quickly. Spelling open the door didn't take but a moment, and when he lit the interior he was annoyed to find it empty. To think I made that hike for nothing. He was going to have to come up with something creative to do to the brat in response. Boobotuber puss. When he found the room of requirement similarly empty, well, empty except for an obviously comfortable bed which didn't do a great deal for his temper, he began to rethink his assurance that Harry was at Hogwarts. He still didn't think the boy would have left intentionally, but if he had been out on the Quidditch pitch, well, the grounds weren't spelled quite as thoroughly as the castle itself. Could someone have broken the protections? Hired one of the forest denizens to carry him off? It would be difficult but not impossible. He'd realized that the night Harry had pulled over the bookshelf. Hagrid normally monitored the forest fairly carefully, but he'd been gone for more than long enough for someone unfriendlier, anyway, considering what was already out there, to take up residence. The only indication that he had that the boy wasn't yet in the Dark Lord's hands was that he had yet to be summoned, and even that wasn't definite. He rubbed his forearm lightly. Malfoy had been extremely bold to attempt what he had yesterday in Diagon Alley. Scheming and subterfuge were more his style. Was the Dark Lord desperate enough to order such a thing, or had Lucius simply seen a possible opportunity and taken it? A second attempt at the locating spell got the same response as previous. When two other variations returned similar results he snapped his fingers sharply. A female house elf he vaguely recognized popped in a moment later. Master is calling for Ani. Does Master wish for pudding? For tea? Of course, I normally get as far from my quarters as possible before asking for a bite to eat. Doesn't everyone? There was no point in being sarcastic with a house elf, though, she'd probably take his question literally. No, I'm looking for Mr. Potter. Have you seen him? When was the last time someone spoke to him? She cocked her head and did whatever it was house elves did to speak to each other across distances. We are not seeing him since breakfast. He is taking lunch with him. Lunch for flying. Harry Potter is a very nice wizard, That's fine, he interrupted. With a wave he sent her away, deciding that checking just how secure the outer wards were, and just who might have been visiting, wasn't such a bad idea. Not what he wanted to be doing at this hour, but then it didn't seem that he had much of a choice either. Back down the staircases and out across the grounds to Hagrid's hut. Fortunately the moon was nearly half full and provided plenty of light. Half is better than full, as far as I'm concerned. Being out on the grounds during the full moon always brought back bad memories. A diagnostic spell on the way to the hut confirmed that the wards were all intact with no sign of breaches or weak spots. At least the Death Eaters themselves haven't been able to break through. Somehow that thought wasn't as reassuring as it should have been. Hagrid was coming in from the opposite direction and smiled when he saw Severus standing beside his front door. Severus, I didn't expect to see you out here tonight. I didn't expect to be out here. I expected to be finishing up some work and then going to bed early, actually. Last night had been a rather late night, despite sleeping in a bit this morning to make up for it. He followed Hagrid into his hut, stepping over Fang who seemed quite comfortable sprawled across the entranceway and not at all inclined to move. That potion you made seems to be working nicely. Gee. Thank you. No. Mr. Potter still hasn't put in an appearance, and I was wondering if he might have come down this way. Can't say I've seen him, but then I was out in the forest between talking to you and dinner and then since dinner as well. Has there been any suspicious activity in the forest of late? Anything unusual roaming around? Of course, unusual was typical of the Forbidden Forest, but it would be understood that he mean unusually unusual. No, nothing I've heard of. In fact, I'd say things have been rather quiet of late. After what happened to that unicorn. He shook his head sadly. You think Harry went into the forest? No, possibly. It was technically off Hogwarts grounds, but he'd gone in more than once. Still, the brat wasn't a complete idiot. Usually, Severus couldn't come up with anything offhand that might have lured him in, and a locating spell should have been able to give at least a general direction if that was the case anyway. Unless Death Eaters grabbed him in there and took him somewhere. Still, there was no point borrowing trouble, and none of the Death Eaters had any more desire to spend great amounts of time in the forest than anyone else would. He glanced at the half-giant munching through one of his borderline inedible biscuits. Almost anyone. If he hasn't been here, I should be going. I'd appreciate it if you'd keep an eye out for me, though. Let him know that I'm looking for him if you happen to see him. Of course. And I'll let you know if my friend, hears about anything strange in the forest. Thank you. Severus stood, nodding politely, and then turned back for the castle. Getting a second opinion at this point was not out of line. Minerva's room wasn't the closest, but she was Harry's head of house and should know him best. In theory. He rapped sharply on the door. What, Severus? She lowered her wand. It's rather late to be out visiting. What do you need? She was dressed for bed, and he could almost hear her hiss at him. The cat having kittens. He couldn't help a smirk despite the seriousness of the situation. It seems Mr. Potter has gone missing again. Missing? You didn't find him? Obviously not. The indicator spell has failed multiple times, and I checked both the room of requirement and the astronomy tower storeroom and found no sign of him. His broom is gone as well, although Hagrid hasn't seen anything strange in the forest and the wards seem secure. He glared as she tried several locating spells herself, all of which failed. One of which failed rather magnificently, giving off a shower of sparks that forced them both to duck backwards and shield their eyes. What about the old dungeon or the headmaster's study? He wasn't sure which dungeon she meant, but he hadn't thought of the study when he was considering contagoed and unplottable locations to search. It wasn't unplottable, obviously, but in order to keep students from prying it had been shielded years ago. Did Albus come back to the castle tonight? He hadn't been at dinner. He wasn't planning to, but he may have changed his mind. Well, if he had gotten back tonight he'd probably have wanted to talk to Harry. Severus would have to think of something creative to do to both of them if he'd gone on this little search for nothing. I'll check with Albus if you would. You're the one who lives in the dungeons, she pointed out, crossing her arms across her chest and fixing him with an annoyed glare. Yes, but I have no idea which one you might be talking about and now hardly seems the time to go looking. He'd no doubt been there before. He'd been all over the dungeons as a child, but there was no way to know which one might be shielded without someone on the outside testing each as you entered. It would have been rather useful to know, actually. Her glare didn't waver, and he had the strong suspicion that she didn't believe him, but eventually she managed a grudging nod. We'll check Albus, study together, and if he's not there you can come with me down to the dungeon. She waved her wand and transfigured her nightclothes into something slightly more professional. That way you'll know where it is for future reference. Just what I've always wanted. She didn't react to his deadpan response, and the two of them made their way through the corridors in silence. The password had changed since he'd left, but she knew the current one, and the two of them stepped in quickly. I thought they'd be here. Severus looked around the empty room with a frown. As did I, after you mentioned it. Tell me, are any of the attics shielded? Not to my knowledge, she responded after a moment. Why? I would say he'd be more likely to go there than the dungeons, especially since he has his broom with him, but perhaps I'm mistaken. I checked there earlier and saw no sign of him. You've managed to check all the attics since dinner. Don't be ridiculous. However, if none of them are contagoed or unplottable it shouldn't matter. Judging by her expression she didn't truly think the boy would have gone exploring in a strange dungeon, but with no other hidden locations that either of them knew about in Hogwarts there weren't a lot of other options. Minerva led the way down to the dungeons and off down a twisting corridor that Severus vaguely recognized. He had been this way as a child, he thought, but if he remembered correctly it led down to the rooms that seemed to insist on flooding every time the lake rose no matter how many water-repelling charms were placed on them. He'd seen no reason to get his robes soaked as a child, and, quite frankly, had no desire to do so now, but since Minerva was moving forward with firm determination he had no choice but to follow. Why, precisely, would anyone shield a room down? It's unplottable, actually. The previous caretaker used it for particularly nasty detentions when I was a student. I believe Filch did for a few years as well. The rumor always was that it was made unplottable because certain students were determined to rescue their friends and kept causing trouble, but that was before my time. His lack of desire to see this dungeon increased more than slightly at that revelation. Having some idea of what Filch was capable of, Severus didn't particularly want to see what was down here. They made yet another sharp turn, and Minerva came to an abrupt halt as her wand lit up a staircase leading down to a room with water almost covering the last stair. Apparently flooding is still a problem. The light vanished as Minerva shrank down into her animagus form, and he cast a Lumos himself and frowned down at her. You plan to swim. Her response involved an upwards leap and some clawing of his robe until she was perched neatly on one shoulder. It wasn't quite the first time that she'd made a similar maneuver, at least this time he didn't give immediate proof that even animagus cats generally managed to land on their feet. Why, precisely, am I the one who gets to slog through that? Pointed glance down at his sturdy, sensible boots. You know, should I ever have the time to perfect my own animagus transformation, I'm vitally certain that it will be something large enough to eat you. Mild hiss. He shook his head. She truly did not care for water, and it wasn't worth arguing about. Besides which, it wasn't the first time they'd moved like this. It came in handy, particularly when they had visitors at the school who didn't realize that the pretty little tabby was anything more than what she seemed. At least the flooding only covered 3 rooms, and he dried his robes quickly as she transformed back and climbed up the next staircase. Thank you for the lift. He glared at her back, shifting his shoulders to work out the kinks. I live to serve. Not that she was particularly heavy, but as he'd noted previously he'd been doing rather a lot of walking this evening for someone who'd been through intense healing not so long ago. All of his muscles were getting tired, now, not just his back. And, of course, tension didn't help. If Harry wasn't down here, well, I supposed we sound out the rest of the faculty and see if any of them know of any more rooms to search. The idea of having to explain that he'd managed to somehow misplace the golden boy was not a particularly pleasant one. Are we close? You do remember that this is your student we're looking for, correct? My student, but currently in your care. She halted a few steps from the top. This is it. Stand back. A wave of her wand opened a heavy stone door that creaked and groaned alarmingly as it swung outward. Hello. Who's there? Potter. Severus glared into the darkness, amplifying the light from his wand until he made out someone lying on the floor. Relief at finally finding the boy was equaled and exceeded by annoyance that while he'd been tramping all over the school hunting for him, the boy had been lounging around down here. What in Merlin's name are you doing in there? He made it to the prone figure in 2 steps and jerked him upright. Do you have any idea what time it is? I'm sorry, Professor. I was down here looking and all of a sudden the door started shutting and I couldn't get back out. I didn't mean to. You apparently don't mean to do a lot of things. Did I, or did I not, tell you that you were to inform me of your whereabouts when you were out? Does this appear to be the Quidditch pitch to you? It certainly doesn't appear so to me, nor is this what I would call a reasonable age. Perhaps this is best discussed in another location, Minerva interrupted. After we've all gotten some sleep. It is late, and I'm sure everyone is tired. Severus glared at her, but nodded slightly, propelling the brat towards the entrance with a hand firmly clenched around the top of his cloak. The trip back was made in silence, decidedly oppressive silence. Harry didn't even comment when Minerva once again crossed the flooded rooms on his shoulder, and she seemed reluctant to leave them at the dungeon exit. Severus wasn't in the mood for her platitudes. As you said, he is currently my responsibility. Good night. Harry stayed silent through the exchange, and Severus tugged sharply on the back of his cloak to get him moving again. When the two of them reached Severus' quarters, a shove deposited the teenager neatly on the couch. "Professor. Shut your mouth. I'd ask what goes on in that head of yours, but as tonight's little excursion proved, there clearly isn't much. You do realize that the rest of us here at Hogwarts have better things to be doing with our time than following you around. Or have you decided that being the brat who lived makes you and your antics more important than everyone else? It's not like that. I told you, Severus didn't particularly feel like listening to excuses. It's not bad enough that I had to listen to that flea-bitten mud of a godfather of yours ranting at me yesterday, and the werewolf he insists on spending time with wastes more of my time making wolfsbane since he hasn't got the good taste to pierce himself on a silver knife. Now I had to spend this evening." "Don't talk about them like that," Harry yelled, shoving himself to his feet. "Don't you ever talk about them like that." He stepped forward, looming over the boy. "Just because you have sentimental blinders on where those two are concerned doesn't mean that I do. I'm not sure which of the three of you is the most insufferable, but—" Harry didn't back down, green eyes flashing dangerously as he glared. "Because you never do anything wrong, right, Snivelus?" Severus was brought up short for a moment, wondering just where the boy had heard that name. Black, probably, although when the subject would have come up. The flush on Harry's face and eyes that flicked towards the table before coming back to his made him suddenly suspicious. The pensieve. He'd left them both out in the sitting room all night, and Potter had had at least a few hours that morning to do whatever he damn well pleased with, Severus being none the wiser. "Out. Get out of here, now." He was low, dangerous, and the brat's eyes widened. "What? Get out?" Severus caught his arm, shoving him past the couch and towards the door. "Get out, or I will not be responsible for my actions." Potter took a few steps backwards, and Severus, hand closed on a book that had been left lying on the table and flung it in his direction. It missed, but that was impetus enough, apparently, as the boy stumbled back another step and then turned and fled. "How dare he? How dare that little wretch? Bad enough that I'm forced to keep him here. Bad enough that I'm forced to track him all over the school when he decides to prove what an imbecile he is. Now I find out that he can't even observe basic courtesy and stay out of my things. Especially a pensieve that he knew perfectly well contained memories that I didn't want him seeing." Severus stalked the length of the sitting room, and then, running out of room, turned and paced back in the other direction. Gryffindor's golden boy shows his true colors at last. Stop. Reverse. There was no way he was going to be able to sleep anytime soon now, and with a satisfied growl he turned towards the workroom. Dumbledore would no doubt preclude him from doing anything more, but at least he could return the favor. The pensieves were sitting against the back wall, and he picked up the one with the nick in one side. The one still full of memories, since Potter had never retrieved his. He touched the surface lightly with his wand and then went in. He was in the library, late, judging by the fact that it was completely deserted, and probably a holiday as well since the wall torches were out and the only light came from a single lamp on the floor. Something silvery surrounded Potter, and it took Severus a moment to decide that it must be his invisibility cloak. He'd never seen the memory of a person who'd worn one at the time, apparently since Potter knew where he'd been. Anyone who viewed the memory did too. He moved a bit closer as the boy awkwardly tried to prop up a large book he'd pulled off the shelf. He was small, first year, perhaps. Certainly not more than second. The book began to scream as he opened it, and he nearly dropped it on the floor as he tried to shove it back onto the shelf. He did succeed in knocking over his lamp, and Severus followed the sound of footfalls and the curiously silver light from the cloak as the boy darted out of the library. Severus passed through Filch on the way in. Potter went under his arm. It must be first year, Severus decided as Potter took a winding route that led him directly around to the opposite side of the library. Otherwise he'd have known to go the other direction. "You asked me to come directly to you, Professor, if anyone was wandering around at night, and somebody's been in the library restricted section." Filch had obviously cut straight through the library, and apparently summoned someone else as well. The restricted section. Well, they can't be far, we'll catch them. Apparently Filch had summoned him. Severus didn't recall this particular incident, but there were always at least a few students every year who tried to get into the restricted section. Why he would choose to hide this memory, though, it's not as if he even had time to read a single page. But the memory was continuing. Potter was pressed against the wall as Filch and Memory himself, came around the corner walking towards him. Potter was backing away quickly and at the last minute ducked through a partially open door off to one side. Neither he nor Filch even noticed. I'll have to remember that. But the boy was in the room, now, and Severus followed him. This had been the Muggle Studies classroom when he'd been a student if he remembered correctly. Not that he'd taken Muggle Studies, but he was fairly sure this was where it had been held before Devon came to teach and moved it down to the ground floor. Chairs and desks still sat in piles, but against the far wall, the mirror arised. This must have been where Albus put it before the attic. Potter had moved closer to the mirror, studying the writing before stepping immediately in front of it. And then clapped his hands over his mouth and twisted away. Green eyes, shining from the light of the cloak, looked around the room cautiously before turning back to the mirror, and Severus stepped closer to see what the boy had seen. There was a flash of an image, a group of people, and then Harry, breathing quickly, jerked back and scanned the room again. His shoulders squared slightly as he looked in the mirror for a third time, and this time he didn't look away. Severus recognized the two figures on either side of the boy's reflection easily enough, although they were older than the last time he'd seen them. A red-haired woman with bright green eyes, and a tall man with dark, messy hair. Lily's parents stood behind her, and he recognized James Potter's, father as well, although he didn't think he'd ever seen the man's mother. It stood to reason that she was the dark-haired woman beside him. They were Harry's grandparents, obviously, and the rest of the figures probably great-aunts and uncles or some such. Lily's Muggle sister was conspicuous in her absence. "Mom," Harry whispered, drawing Severus' attention back to him. "Dad." Severus couldn't see how the child could possibly see the images as close as he was standing, but after a few minutes he tore his eyes from the first two figures, putting his hands on the mirror surface as he looked slowly at the rest of the people smiling back at him. He continued to stare, and Severus realized abruptly that this was the first time that he'd ever seen his family. A noise in the background, probably a house elf, Severus judged, caught his attention some moments later and he turned from the mirror with obvious reluctance. "I'll come back." A swirl, and that memory ended, leaving Severus standing in almost full dark. 7 figures were making their way down a tunnel, 8 if that cat of Granger's counted. It was obviously third year, after he'd been knocked out in the shrieking shack, as the mud was hovering his body along. The werewolf, holding a wand on Wormtail, and the Weasley boy were in front of him, Black, Potter, and Granger behind. Memory Him's head knocked against the ceiling lightly, and Severus glared at the mutt. "No wonder I woke up with a headache. You know what this means?" the mutt asked suddenly. Eloquent as ever, Severus thought at the non-sequitur. Potter didn't seem to follow either, and Black continued, turning Pettigrew in. "You're free." "Yes, but I'm also. I don't know if anyone ever told you, I'm your godfather." "Yeah, I knew that," Potter agreed. Black seemed to expect more of a response. "Well, your parents appointed me your guardian. If anything happened to them." Harry stopped suddenly, staring at him. "I'll understand, of course, if you want to stay with your aunt and uncle." The mutt's voice was stiff and he wasn't looking back at the boy as he spoke. "But, well, think about it. Once my name's cleared, if you wanted a different home." Harry's eyes widened and he trotted a couple steps to catch up. "What? Live with you?" He walked directly into an overhang, and Severus winced, although the brat didn't even seem to notice. "Leave the Dursleys." "Of course, I thought you wouldn't want to," said Black quickly, his voice hitching slightly. "I understand, I just thought I'd." "Are you insane?" Harry's voice cracked. "Of course I want to leave the Dursleys. Have you got a house? When can I move in?" "Watch it." Not that the thought did any good, as his levitating self scraped against the ceiling. Black turned back to look at Potter now, though, obviously not caring about anything but his godson. "You want to? You mean it?" "Yeah, I mean it." Harry's face had lit up, and in the face of that and his excited statement the mud broke into a jaw-breaking smile as well. The memory ended there, and in a swirl of light Severus found himself in a graveyard surrounded by Death Eaters. His dark mark flared suddenly, and his first thought was that it was in sympathetic reaction. The second spike of pain convinced him otherwise, and he pulled out of the pensieve quickly, and stared at it for a few seconds before turning to get his mask and robes. He would come back if there were any particular potions the Dark Lord desired tonight. Severus didn't recognize the location he apparated to, either the lawn or the castle which stood on it, but that wasn't overly unusual. The Dark Lord tended to change bases every few weeks, and there were more than a few deserted holdings that he had access to. Here's to paranoia, although, to be fair, there were plenty of people who were out to get him. What appeared to be a figure in a cloak passed by one of the upper windows, and Severus shrugged into his robe and put on the mask before starting across the grounds. If he was lucky this would be a short meeting. If I was lucky, I wouldn't be at a meeting. He dropped his wand down into his hand out of habit as he crossed the threshold and joined the ring of people wearing similar garments. Tried, anyway, as they separated into two groups at some unseen signal leaving him facing the Dark Lord. Expelliarmus. He recognized Nott's voice, but before he could react his wand flew out of his hand, landing on stone and skidding well out of reach. What in the Merlin's name? Bring him, the Dark Lord ordered. Two figures in robes stepped up behind him, had no doubt that one was Lucius, but the other, Amicus, possibly, or Rabastan. They were the only two with that particular build. Crabbe and Goyle were easy enough to pick out. They were standing slightly in front of him on either side. Not that he would have tried to run, not wandless and surrounded, but clearly they were taking no chances. Which, of course, begged the question why. My lord, Severus greeted as he approached the dais, bowing low. The creature didn't even acknowledge the gesture. Once again you've disappointed me, he began. My lord, Severus tried. It is getting mightily irritating that every time I face him he's annoyed about something. Even if he did, technically, have reason this time. You had the Potter brat with you yesterday, and you deliberately saved him from ambush. I could have my information and the child would be dead now if not for you. Master, there were orders following, or there would have been if I'd been thinking. If I'd accepted Lucius' invitation they'd have no doubt followed and... Silence. You apparated him out of the hands of one loyal to me, splitched another servant in the process, and yet you dare stand here in front of me. As if I had a choice. Brazil, WYRSA and all, suddenly strikes me as an excellent place to be visiting. It was never my intention to work against you yesterday, Master. It's my intention to work against you every day. He kept his eyes down. It was always harder to guard his thoughts, and his tongue, when he was tired. The worthless, disrespectful brat. He didn't even have to feign his anger after what the brat had done with his pensieve. Had been irritating me all afternoon, and as soon as I'd discharged the last errand the old fool insisted that I accompany him on. I took him back to Hogwarts. If I had known you had a plan in place, if I'd been given some warning. He shrugged, feigning helplessness. Indeed. The Dark Lord snapped his fingers and a masked Death Eater Severus didn't recognize offhand stepped forward, carrying a shallow dish about the size of a dinner plate with some kind of dark liquid at the bottom. And a crystalline cover over the top. The dish was set on the ground in front of the Dark Lord and the Death Eater stepped back. This is not good. Severus would swear that he'd seen that liquid before, seen the same crystal type. The Dark Lord hissed something in a language that he didn't know. Chinese perhaps, or Japanese, an Asian language judging by the characters around the rim of the dish. The language didn't really matter, he decided, as the liquid in the plate swirled and settled into an image. Specifically, the interior of the Department of Mysteries. It was dark, deserted at this time of night, but recognizable enough, and Severus fought to hold his expression steady. Bloody buggering hell that answered the question as to what the crystal the never-to-be-sufficiently cursed mud and werewolf had brought back was. Do you like my new toy? It's called the Mind of the Koros. Takes its name from a snake from the region. Fascinating, isn't it? You weren't here when it was sent to me, but it's proved invaluable these past few days. The small crystals are its eyes and ears, you see, they transmit everything that happens around them. Yes, Thank you, I had figured that out for myself. And no, I don't find it fascinating. At all. It occurred to him suddenly why Sybil's tone had sounded familiar the other night. He had heard it once before. Specifically one day in 1979 when he'd interrupted the woman's placement interview with Dumbledore. He'd heard about a second true prophecy she'd made when the Mutt first broke free, about the Dark Lord's rise, but he'd had other things to think about at the time. 3 real prophecies in 20 years, it's no wonder I didn't recognize it. Although it would have been nice if I had. You have betrayed me, Severus, the Dark Lord said, his voice frighteningly even. You swore to serve me, to be my spy inside Hogwarts. And from your own lips I have heard you pass on information to them. Not as my agent, but as a traitor. That word was nearly spit, but his icy facade didn't waver. Take him to the dungeons. Severus automatically tried to apparate, but there was a barrier in place. No real surprise. He had an emergency portkey on him, but it was tucked in a specially warded pocket and at this point he couldn't reach it without one of the others getting to him first. Best to bide his time and go when he was able. If I am ever able again. I should have planned more carefully, I should have brought something explosive. It was ominous somehow, that none of his escorts tried anything. Well, nothing besides knocking him around a bit, anyway, where Crabbe and Goyle were concerned that didn't actually count. Rather like oversized versions of their children, without the excuse that they're just boys. Amicus, he was positive who the figure with Lucius was now, shoved him into the cell, and Severus twisted to face them. He knew some wandless magic, but nothing that would serve him in this situation, so he stepped back against the wall. If they would just shut the door and leave him alone for half a minute. You couldn't have thought it would be that easy, Lucius sneered. Petrificus totalis. Damn, he toppled as the spell struck, ending up lying on his back half propped against the wall. No wonder they hadn't bothered to search him, he wasn't going to be able to do anything anyway. Well, his body may have been petrified, but his mind wasn't, and Severus tried to sort out what was likely to happen next. The Dark Lord obviously had something planned for him, probably something unpleasant, otherwise he'd have been killed on the spot or given to the rest of the Death Eaters for sport. Which amounts to the same thing. What he could have planned, however, Severus had no idea. He would have shaken his head if he'd been able to. The creature had to know that no one in the Order would give anything for him. The war was too important. Not to mention that now that my position as a spy has been revealed, I'm worth next to nothing. They'd have gotten more kidnapping a few children and offering a trade for them. Which meant, what? Was there something he wanted from Severus? Potions. No one in his right mind, which, granted the Dark Lord wasn't, but he wasn't an idiot either, would trust a potion made under duress. Information about the Order, the prophecy, either of those was more likely, although as far as the Dark Lord knew Severus had already passed along all of the prophecy that he was aware of. Regardless, in either case, why was the creature waiting? There had to be something that he was missing, and he wished he'd heard the divination professor's muttering more clearly. Damn Trelawney, it wasn't her fault, but having someone else to curse at made him feel a bit better. It was difficult to tell how much time had passed before they came for him again. There wasn't a great deal of natural light in the dungeon, and things always seemed to drag on when all you had to do was wait and worry. The portkey was tucked inside his robe, close to his collar. If he could get even a finger on it, that would be enough. Unfortunately, he had been well and truly immobilized. Finite, Lucius said lazily when the door finally opened, waving his wand. Severus collapsed to the ground as his muscles were forced finally to function for themselves. 2 other Death Eaters, Crabbe and Goyle, no surprise there, waited outside the door, obviously present in case Severus tried anything. Which he would if given half a chance, of course, but at this point it took quite a bit of energy just to get back to his feet. If his muscles had been sore earlier, they were screaming now. Lucius waved his wand, indicating the corridor. This way. They didn't return to the entrance hall, instead going up an extra flight of stairs to the room where, he was fairly sure, he'd seen a figure moving before. The number of Death Eaters present had doubled, at least, possibly tripled in the time he'd been locked up. Probably not more than a few hours considering that it was still dark out, and he scanned the room cautiously. He hadn't even realized that there were this many free Death Eaters. Has the Dark Lord been off recruiting? It was something he should have been aware of, but the usual attendees were easy enough to pick out, but that looked to be Karakov. That one had to be Giancarlo since no one else was that round. If that was Giancarlo, then the thin figure next to him was no doubt his wife. A full gathering. That never happened, not with so many of his servants scattered on the continent. There were even a few figures not in robes against the far wall, but he couldn't make out their features in the gloom. He was escorted to a diagram drawn on the floor in the center of the room, some kind of ritual binding, it appeared. Not one he was familiar with, but it was probably one of the more obscure branches of magic if it required that kind of elaborate setup. When he was shoved across the boundary he felt nothing, so perhaps it had been done incorrectly. I can use that. Unfortunately he didn't have much time to puzzle over the nature of the thing as the quieting of conversations, the majority of which had centered on him from the snippets he could overhear, indicated that the Dark Lord had appeared. Sure enough, Severus felt himself pulled around and shoved to the floor at the creature's feet before Goyle stepped back across the boundary. At which point the feel of magic in the air increased dramatically. Damn, it is functional. And some kind of holding cell. You have betrayed us, Severus, the Dark Lord began. Your lord, who you swore to serve nearly 20 years ago, your fellow Death Eaters, your... He continued on in the same vein as Severus held back a groan. Enough with the bloody theatrics. Although I suppose as long as he's waxing poetic he isn't doing anything else. Severus kept his mouth shut and his eyes on the floor as the Dark Lord continued to rant. The fact that the creature had brought apparently everyone in for this little lecture didn't bode well for his future, and he once again cursed the fact that he'd sealed up the pouch holding his portkey quite so thoroughly. It was designed to keep it from being detected in a search, but having it with him did precious little good when he wasn't able to get to it quickly. That's assuming it's strong enough to get me through this bloody barrier, of course. His wand was nowhere in evidence, and he wondered whether it had been destroyed or if one of the other Death Eaters had grabbed it. Or if it was still sitting on the stone floor downstairs. Whichever it was, he wouldn't likely be seeing it again. Crucio. Severus had lost the thread of the rant, but that he heard clearly. Not that it mattered as the curse set his body screaming. It was difficult to tell how much time had passed while he was under it. Seconds, minutes, not likely more than that, or he'd be in the same state that Longbottom's parents were. The curse cut off abruptly, and he tried to draw a deep breath. He'd always known it would come to this, that someday his true loyalties would be revealed, but he'd always thought he'd be able to strike some kind of blow in return. Lying here helpless was just humiliating. He had some wandless magic, but most of the spells he was accustomed to using were those useful in brewing when he didn't always have a hand free. Like most wizards he was accustomed to relying on a little stick of wood the majority of the time. An idiotic error on my part. Not all wizards could do wandless magic, and of those who could most couldn't do much, but knowing he had some he should have tried for more. Fiendfire. That was Lucius, and Severus rolled away as best he could as the fire came towards him. The barrier seemed to be impenetrable though, at least to large solid objects like his body, not to spells, unfortunately, and there was nowhere to go. The flames weren't particularly large, and it hadn't been burning long enough to take a true form, but that wasn't going to change what it was going to do to him. He'd barely had time to scream as the fire burned along his leg when a third voice rang out. Conglatier. The fire was gone, and Severus felt relief for a fraction of a second, until the ice began to spread up his veins. He was vaguely aware of the rest of the Death Eaters lined up in some sort of order, and then just as it became intolerable the ice was gone. And the bones in his right arm were crushed, courtesy of Dolohov. Dolohov, what in Merlin's name is he doing out of Azkaban? Exclamation mark. He certainly hadn't been released. Unfortunately, there was no time to ponder. None of the curses were, yet, life-threatening, giving each of the Death Eaters a chance to prove their loyalty one by one. He gritted his teeth, as if I wouldn't have cast a few curses at any one of them if given the opportunity, no matter where my loyalties lay. Accio wand. It didn't matter whose, he just needed something to focus his magic, and if he was lucky the barrier spell would let it in. Sectumsum. My wand. Severus didn't take the time to determine which Death Eater's wand he'd grabbed. His left hand wasn't his dominant one, but since his right arm was out of commission it would have to serve. Sectum Sempra. His curse, it stood to reason that he'd be able to cast it better than any of them. There was a scream, and he twisted back towards where the Dark Lord had last stood. Avis Apugno. A woman called out. Electo. Obviously she'd be here if Amicus was. Severus swung his arm, trying to knock the birds away long enough to give him a clear shot, but the damn things were everywhere. Avada Ked. Obtundo vis. Severus screamed again as his left arm was crushed, and his fingers were unable to maintain a grip on the stolen wand. The curses blurred together in a continuous stream of pain fairly quickly. Soon enough all Severus could hear was a low buzzing in his ears, and if he'd had time to he'd have wondered if one of the Death Eaters had cast a muffliato instead of a real curse. There was no way to tell how long he'd been lying on the floor, how many Death Eaters had taken their turns. It was getting darker, oddly enough. Enervate. His head snapped up. At least his neck wasn't yet broken, and a wave of all too clear pain washed over him. So he wasn't going to be allowed to escape into unconsciousness. No real surprise, I suppose. He could make out a line of Death Eaters. Were those the ones who had finished with him, or were they still waiting their turn? Another fiendfire came at him, burning his arms as he tried to shield his head, and then a blunt force curse caught him in the chest and broke at least a few ribs. Well, that or badly jarred already broken ribs. At this point there was no way of knowing. It was a relief when things started to get fuzzy again, and even as his body jerked from yet another curse the pain seemed to fade away. Enervate. Another jerk, though this time he couldn't quite find the energy to lift his head. There was light coming in through the window. He didn't remember a sunrise. Then again, the mob of Death Eaters in their masks and robes that had been standing in front of him the last time he'd managed to open his eyes had melted away, so he'd probably been under their curses for quite a while. Why had they brought him back to alertness now? Couldn't bear the thought of letting me die in peace, probably. The first of the unmasked forms stepped forward. Dark hair, dark eyes, probably not more than 17. Ah, new recruits. Wonderful. It was strange, really. He knew how much pain he should be feeling now. He shouldn't even be able to hold on to consciousness, never mind think, no matter how many enervates were cast, but it seemed that his body had given up reporting pain and he was left in a state of helpless numbness. If the first boy's voice wasn't quite steady as he repeated Dolahov's curse, it didn't affect the outcome and neatly took another chunk out of Severus' collarbone. Severus could vaguely make out the initiation of the child by the Dark Lord in the minutes that followed, the child's scream as his mind was violated, and a flash of light as the dark mark burned into his arm. ACCOW wand. He choked in the few moments of peace this bought him, but he just couldn't find any energy to put behind the spell. The next child was a girl, Ellen Horace, a Slytherin who'd finished her 7th year the year before last. If torturing her former head of house bothered her, there was no sign of it in her spellcasting. She slashed his face deeply enough that his vision was obscured by the blood, but he could still hear her initiation. Another girl followed, and then a boy, neither of whose voices he recognized. Just as well, probably. And then there was silence, and he waited for the killing curse to end it all. It was the only possible conclusion to the night. Even the Dark Lord wouldn't chance keeping him around for more sport. Well, Lucius' voice was low and dangerous, and Severus' heart clenched. So there are 5 initiates. He had a horrible feeling who the man was talking to, and if Draco was being initiated into the Dark Lord's service at the ripe old age of 15. It made sense in a sick, twisted kind of way. The boy would be a potions master in a few years' time, like Severus himself, a master that the Dark Lord wouldn't have to blackmail or bribe to get what he wanted as he would with most of the rest in Europe. But he's only 15. Even Lucius would have protested, and Narcissa. Whatever else might be true of the woman, she did love her son. "Your lord is waiting," Lucius said, his tone even darker than it had been in the moments before. "Kill the traitor." Severus heard a hitch of breath from somewhere in front of him, in the approximate vicinity of the other children, and then, Somnoculus. Not Draco. He wasn't sure who the voice belonged to, but it was female. That thought was all he had time for as he found himself at what felt like the bottom of a pit of water, suddenly. No matter how he tried to twist, he couldn't find any air. He could feel the water flowing down his throat, rushing into his lungs, choking him, and for at least the third time that night, the world went black. Professor. Severus' head swam, and his throat clenched suddenly, trying to expel the water he knew he'd swallowed. None was forthcoming, and after a moment he realized that he was breathing again. Albeit unsteadily, but there was air. Then true consciousness returned, and if he'd been able to, he'd have vomited from the sheer pain coursing through him. He doubted there was even an inch of skin unmarked, and the lacerations were the least serious of his injuries. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, considering that he was lying more or less face down and unable to move, he just didn't have the energy. "Professor, wake up." It was a girl, he identified after a moment, and did his best to at least open his eyes. It didn't work. "Professor, please, you have to wake up. You have to get out of here. Who are you and what do you want?" It was a student, obviously. She wouldn't keep calling him Professor otherwise, but what she was doing here. The girl who cast the last spell. She certainly hadn't seemed eager to kill him before, but there was a great deal of distance between a reluctant kill and deliberately working against the Dark Lord. "They think I'm still unconscious upstairs," the girl continued, "but as soon as someone tries to wake me up, the corpse duplicate will fail. I don't have very much time, and I don't want to have to kill you." The last was delivered in a half wail, and Severus tried to speak. He managed a beep which, considering the circumstances, was actually quite impressive. "Professor Episky." It would take considerably more than a cut-healing charm to do anything about even the most superficial of his injuries, but Severus appreciated the effort and swallowed hard. At least, despite definite soreness, his jaw didn't seem to be broken. "It's probably one of about 3 bones that aren't." "Portkey." "What? Portkey?" he repeated, trying to draw enough breath to even reach the level of a whisper. He could taste blood in his mouth, and he wasn't sure what injury, or injuries, had caused it. At least he could breathe. He wasn't dead yet. Concentrate on the positive. "Now I sound like Albus." He'd have sneered if he was capable of it. He was not dying with that thought uppermost in his mind. "Orty?" the girl asked. There was a swish, and then, "Orty." Severus found enough energy for a groan. "It's not a spell, idiot." Another quasi-deep breath, and he tried to repeat himself more clearly. "Port-key. Orky. Ortkey, you have a portkey. Where?" He tried to roll onto his back, but since both of his arms were broken, or crushed, he didn't want to think about that. As was his collarbone, it was something of a losing proposition. Pocket, collar. A quick spell that, unfortunately, nearly made him black out again, was used to flip him over. "I'm sorry, Professor, I can't understand you." Collar pocket, he tried again. It was well hidden, but the seam was there. She seemed hesitant to reach out, and he managed to open his left eye and glare. "Look." She did as he was told, and Severus wasn't surprised to see his hands come back bloody as his robes were opened. "I don't see it." Up. It was harder to breathe from this position, somehow, but there wasn't time to worry about it. At least he knew who she was now, the other Horace girl, the younger sister of the one he'd identified earlier. Amy, Amelia, something like that. Hufflepuff, basically unremarkable, finished her last term at Hogwarts last year. He probably wouldn't have known her at all except that she and her sister had been such an odd combination. Normally, if the brother or sister of a child already attending Hogwarts came to the school, they ended up in, if not the same house, then a complementary one. Not always, but it was the usual way of things. Slytherin and Ravenclaw was a fairly common pairing, for example. Slytherin and Hufflepuff was just odd. The girl was still fumbling with the blood-soaked fabric, and Severus kept silent to avoid distracting her. "Professor, I don't." "Wait." He was tugging on the fabric now, but the robe was well made. Defindo. Cloth ripped, and he pulled out a circular pendant and held it in Severus' line of sight. "Is this it?" Severus wanted very much to snarl. What else would be sewed so carefully into his cloak like that? But considering the circumstances, the child had a perfect right to be frightened and a bit insensible. There was no way to know whether she now bore a dark mark under her long sleeves, but whether she did or did not if she was caught. The object was pressed into his hand, and the girl stepped back. Go. His eye narrowed. Come. They'd figure something out. Hide her at Hogwarts or Grimmauld Place or somewhere else where the Dark Lord wouldn't find her. I can't, Professor. Ellen's here. She swallowed. I didn't really want to come, but Ellen said, well, it doesn't matter. I'm not leaving her. Come. Damn Hufflepuff loyalty. If she was taking this kind of risk just to get him, who'd certainly never done anything for her, out of here, her lifespan in the creature's service was likely to be measured in hours. I can't. You go. I told them I couldn't hold the drowning curse long enough, but they didn't believe me. She shivered slightly. Especially you know who. Now he says he'll kill my sister if I don't prove myself against the traitor. He says I should be more loyal to him than to you. She swallowed hard, looking away, and Severus noted the slight tremor in her hands that occasionally marked a Cruciatus victim for a few hours after. Monster. Not that he hadn't known that already, but I can't. I've never killed anyone before. There's a shock. They think I'm still unconscious, she continued, voice strengthening slightly. I'll sneak back into the room they dumped me in and pretend I'm just waking up, and then I'll swear to kill you. By then you'll be back at Hogwarts and it won't matter what I say because I can't kill you if you're not here. Stupid child, he hissed. If she was even suspected of helping Severus escape, well, the creature had already proved once tonight what could happen to a traitor. I'm not going, Professor. I don't care what you say. I don't want to kill you, but I'm not going to leave Ellen here alone. It wasn't a completely awful plan in terms of getting him out, Severus had to acknowledge, but that didn't mean he had to like it. Unfortunately, whatever was going to happen had to happen soon. Him staying, him dying at the girl's hands, did nothing for the cause. If nothing else, the others need to be warned about the crystal and Dolohov. Because there was no way that he got out of Azkaban without help. Be careful, Severus croaked, trying to close his fingers around the pendant-turned portkey. If he had a working arm he'd have just grabbed her and dragged her along despite her objections, but since he couldn't even get his fingers to cooperate. Escape. Both the activating clause, and a suggestion for the idiot child with no apparent sense of self-preservation. Severus landed hard at the edge of the Forbidden Forest and had only a fraction of a second to consider that it probably wasn't the safest destination to have set the portkey to before blacking out again. Movement woke him again, some time later, and he opened his eye, the left one, again, the right still wasn't responding, to see the ground moving up and down. Why am I upside down? A wave of pain, most of it centered around his chest and legs where he was apparently being gripped, caught him then. And as hard as he struggled to hang on to consciousness it was very much a losing battle. Severus was vaguely conscious of voices around him, Poppy's first, Minerva's, and then one lower pitched that he was fairly certain was Albus. He couldn't move, but he was no longer in screaming pain either so he judged it a fair trade at present. Madame Pomfrey, I think he's waking up. Professor. If there was one person outside the Dark Lord's ranks that he did not want to see right now, that person would be Harry Potter. Regardless of other events that might have occurred, he still hadn't forgotten that the brat forced him to trek all over Hogwarts on a whim after deliberately violating his memories. So, of course, he's the first one to actually speak to me. Severus, can you hear me? Poppy asked. No. Don't try and talk. Your throat is too raw. Then I'd advise not asking me questions. Can you open your eye? Something about that statement bothered him greatly, but opening his eyes seemed like a reasonable course of action. The part that bothered him became immediately evident as only his left eye responded. The right one, he could feel muscles twitching, but nothing seemed to be happening. A face swam into view, distracting him for a moment. Can you focus on my face? That's good. You've had us worried, you know that. He refrained from growling by the barest margin. Wrey. That was supposed to have been, what's wrong with my eye? But for some reason he couldn't quite form the words. Don't talk, she repeated. In fact, her wand flicked along the edge of his field of vision. Silencio. Your throat's been through enough these past few weeks. If you strain your vocal cords much more you won't be speaking for at least a month. She flitted around to his other side, doing something to his arm. You were lucky that Hagrid found you out there, you know. A few hours longer and we wouldn't be having this conversation. It's hardly a conversation when I'm not even permitted to speak. But Hagrid had been carrying him upside down. That made next to no sense. The half-giant did his best to be careful with his smaller friends. Still, how he'd gotten here from the edge of the Forbidden Forest mattered much less to him right now than his current condition, and he gave her the best glare he could manage with one eye. Apparently it wasn't quite as effective as his two-eyed glare because she continued right along with her diagnostic spells. He couldn't move his head any more than he could the rest of his body, but out of the corner of his eye he could make out other figures. Albus and Minerva, as he'd suspected. He didn't see Potter anywhere, but he was quite certain he'd heard the brat earlier. "I'm glad you're awake. We've all been worried." Albus stepped closer, and Severus deliberately unoccluded his mind and made eye contact, showing him what the damn stones really were, at least one Death Eater who should have been back in Azkaban, and the girl that had helped him escape. She was owed something, at least, for that. The headmaster nodded but made no move to leave. Had he already found out somehow? Severus. Attention returned to Poppy, who was now humming and tisking to herself, and if he'd been capable at this point he'd have legitimized her just to get a straight answer. She clearly wasn't planning on revealing the results of her scan, at least not in any detail, beyond, "You're improving much more quickly than I expected." She made no move to end the silencing spell she'd placed upon him a few moments before, either. "Don't blame her," Minerva said quietly as the Meadowitch turned back towards her storeroom. "She's spent most of the last 3 days putting you back together piece by piece, and I mean that quite literally, by the way." He wasn't sure he wanted to know the details about how badly he'd been hurt. The injuries he remembered were bad enough, but he'd damn well like an overview. Judging by the floating sensation in his limbs, he was on so many pain potions that he probably wouldn't feel it if Hogwarts fell on him right now. Poppy wouldn't do that unless she had no other choice. Minerva's expression was frighteningly solemn as well. "But Poppy didn't have to silence me." He couldn't even ask how long he'd been unconscious. "I think there's someone here who wants to talk to you," Albus put in, gesturing someone forward. "I'll be back to speak with you soon." There was silence for a moment except for the sound of his and Minerva's footfalls towards the door, and then Potter's face appeared over his bed. "Professor." Wonderful. Not only was he alone in a room with someone he had absolutely no desire to speak to, he wasn't even capable of pointing out that little detail to the brat. In fact, the only things he was apparently capable of at this point were glaring, ineffectually, judging by Poppy's reaction, and closing his eye. He tried the second. "Professor. So much for the idea that he might leave me in peace." Severus opened his eye. "I can't answer, you dolt. Or did you not see Poppy put the bloody silencing spell on me?" I guess you don't really want to see me right now." "Brilliant observation. I thought I should probably talk to you anyway. Guess it might be kind of easier now since you can't yell at me to go away." He couldn't even growl with this damn spell in effect, and Potter was shifting from side to side which, combined with the feeling of floating, made him feel rather like he was at sea. Thoughts of large bodies of water were even less welcome than the brat at this point. "Anyway, I wanted to say that I'm sorry about the pensieve. I didn't mean to look in yours. I wanted to see something in mine, but I couldn't tell them apart. I picked the one closest to where I'd been sitting, but I guess I picked wrong." He flushed and looked away, eyes focusing on the far wall. "An amazing conclusion. I know I should have pulled out as soon as I realized it wasn't mine, but they were my parents. He was my father. It's not fair that everybody else gets memories of him and I don't." The last came out in something approaching a whine, and Severus glared as hard as he could. "I just wanted to see them. I know it's not an excuse." "Not at all. Obviously you should have pulled out as soon as you realized your mistake," Severus wanted to snarl. "You had no business guessing, in the first place. And as for everyone having memories of James Potter, it's hardly everyone, and I, personally, wish the two of us had never met." Potter had paused for a moment, but he apparently hadn't finished what he'd come to say. "I kind of wish I hadn't seen some of that." He and Sirius were being right pricks. Severus would have selected a decidedly stronger word, but at least the boy wasn't trying to defend their actions. Remus wasn't much use either. although you didn't have to call Mum that when she tried to help." The last was said with a defiant glare as green eyes met his own briefly, and then Potter's stare returned to something in the distance. "I will not lie here and be reprimanded by a 15-year-old. Unfortunately, there wasn't a lot else he could do. And Potter still hadn't finished speaking. "Anyway, I'm sorry, not just about the pensieve, but what they did too. I guess if you can dislike me just for looking like him, you can deal with me apologizing for him." He grinned quickly, but it faded out almost as fast. "I know you think I act like him too, but I don't. Or maybe sometimes I do, but I'm not a bully, and I don't like bullying, and I didn't much like seeing him act like that. Or Sirius either. I wouldn't do that to someone. We've never even gone after Malfoy 3-on-1. Even Severus had to admit that that was true enough. He had never seen the trio attack as a pack with the exception of multiple Expelliarmus spells that had once struck him down in a wooden shack 2 years ago. And, as much as he might like to deny it, the Mutt and the werewolf were far more to blame for that than Potter and his little friends. Harry took a deep breath. "I'm sorry I called you that, too. It's just, they're important. Sirius and Remus, I mean, even if they weren't very nice to you in school. Back in 3rd year, when we thought we'd be able to take Wormtail to the Ministry and prove his innocence, Sirius even offered to take me away from the Dursleys. He was going to let me live with him. Remus couldn't take me himself because of the werewolf thing." "Ah, yes, the werewolf thing, as though it's nothing more troubling than a bit of a cold. Honestly, do all Gryffindors share that particular blind spot? But he'd have been around too, so it would have been almost like a family. I don't know what I'd do if something happened to one of them, and when you said Remus should die, when did I say that? Granted, he didn't like the werewolf, by any stretch of the imagination, but in a comparison between him and the Mutt he was by far the more tolerable. Although, well, Severus had been quite annoyed at having to track the boy all over creation that night, and it was possible, just barely possible, that his temper had overridden his tongue. Something about impaling himself. That sounded vaguely familiar. Harry sighed. "I guess that's all I wanted to say. Sorry about the pensieve and calling you what I did and my dad. They opened up the tower early, so I won't be in your rooms anymore." He disappeared, and Severus tried to call him back. The apology deserved acknowledgement, at least, if not acceptance. Possibly acceptance as well, as I deliberately committed the same act in return. Unfortunately, once again he was stopped by the damn silencing spell. Knowing Poppy, she planned to leave the thing in place until he was healed enough to speak by her standards. That could be days, even weeks. Even if he'd had his wand, a wand, on him, he more than half suspected some kind of binding spell was keeping him from moving as well, so it wouldn't have been much use. I suppose that's one way to keep your patients from leaving without your consent. He still didn't know how much time had passed since the Dark Lord had discovered his treachery. A day, 2, are the students back? Harry did say the tower had been opened early, so it can't have been more than a week. The summoning had been when? Tuesday. That sounded right. Minerva had said Poppy had spent 3 days piecing him back together, which, assuming he'd escaped Wednesday, made it Friday or Saturday depending on when Hagrid had found him. Either way, the rest of the Brats will be back in less than 48 hours. The last thing he wanted was to let any of them see him here in the infirmary. Harry was bad enough. At least Severus was fairly sure that he'd keep his mouth shut. But there would be children of the Death Eaters among the rest of the students. Draco, Crabbe and Goyle the younger, not. I want this damn spell off, and I want to be mobile. Poppy appeared, hovering around his bed again, and he did his best to mouth a demand that she remove the spell. He might not be able to vocalize, but she'd get the point. Well, he thought she would. She seemed quite determined to ignore his efforts as she muttered a few more spells and then brought forth a vial and dumped it into his mouth as he was forming off. He felt a moment of panic as liquid once again flowed down his throat despite his best efforts to expel it. He needed air. He had to breathe. With a gulp he managed to swallow it and then nearly hyperventilated, trying to draw in as much oxygen as possible. Poppy's wand was waving, but he was too angry to care what she was doing. How dare she? I'm not a student to have whatever she pleases shoved down my throat. Of course, He had once been a student in her care, which probably didn't help matters, but still, I'm an adult and have a right to have some input in his own treatment. There, that wasn't so awful, was it? She consoled as his breathing evened. It was just a weakened version of Skella Grow, you brewed it yourself. That doesn't mean I want it to end up in my lungs. Not really a surprise that he needed it, considering the number of bones he remembered being broken. Healing them all at once wouldn't have been an option, but in smaller doses over time it would be effective enough. Although that didn't still give her the right to go forcing it on him as if he was an unruly child. When she held up a second vial, he shut his lips firmly. Now, Severus, there's no reason to be acting like this. You'd be the first to tell a student who came into my infirmary in your condition. As if there has ever been a student at Hogwarts in this condition. Bright Merlin, I'm not even sure what this condition is, except that it's worse than anything I've had before if your expression is any judge. I know there's a law that requires patients to be informed of what their healers are doing to them. That he should take the medicine he's given and rest while he's able. He made no move to open his mouth. Severus, you still haven't made up all of the blood you've lost. So help me, I will spell this into your throat if you make it necessary. She would, too, and the idea of more liquid sliding towards his lungs with no way to get rid of it. He opened his mouth enough to drink what was offered, swallowing as quickly as he could. Blood replenisher, as she'd indicated, with something mixed, damn her. Severus blinked slowly. His left eye was still the only one to respond, and that was beginning to get on his last nerve, as the dreamless sleep wore off. It hadn't been a strong dose, but obviously it had still been enough to render him unconscious. He cleared his throat carefully, relieved when he was able to make noise. Hello. Severus. Poppy appeared a moment later. Try not to speak above a whisper. I've finished healing most of the worst damage, but your throat still isn't fully recovered. I didn't expect to see you awake again for a few hours at least. How long? How long have you been unconscious? It's been 4 days since Hagrid found you. You woke up a bit last night but fell asleep again fairly quickly. It's Saturday morning. I fell asleep because you dosed me. Still, there was no point in bringing that up. With his luck she'd just do it again. How bad? Her jaw tightened at that, but he refused to break eye contact. My right to know. You've been badly hurt. He snorted at that. Obviously. How badly? Well, I managed to save both your legs, but, I'm sorry, Severus, there was just nothing left of your eye. His eye. Was that why his right eye wasn't opening? It wasn't there anymore. But, how? She shushed him, insisting that he needed to keep his voice down, before getting around to actually answering the question. There was a lot of trauma, so it's hard to say for sure, but I'd say some sort of cutting curse. She sighed. I've disinfected and closed the wound, but there's very little else I can do for you. Eyes aren't something that we can regenerate. It didn't seem real, somehow, the idea that from now on this strangely flat view of the world was all that he would have. Her shifting, similar to Harry's movements yesterday, made him push those thoughts firmly aside, at least temporarily. There's more. But, of course there's more, idiot. Every Death Eater, or close enough that it makes no difference, took a shot at you. There was massive bleeding, as I'm sure you knew, but I've healed most of that. You lost a kidney as well, and a piece of your left lung, but overall you got off fairly lightly in terms of internal injuries. In terms of internal injuries. Now there is a phrase you don't hear every day. Almost all of the broken bones have been at least partially mended, although it will be a week before you're up and around again. There's some superficial scarring, obviously, but almost. He interrupted. There was something else wrong, probably bone-related judging by her phrasing, something she clearly didn't want to tell him. The idea that something even worse than losing his eye had occurred. She sighed. I couldn't do anything about your left arm, either. His arm. If it had just been crushed I might have been able to regrow the bone, but it had been cut through as well, and burned, and the reaction of all those curses with the dark mark. She shook her head. I'm sorry, Severus, but I had to take it. Take it. He tried to lift his arm, to see just what she meant, but he wasn't strong enough to do more than twitch his shoulder. From the elbow down. I promise you, if I'd had another option I'd have taken it. He managed a slight shake of his head. This couldn't be real. Losing an eye was bad enough, but it was something to which he could become accustomed. What use is a potions master with only one hand? If you'd like, I can return you to your quarters now, she offered. I'm sure you'll be more comfortable there, although I'm going to insist that you remain in bed for at least the next few days. Albus will find someone to cover your classes. He'll have to. Severus wouldn't even be able to add ingredients at the same time he was mixing anymore. As much as he didn't care for teaching, the idea that it could have been taken from him just like that. And his mastery, he swallowed hard. Better to lie in my rooms than here where any of the little dunderheads could come gape at me. It was embarrassing to be levitated along through the halls and down into the dungeons, but at least there was no one but Poppy to witness it. Someone had straightened up his quarters, moved the piles of books out of the way. He couldn't really bring himself to care about the invasion of privacy as he was put down onto his bed. Now, here's some more Skelegro, and blood replenisher as well. He swallowed them without complaint, not particularly caring if either was laced with dreamless sleep. Not particularly caring if either was laced with deadly poison, either. He'd managed to turn his head enough to see the stump of his arm on the way down, and however much he might like to deny the situation, the sight had made it impossible. It made him sick. Not so much the look of it, frankly the dark mark had been worse, but the clear and undeniable fact that he was never going to have two hands again. Severus, Albus, probably here to cheer him up. Just what I don't need. The older man nodded to Poppy on her way out and took a seat in an armchair. How are you feeling, my boy? Severus glared. Now, it's not so bad as all that. You're here, aren't you, and looking better every day. We didn't find your wand with you. Potter said that they'd taken it, so I took the liberty of going down to Ollivander's yesterday morning and picking up a new one. Hawthorn with a dragon heartstring core, yes. He pulled a thin stick of wood out of his robes. I'm afraid this one is a bit longer than your original, but it was the best he had. Albus set it on the bedside table when he made no move to take it. Would you like some tea? There was only one part of that spiel that Severus cared about. What do you mean? Potter said. His occlumency isn't yet strong enough to keep Voldemort. Severus winced at the name, but Albus ignored it as usual. Out of his dreams. He was asleep and saw what happened to you, from the moment you arrived at the castle until they took you to the dungeons. He alerted Minerva, who Flo called me. We were both there when he began to get visions of, well, the rest of the night's activities. He felt more than slightly sick to his stomach. Bad enough that he'd had to endure that, but to have had a witness. Well, he had more than one witness, obviously, but Potter, Harry, seeing him in that state was not something he wanted to think about. You already knew, then. About the stone. Dolohov, that girl. His escape served no purpose, then. Amelia Horace, yes, we knew that she hadn't managed to kill you, Albus agreed. I didn't realize that she'd helped you escape until you showed me. Severus sighed. Nearly no purpose, then. He now owed a nearly complete strange whose own life wasn't likely to be overly long a life debt, with little to no way to fulfill it. I'm rather tired, Albus, if there is nothing else you need. Of course, my boy. I'll speak to you tomorrow. Oh, and about Dolohov, we hadn't known about him specifically, but the Dementors have left Azkaban. It happened the night that you were called. Aurors were brought in to act as wardens, but there were at least a few confirmed breakouts. Probably more than a few. Fudge is trying to use Aurors he knows are loyal to him to keep it out of the news, but Kingsley is getting us information as quickly as he can. Wonderful. At least it explains where some of the rest of the Death Eaters came from. Slightly better than the Dark Lord having done mass recruiting without his awareness, though considering some of the ones that had been in Azkaban. It seemed that Poppy had slipped in some kind of sleeping draught into one of the vials, or his body was still exhausted from all the healing and would take what sleep he could get, and he closed his eyes slowly. Maybe things will be better later. They can hardly get worse. Severus, wake up. What? He tried to snarl, actually managing to lift his head a few inches off his pillow. Poppy sent me down with some broth. He lay back, glaring at his ceiling. I'm not hungry. There was no way to tell how long he'd been asleep, but it probably hadn't been for more than a few hours. That would mean it was approaching dinner time now. Didn't imagine that you would be, but you know what she's like. Minerva pushed her way into the room and set the bowl beside the wand Albus had brought. How are you feeling? How do you think I'm feeling? Offhand. Exhausted. He glared. And angry. She nodded to the broth. Would you rather the house elves came, or? When he realized what she was suggesting, his glare deepened. I can feed myself. Of course. She didn't move. He reached for the bowl, only to be brought up short as he caught sight of the stump. Minerva seemed to notice at the same time. He heard a quick gasp that was almost immediately silenced. What is your problem? I imagine that you've had more time to get used to this than I have. After all, you're the one who was offering to feed. Severus, I meant that you were still weak from what had happened, not. His temper flared. Just because he couldn't even hold a bowl and spoon at the same time anymore didn't mean that he was going to put up with pity from this, Gryffindor. Leave me alone. She flushed but didn't back down. Not until you've eaten something. Accio Nutrient Potion 3, he didn't even need to reach for a wand for that, and a bottle came flying around the door frame and landed lightly on his chest. The fingers of his right hand seemed slow, unresponsive, but he managed to lift the bottle to his mouth and pull the stopper out with his teeth before swallowing it in one gulp. There, I've eaten, now leave. She seemed torn but eventually followed his instruction. He glared at the door on her exit for several minutes, and then looked at the bottle still clenched in his hand. Nutrient Potion 3 requires the addition of rose hips at 3-second intervals while stirring continuously counterclockwise at a rate of 2.5 rounds per rose hip. He should preserve his stores. He wouldn't be making that again. Minerva had left the broth on the table and for a moment he was tempted to try it, but the humiliation he'd feel if he spilled it all over himself, the nutrient potion will do for now. He ignored the bowl and reached over to grab the wand instead. It wasn't something he cared to admit, but having one in his hands again, even one that wasn't technically his, was a relief. He should try some spells, see how responsive it was. With a sigh he let it fall to the bedcovers. He didn't feel much like working magic just now. Not if he wasn't going to be able to work the magic he wanted. Severus braced himself against the worktable and scanned the ingredients he'd lined up in front of him. Nothing particularly volatile, nothing that produced a poisonous gas. He took a deep breath, checked the heat of the cauldron, and began to work. An hour later he threw a cauldron of next to inert purple nothing against the far wall and then systematically smashed each of the vials that had contained the ingredients. Of course, it took longer than it would have if he'd had 2 hands to throw with, and he actually grabbed several centimeters to the left of 2 of the bottles. This was a simple potion, for him, at least, that he should have been able to make in his sleep. Damn Albus for even suggesting that I try. Again. He'd been trying with successively simpler potions for the past 3 days, and nothing was working. Well, technically a first-year scouring potion for cauldrons that couldn't be cleaned with a spell had worked. He'd needed it the first evening after the Veritaserum attempt, but considering that a reasonably adept gerbil could probably have knocked those potions into the cauldron in the appropriate order, he hardly considered it a rousing success. He stamped out of his workroom, as best he could, anyway, when he still had to be careful when placing his feet to avoid overbalancing or stressing still healing bones and muscle, and dropped down on the couch in the sitting room. The fact that he couldn't stay on his feet for much more than an hour at a stretch didn't help matters any either, particularly since he could only stay up for that hour if he had something to lean on. Horace Slughorn had agreed to take over his classes and head of house duties until Poppy was willing to clear him for duty, but even if she hadn't been preventing him from going on as usual. Well, things weren't usual anymore, were they? He just didn't want to interact with anyone. He wanted to be left alone, left to brood in peace, and he'd be feeling much better if the rest of the staff would just respect his wishes. They wouldn't, of course. At least once a day Minerva, Albus, Poppy, and half a dozen other members of the staff who he rarely did more than exchange mealtime greetings with, found some reason to come down to his quarters to chat. Poppy was due soon, in fact, although technically she did have a reason to be there. As if I need her to tell me that I'm still regaining my strength, and need to take things slowly. As if my strength is the only thing I've lost. At least after the first of the little dunderheads had been sent running from his dungeons courtesy of an illusion spell Monday, he hadn't had to deal with any students. A badly cast illusion spell, it overshot the mark one was aiming for by a good foot and a half. Another thing he didn't want to think about, he hadn't appreciated just how drastically reduced his depth perception might be. Oh, over long distances, or extremely close, it was no issue, but he'd actually missed the cauldron once when emptying a vial. The alarm he'd put on his door chimed, and sure enough the Medowitch entered a moment later. "Severus, how are you feeling?" "Wonderful." She ignored his tone, as she had every other time that she'd visited, smiling brightly and waving her wand in a pattern that he was beginning to detest. Diagnostic spells were all well and good, but when they were being performed on you twice a day they began to get a bit wearing. "Well, you are looking better. Now, I've brought potions, so if you'd go lie down." It wasn't as if there was any point in arguing, and he stretched out in his bed and allowed her to pour half a dozen potions down his throat. She claimed that in a few days his body would regain enough energy to stay awake while they worked, but for now he knew he'd be asleep within 10 minutes. It was the same routine they'd followed every day, 2 times a day, since he'd been released from her domain. Not that he wasn't perfectly capable of dosing himself, of course, but she insisted on coming down, and it just wasn't worth the fight. As usual, as his strength deserted him to power the healing potions, and he dropped off to sleep fairly quickly. "Severus." He blinked slowly, sitting up against the pillow. "Albus." "Brilliant. I didn't even hear the door chime. Can I help you?" "If you're able, Alistair and Tonks are available tonight to discuss the situation with the Dark Lord." It was bound to happen eventually. He'd told the full story from his perspective to Dumbledore once, but Alistair would want to hear it for himself. Besides which, there was the matter of the younger Horus girl. Albus had promised to make inquiries, but so far there had been no sightings. The girl was owed a life debt at the very least for getting him out of there. Granted it wasn't much of a life, but it was the principle of the thing, and he would see that obligation fulfilled. He sat up the rest of the way at that and swung his legs over the edge of the bed. "Are we flowing to Grimmauld Place?" Albus held up a hand. "Poppy insists that you not be moving about a great deal, so I suggested that we hold it here." "Here, as in my rooms, here." The last time Alistair was in my quarters he nearly tore them to shambles in his search for evidence of my true allegiances. It might have been years ago, but it hadn't been a violation that he'd easily forgiven. And however much he might respect the X-Or on neutral ground, in his own territory was another story. Albus was looking at him expectantly though, and since he'd been the one to insist that something be done. His lips curled in a snarl briefly. "Fine. Excellent. They're in my study with Minerva, I'll just call them to come down." He glared at Albus, who'd obviously expected his capitulation. "They interviewed Mr. Potter before you regained consciousness, so it may not be as arduous as you expect. I'll believe that when I see it." Not that he was particularly thrilled that Harry was going around discussing his torture, but it did explain why Alistair hadn't been at Hogwarts the first day he regained consciousness demanding answers. He pushed himself up off the bed. "Perhaps," Albus began, blocking the door. Severus cut that thought off with a glare. It was enough that he had to entertain company in his quarters because he was too weak to go elsewhere. There was absolutely no way they were going to be gathering in his bedroom. "I do have some pride left." He made his way slowly into the sitting room, sinking into an armchair as the door announced that he had a visitor. He nodded civilly at Alistair and Tonks as they entered behind Minerva, waving them to seats. It was a relief to see that the old Auror didn't look more than mildly interested in his surroundings, but when a crash distracted him, and he realized that between his annoyance at Albus' high-handed maneuvering and his apprehension about the old Auror getting into his things, he'd forgotten about the younger one. "Tonks, in my rooms." Despite her intelligence she'd been a terror in his classes, and from what he'd observed at the order meetings she hadn't become any more graceful in the intervening years. "Merlin help anything not made of stone." "The Horus girl is dead," Alistair opened with customary directness. "The younger one, at least. She was found in the alley behind Street Mungo's yesterday. Her parents are dead, but an aunt flowed in this afternoon to confirm her identity." Severus closed his eyes for a moment. In truth, he hadn't really expected anything different. If she hadn't been executed for not killing him, she would have been soon enough for refusing to kill someone else. But he couldn't help remembering another scared, stupid child who'd gotten in over his head. At least I had a chance. The sister. That's where it gets interesting, Tonks said before Alistair could open his mouth. Interesting. He'd assumed she was dead if she shared the same loyalty to her sister that her sister had to her. Otherwise she'd be off with the rest of the ranks of the Dark Lord plotting what new harm to cause. It really mattered very little since his death hadn't been to her. Yet another failure. This does seem to be my week for them. This was found with the body. Severus took the scrap of parchment from her carefully. He had no doubt that it had been checked a dozen times for curses, hexes, and jinxes, but he wasn't entirely certain. He wanted to know what it had to say. SS. Hog's Head. 9:15 p.m. on the 7th. He considered for a moment. I take it the rest of the Aurors haven't seen this. No, I'm the one that did the search of her things, and I left that out of the official inventory. Alistair gave a sharp nod. Right thing to do. You think she might be willing to switch sides? Minerva asked. After all, he did kill her sister. He'd done worse to other families without causing a great deal of dissension in the ranks, but Severus kept his mouth shut. We do need someone on the inside now that Snape has been revealed, Alistair said. As if I needed a reminder. Overall, though, I'd say the whole note seems a bit too convenient for my tastes. Albus made a soothing sound. She hasn't been a Death Eater long. Perhaps she's had a change of heart. She made her choice. Alistair turned to Severus, who ignored the half-accusing glare. It wasn't as if it was anything he hadn't heard before. What do you know about her? Ellen Horace. Maybe he wasn't going to have to relive that night if all they wanted was information on the girls. He could live with that. Not quite a pure blood. Her grandmother was Muggle-born, but it wasn't something she ever discussed. She was sorted into Slytherin House 9 years ago and finished 7 full years at Hogwarts. Fairly average grades. If I remember correctly, she favored astronomy and was one of maybe a dozen in her year who took ancient runes as an elective and kept at it all the way through Newts. Not a lot of close friends, but, he shrugged, that's not particularly unusual in Slytherin. And her relationship with her sister. If they had contact, I never noticed it. Sprout might know more, but I barely remember the younger girl. Then why did she save you? The paranoid glint was starting to appear, and Severus glared. How should I know? I certainly never asked her to, nor was I in any shape to interrogate her about her true intentions when she was doing it. At a guess, I'd say she simply didn't have the stomach for what the Dark Lord desired. He curled his lips. A pathetic reason to die, but she wouldn't be the first. It could be a trap, Tonks pointed out, taking the note back. If they knew Amelia helped Professor Snape escape, Ellen might have left the note for him to try and get him somewhere else. Lure him out of Hogwarts. Minerva pursed her lips. It's possible, I suppose. Death Eaters certainly won't be able to get to him here. Constant vigilance. She jumped slightly, and Severus wondered why. After a statement like that, he'd have been surprised if Alistair didn't say something of the sort. Especially after last year. Still, fair enough. I'll go. Tonks frowned. What? To Hog's Head. If it isn't a trap, I'm the one person here that she'll recognize. After all, I was named in the note, unless one of you can think of another SS who might be connected to this mess. And if it is a trap, Minerva demanded, you're in no sort of shape to defend yourself, you can barely stand. I'm well aware of that fact. Thank you for pointing it out to everyone else. But sending Order members into a trap isn't a particularly wise idea either. It only takes one Avada Kedavra, no matter how healthy you are. And if they do capture you, kill you, well, at least then you'll know it was a trap, won't you? And somehow that didn't sound quite as sarcastic as it should have, but... Albus sighed. Severus, I know you've been having trouble adjusting, but just because you're... Apparently his one-eyed glares were becoming more effectual, because Albus actually closed his mouth. What else would you have me do? Hide here and wait. It's not like I'm accomplishing anything, or rather anything short of mass demolition. And don't suggest I try yet again. He gestured sharply towards his workroom, giving a half-growl when he realized that he'd picked the wrong arm, again, to use. I'll show you what's left of it, if you like. We are not sacrificing lives needlessly, and that includes yours, Albus overrode. Now, I'm sure we can find some way to get the girl a message. Professor Snape can meet with him, Tonks said. Or at least someone who looks like him. If they do want to capture him, they'll be pretty surprised when he is in shape to fight back. And if they just want to kill me, I'd say at this point the Dark Lord has probably had as much fun with me as he planned to. We will, of course, put an Order member or two in place just in case it does come down to a killing curse, Alistair said. I assume you have polyjuice. Already brewed and bottled, fortunately for you. He certainly couldn't brew any more, and his control on his temper slipped a bit. Why, there isn't any left in your flask. Severus, Minerva chastised as Alistair's fingers twitched towards his wand. That was uncalled for. That depends entirely on your point of view. He'd found it rather relaxing to lash out at someone. Albus was the one who'd really annoyed him with that whole little spiel, but the headmaster was always a difficult one to get even with. He just smiled. Who needs polyjuice? Tonks interrupted before anyone else could say anything. Her features shifted around for several moments, finally settling into a mirror of his own. Minus an eye patch, although she did manage to shorten her left forearm to a stub. And I can hold it as long as I need to without drinking more potion. Pretty cool, huh? The voice isn't what I'd call believable, Severus returned. And the day that I utter the phrase, pretty cool, I expect to be immediately committed to the mental ward at St. Mungo's. For the voice aspect alone, we would need a man using polyjuice, Alistair agreed, drawn back into the actual agenda of the meeting. Besides which, I would prefer you were lurking somewhere in the background. Depending on the length of the meeting, you could come and go as several people without arousing suspicion. I didn't think of that. Will they believe he's recovered so quickly though? I mean, he barely looks like he should be out of bed. She flushed slightly. Sorry, Professor. No one here aside from a small group knows how extensive the injuries are, Minerva offered. And I doubt any of them have been gossiping with the Dark Lord. Perhaps Severus should send a note along with the imposter, Albus suggested. On the off chance that she would have some means of checking that her dinner guest is who he appears to be. If you like, Severus agreed. The girl was Slytherin, bound to be suspicious even if she hadn't just been accepted into the Dark Lord's ranks and was possibly planning to betray him. He doubted anything he could write would convince her to trust an imposter if she discovered the deception. Still, it was something, and it was possible that she would overlook it if the Dark Lord had upset her enough. I'll send it to you by owl post. Send it to the Auror's office at the Ministry, Tonks said. I spend most of my time there anyway. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.